answer for pretty much every team in the Gauntlet, and it's kind of like this is now their meta.
Yeah, it is. I mean, well, let's see if that reigns true. We are going to head into the first game of the Gauntlet here on the Grand Arena. It is casual Granddads facing off against Aster Meta.
Very interesting. So we do have casual Granddads. They're going to be locking in the Mage Warlock. This is a really strong composition right now. We have Alec on the Frost Mage, Walrick on the Demonology Warlock, and Clyde on that Holy Paladin. We'll see if Aster Meta can kind of rise up here in this matchup.
Yeah, so we're going to see casual Granddads actually bringing in the Mage Warlock here. This is a comp that has gone a little bit stronger here in the meta. Frostmage did receive a couple of nice buffs here, but at the same time, we are going to see Aster Meta here bringing in the Enhance, and we're going to see the Shadow Priest as well already getting some decent damage here onto Axiom, taking a lot of damage right there. He's going to have to Trinket and trade out that Astral Shift, and he's still not out of the woods just yet. Ring of Frost does connect from Alec. Master Spell, though, by Hanik, and that is going to help NST to get out of that crowd control, but still Axiom in a lot of trouble here. He's getting blasted. So much damage coming out here. Warwick just raining havoc right now with the Shadow Fury, getting the damage down. He's got the Imps rolling. He's got so much damage, and that will be the Burrow here coming out for Axiom as well, just using defensive after defensive, but NST does have his cooldowns available, so still a little bit of lifelines left here for Aster Meta, but a clear advantage for the casual Granddads.
Yeah, beautiful pressure here onto Axiom. NST right now into a polymorph. He cannot heal. This is a really dangerous moment here for Axiom. He needs to be careful. Throwing a little bit of off healing, keeping himself topped off, but this is a great start here for the casual Granddads. NST having a really difficult time actually connecting to a target, finally getting that pressure rolling here onto Alec, and that Ray of Frost is doing work for Alec once again. It's going to be channeled out here. How much damage do they have? Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. That was not a water elemental, so not going to be fully empowered, but still a good amount of damage. That's going to be a high pressure moment. Another full polymorph lands here for Alec, doing work on that Frost Mage, and Axiom just left in the middle of the map to tank out all of this damage. Hanik able to help him out just a little bit here. Can he survive? NST might have to trade out the Cocoon, but he's gotten to an Axe Toss. Looks like that is enough. Good healing out. Axiom does manage to hold on, and that's the thing. Aster Meta, this composition, it's just so difficult for Axiom to actually land on target, but if he does get the right procs at the right time, they might be able to just one-shot someone. So Aster Meta is just kind of holding on for that miracle moment.
Yeah, they're definitely just trying to stay alive, and they have a lot of hybrid healing. You know, they have double hybrid and, of course, Nesty as well on that Monk. So a lot of damage coming out here onto Alec. He might have to use the Ice Block here. He's dropping quite low still, and that is going to be the Ice Block. And just as you said there, Maruki, as soon as they can connect with the right procs, with the right damage at the right time, that is when they can make a big push like that. But still, only 10% dampening right now. Still a lot of time left in this game potentially. But Hanik actually getting swapped to, taking a decent amount of punishment there. Drops to 50%, does channel out the Fade, and Warwick actually just gets zapped there for a second. Big damage onto Axiom, though. Axiom forced to trade out the Astral Shift once again. Alec doing great work here on that Frost Mage, getting some polys here onto Hanik, getting decent control, and that's going to be a Hammer of Justice onto Nesty. They counterspell the Master Spell. Do they have a follow-up polymorph or fear? It doesn't look like it, and it is going to be Alec once again here on the back foot. Clyde now caught up in a Psychic Horror into a Silence. Big damage with the Void Torrent. They're trying to push for that second Ice Block, but Alec manages to hold on to it, and that Health Stone right there coming in clutch, and that is something that we just added onto the UI right there, so very nice. You can actually see that he used it there. He still has 2 more charges left on that one.
Yep, we'll see. Axiom getting feared up now and away. Alex still just doing the best that he can to kite the Icy Veins. Going to be that really scary moment once again. And that Ray of Frost, Walrick going for a coil. Beautiful Ring of Frost. Beautiful setup. Can they have the damage? Ray of Frost channels out once again, but it gets wind sheared. Nicely done there by Axiom. He's going to be tanking out this damage. And Alec has to be very careful. Doesn't want to get too close to the Enhancement Shaman, or it can be lights out, that's for sure. If you're on NST, Axiom once again tanking through the damage, making a swap here onto Clyde. And the Aster Meta, they might be looking for a potential setup here on Clyde. Can they take him down? He's in trouble. They get the Divine Shield. That would be massive. I think a bit of a mistime there on the Master Spell. Clyde does get the Divine Shield off, but that's a bit of a win here. Axiom has to hold on, though. Scary moment. Big pressure here. They got the Revival available. Don't want to choke on the finish line. Axiom, is he going to be able to stay alive? NST in a full polymorph. Looks like Axiom will be okay. Marching towards Alec. It's just a slow march for this Enhancement Shaman, but it's proven to be quite durable so far in the match. Set up here now onto Hanik. They might turn their attention onto the Shadow Priest. Walrick, though, getting absolutely blasted. Needs to be careful. portaling behind the pillar, looking for a Tyrant here, but he needs some heals. Clyde's caught into a fear. Waller could go down. Hellstone is traded out, as well as that Mortal Coil. Anakin crowd control, and now a full fear. Great setup here by Casual Granddads. Hanik might have to trade out the Void Shift. Can he do what he does onto NST, and that is enough for them to survive. But this pressure from Casual Granddads, Zico, is great.
Yeah, and dampening is just ramping up more and more, and this is when Mage Lock just becomes super deadly. Huge Ray of Frost coming out there onto Hanik. Hanik with nothing left right now could be in big trouble, but Alec also needs to be careful here. He does manage to get a sheep here onto Axiom. Full Hammer of Justice onto Nesty, and that is going to be a big revival coming out there onto Hanik, and that is the last button they have available. Still 40 seconds remaining here on that dispersion for Hanik. He could be in big trouble if they can connect with some more damage. Alec with a nice shifting power there, resetting some of his damage abilities. Warwick now pushing in, gets the coil, but no crowd control yet. There's the triple Shadow Fury. Can they set up out of that? They do get a full sheep. Axiom trinkets out from the Shadow Fury, but they don't have any more damage here. It looks like Hanik is actually going to be the target of choice, but it looks like Nesty is going to be able to heal them up with the Fist Weaving, and that should be a lot of pressure now in favor of Castaneda. They need to get something going because this game is slowly but surely running in the Casual Grandad's favor. They still have plenty of mana left. They still have a lot of different options as well. Sacrifice and Blessing and Protection available. Alec with the Icy Veins right now, looking to try to finish the game. Hanik trying to get some counter pressure. Mind Games will connect. Big damage here onto Alec. Alec also with the counter pressure. There's a Ray of Frost with the Water Alley. Huge damage. That is a fully charged up Ray of Frost. And Hanik might need to trade the dispersion, being greedy with it, but he does manage to make the trade in the nick of time. Nesty still has that life cocoon, but that will be their final lifeline, Minruki.
Yeah, Alec almost exploding there, evaporating. Big procs here from Axiom. Looking to get aggressive here onto Walrus. Can they take him down? ST at the same time, taking a lot of pressure. He does have the life cocoon. Walrus could fall. This could be a cross kill easily. NST has the tools to survive. Walrus just deciding to use the portal, get away, but he's back in the middle of the map now. He's going to open himself up as a target, but NST is almost completely tapped on mana. He's holding on to the cocoon as well as the revival as that last-ditch effort, and they might be able to do it. I mean, Walrus, he uses the unending resolve, but it might be way too late. Touch of Death almost slipping through there for NST. That would have been an absolute disaster for Casual Granddads. They got the mana lead. They got the cooldown lead. This is Alex Icy Veins. They might be able to just end the game. Huge Ray of Frost here onto Hanik, but there's that life cocoon paying dividends to keep his team alive.
Yeah, that was a trinket as well from Nesty. Nesty now working on fumes. Can they take him down? It's going to be a little bit of a race right now. Alec could be in trouble. He's trying to kite Nesty and Axiom, and now it looks like they're swapping over to Clyde. Still 15 seconds remaining on that Divine Shield, but he does have the Blessing and Protection. He does have the Health Stone. I don't think Clyde is going to be a great target here for the Castaneda. They need to get something going very fast because they just got a full shape. Hanik in big trouble. They're going for the blast here. Alec actually proccing a Bloodlust here as well. One more sheep. Can he secure it onto Nesty? Might not even need it here. So low, and that is going to be it. Casual Granddads win the first game of the Gauntlet here against Castaneda.
Yeah, Casual Granddads, they're looking really good. There's a few scary moments on Walrus as well as Alec, but they managed to weather the storm. They held on. They got them out of mana. They had great control, good burst opportunities, and Casual Granddads, they're just a team. They always kind of level up in the final stages of the competitions. Take it very casual up until now, but it looks like they have been putting in work. Very well coordinated here in this game, and a well-earned game number 1 victory.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, it's a nice composition as well. We usually saw Alec on the Boomkin here in the regular season, but now with some of those Frost Mage buffs that came through, Alec has been you know, looking very good on his mage once again. And we can see here a little bit earlier in the match, this was still a little bit before the ending of the game. And you can see Alec just getting these sheeps onto Nesty. They follow it up with the Fear. There's a Frozen Orb, and they're just cleaving here. You can see on the DPS as well, Alec and Warwick on top right there, getting a lot of damage done. And, you know, with the Holy Paladin buffs as well, I suspect we're going to see a lot of Holy Paladins in general this weekend. Holy Paladins are just so efficient right now with their mana, and they have you know, a lot of good answers as well, you know, kind of emergency buttons like the Hand of Sacrifice, and we saw, you know, with the Divine Shield and things like that. So Clyde was a bit of a target, but they couldn't really reconnect onto him later on in the match. And at this point, this was towards the ending of the match. Nesty with no mana left, he gets caught up in a full sheep. Hanik, he's got 15 seconds on his dispersion. There's no way he's going to be making it to that point. Alec proccing a Bloodlust there at the right time as well. And they managed to just finish it off with raw pressure. Nesty trying to go in there with a little bit of damage healing from that Fist Weaving, but just not enough to get it done there. and the casual Granddads, you know, that is the mage lock. You want to drag the game out. You want to continue to do these setups to kind of survive with your offense. And then once you get into that deep dampening, if you are ahead, you're just going to be able to cruise. And that's exactly what we saw.
It's all about control at the right time for the mage lock. I mean, in general, they're going to have a lot of pressure with the Demonology Warlock and the Frost Mage. But the great thing about mage lock is as soon as the other team wants to get aggressive, as long as you respond appropriately with spam fears and spam polymorphs and knocks and stuns and coils, that's when you can kind of bring the game to a point where you are favored. So it's all about that control and defensive play at the right moments. And I think Casual Granddads did a really good job of that. So obviously we're going to be going to a small map. The Enhancement Shaman, not a big fan. But this makes me feel like Caster Meta probably will lock in the same composition with the Mistweaver Monk and the Enhancement Shaman. I don't think it's a bad matchup into these casters. So we'll see what they can get done. Especially if that Enhancement Shaman has a little bit more uptime. I think it can be quite deadly.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have docks as well in the wings. I don't think we're going to see the turbo come out from Caster Meta, but it is an option. We'll just see what they decide to do. Small maps definitely should help, but also casual Granddads, maybe they just want to play the mage lock on the larger maps. Maybe they don't feel too confident to lock it in here on a smaller map. They have a lot of different options, but they are going to go with the mage lock. And, you know, I kind of like this. We always say this. If you have a composition that's winning, just play it until you're forced off of it. You never know what the other team is trying to do, if they're bluffing or what with the map picks, because we see that sometimes as well. And now it's going to be up to Caster Meta here to respond. And yeah, I feel like their comp didn't look too good in that last match. I feel like they're on a time limit. And one of their strengths, of course, is, you know, they have that kind of hybrid healing, and they also have that ranged damage, a lot of ranged burst. But I feel like casual Granddads, they have it's so hard to actually get a kill that way onto them. It was pretty close that they got a kill onto Warwick towards the end. If they can kind of get to dampening without being too far behind and then maybe run Warwick down, that could be an option for them. But I do feel like it's definitely a tough battle, especially if you're the Shadow Priest on Caster Meta. You're basically a solo caster against Mage Lock, and you're just gonna, you know, be getting a lot of disruptions. Gonna be a lot of fears and counter spells and things like that. But we are gonna see the same matchup here from both teams. What do we think about this?
I think that the map is going to pay dividends here for Caster Meta. Axiom, obviously on a larger map, Enhancement Shaman mobility is limited. You still have some good ranged utility. I kind of wonder if it might be worth... I'm looking at his talents right now. I wonder if he could maybe... Some Enhancement Shamans, they like to use the Static Field Totem, kind of project the enemy on top of them, gives them a little bit more wiggle room and mobility, but it can be difficult if you're wanting to play the talents he is. Right now he's playing Burrow, Ride the Lightning, as well as Grounding Totem. So I don't know if there's any wiggle room there for him to have more uptime and NST to have more uptime and be a little bit more disruptive in the match, but we'll have to wait and see if they do make any changes. But at the very least, going to hook point, it's going to allow Axiom to just have more time on Warwick, more time on Alec. Walrus not going to be able to portal as far away. So I think it's just easier as well for the Mistweaver Monk, especially if he's playing that Fistweaver specialization, because he has to be able to actually hit a target in order to get off healing. Otherwise, he's going to have to rely on those really powerful cooldowns, like, you know, the shield, the life cocoon, as well as that restoral. So just make sure you can stay on target. I think this is going to be the map to do it. But if they don't win on this map, I think it's going to be quite telling of how this matchup's going to go.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. They did go after Clyde a little bit in that Nagran game, and they actually did get the Divine Shield when they went for that kind of switch. I think this is a map where they potentially could go after Clyde a little bit more on that HPAL. So maybe we'll see something like that, but we can stop guessing now. The gates are open for game number 2 between Casual Granddads and the Caster Meta, and already Hanik looking to get aggressive here with the Void Eruption, looking for the damage, looking for the setup, and they actually are going after Clyde here. Big damage coming out there. Leg sweep into the silence, but Clyde manages to duck around the corner there using that demonic gateway, and he manages to reposition beautifully. But I do like this aggression coming out from Caster Meta. Go after the Holy Paladin. You got a small map. Action's going to be able to get a lot more work done, and that's how you're going to get a lot of panic kind of in the matchup. But they need to try to interrupt these raids of Frost, because Hanik is forced into the dispersion as a result of that crowd control chain from Alec in combination with that Ray.
Yeah, that Tyrant as well, literally just free casting. They totally disrespected the Demonology Warlock there. Still a very threatening cooldown you have to look out for. Alec right now taking a bunch of damage. Axiom on target. That's going to be a shadow meld there by Alec, trying to just use that immunity frame to avoid some of that incoming damage and avoid any kind of one-shot on him. It does hold on. Mana now in favor of caster meta, and potentially these swaps coming in from the side of caster meta, going after the paladin, might be able to tax Clyde mana a little bit more, but they have to get to that situation. It doesn't look like it's going to be easy. Life Cocoon trades out there. Hannick should be able to survive with that one. I like the trade. Hannick continuing to try to make some pressure here, looking for a mind games. Axiom on target here on Walrus as they're swapping it up once again. Big pressure here on the Warlock. Dark Pact trades out. Clyde also using that 1 minute cooldown sacrifice to slow down some of the damage. Now they're just going after Alec, and I really like how unpredictable caster meta is being here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly what they need to do. Just be unpredictable, continue to switch around between Alec, Warwick, and Clyde. Don't let anybody feel too safe. And that could be a way for them to actually create enough chaos to land a win. But here comes another setup, full sheep onto Nesty, and that is going to be Hannick actually trinketing out of that Hammer of Justice. Now getting a full fear here onto Clyde. Big damage potential here onto Warwick, but look at Warwick. Excellent kiting here, but big lightning bolt zaps him there. Warwick almost going down in that exchange, but does manage to stay alive without trading out that unending resolve, without trading out that health stone. Those are the big cooldowns that he wants to hold on to. Alex trying to get some counter pressure, but Axiom once again on target. Full sheep onto Axiom though to slow his roll a little bit, and now they get a full sheep onto Nesty. Hannick in panic right now, and he is going to use that dispersion in the nick of time. Once again though, the mana is actually looking very, very good in favor of caster meta, but they might need to trade something. Axiom once again dropping to 20% HP, trades out the Astro Shift, and now he's got the Spirit Wolves out here as well, so he should be able to get enough pressure here. But Hannick again in big trouble. This could be the Void Shift coming out. No, it is going to be the Life Cocoon from Nesty. He actually didn't have to use his trinket there, so really, really good there. And now counter pressure onto Warwick. Big damage from that Void Torrent coming out. They trade out the Blessing of Protection. Is that going to be enough defense for Warwick? They traded the sacrifice there as well in that exchange. And Clyde's mana, again, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, it's not looking too good here compared to Nesty, and that could be a way for them to win, but this pressure, these consistent swaps between Axiom and Hannick is really, really taxing on those defensive cooldowns.
Yep, full fear on NST right now. Hannick, once again, in the middle of the map, needs to be very careful. Gets caught into a double shadow fear. Warwick looking to set up the team. He gets interrupted on the fear, and right now needs to be careful. Axiom finally getting feared up here. A little bit of breathing room, but look at mana. It is so far in favor of caster meta at this point. If they can just hold on, keep trading out these cooldowns, I don't know if Clyde's really going to be able to recover in this particular matchup on this map. Warwick at 50% health. Once again, Axiom's going to be bouncing around, going after Alec, now going after Warwick. Warwick might have to actually portal away. Taking a lot of pressure right now. All three members just all over him. Clyde going for a Dispel, but that's going to put him in a little bit of crowd control. And now Warwick still getting lower and lower. Clyde trying to reposition, potentially looking for a drink here. Just wants to be as far away as possible from the Shadow Priest as well as the Mistweaver Monk. Wants to avoid that instant crowd control. And I think he is wanting to go for a drink, but it might cost an Ice Block here for Alec. At the same time, though, Hannick taking quite a bit of damage. He's caught to the stun. Full fear on NSD. Hannick might have to trade out the Dispersion, and he will. But that's the thing about this composition, Zico, that caster is playing. They have so many cooldowns that they can rotate through that are all on such a short timer.
Yeah, absolutely, and the mana advantage is going to be a very, very real win condition for caster meta, as long as they can continue to rotate, unless Hannick just drops right now. Big swap right there. They could potentially swap to Nesty here, and it's just, what? How did he die through 2 health bars there?
Big
That was
damn.
an insane amount of damage. What?
big damn.
I thought he was fine after the Void Shield. He just died anyway. They actually killed 2 health bars right there. Casual Grandad. Unbelievable amount of pressure there. We're going to need to see exactly how they did that. That was an insane amount of damn.
All right, here we go. We'll see exactly how that did play out. That's the thing. I mean, if you're the Frost Mage, you have Icy Veins ramped up. You're the Demonology Warlock. You have your Tyrant. That is such an overwhelming amount of damage. But it's difficult, right? I mean, Hannick is playing in the middle of the map quite often, but he kind of has to. Like, he has to be that aggressor for his team. He needs to be in a position to get out that crowd control. And it's not easy to get away when you're fighting against the Demonology Warlock as well as a Frost Mage. So you can see right now, Icy Veins fully ramped up here for Alec. Going to be throwing out big Frost Bolts, big Ice Lances. Let's see if he gets a Ray of Frost off. This is where they actually do force out the Dispersion. The Dispersion trades out. Tyrant is still available. So Warwick has a ton of damage available at his disposal. Hannick still in the middle of the map, looking like he does want to get away, playing at the pillar. And how do they actually take him down? Yeah, so look at that Tyrant just on top of him, just absolutely blasting. And here's the Void Shift you talked about, but the damage is just Yeah, I mean, that Tyrant is huge. I'd like to see how much damage it did during those final moments, because if you're not avoiding that Tyrant damage, it's basically unhealable.
Yeah, that's crazy. I was looking at the healer, because they called him, so I thought maybe they're going to swap to Nesty, but they just killed him in a coil 100-0 after that void shift. So that's the problem, like you said as well. You kind of have to be in the open a little bit. You kind of have to be aggressive, but when that Tyrant is out, you definitely have to respect it. And that's one of the strengths, right, for Mage Lock. You can always use that demonic Tyrant as a way to force the team to run back to the pillar and buy your healer time to drink. Anytime you don't have, those defensive cooldowns, that's a great opportunity to send the Tyrant, force cast the meta back to the pillar, and kind of force a reset where you can get some of your cooldowns back, you can get mana back, and that's what makes Mage Lock such a strong comp as well. You have that Icy Veins, you have the Tyrant, and if you know how to use those kind of offensively and defensively at the same time, you can definitely buy yourself a lot of wins that way. So Casual Granddads now going to be up 2-0, and we're going through this draft in just seconds here. We're already locked in and loaded, both comps, and nothing's going to change except the map. We are going to Ruins, Venruki.
Yeah, we definitely are. This is Enhancement Shaman Paradise, Ruins of Lordaeron. So we'll see. He can proc at the right time. And that's the thing about Enhancement Shaman. It's a bit of a casino spec where if you get unlucky, you're not going to do damage. But you're going to do damage, but it's not going to be as crazy. But if you get really lucky, you can do a crazy amount of damage and drop someone almost instantaneously. So it's kind of the theme of the Enhancement Shaman. We'll see if he can get it done here. I feel like caster meta, they still had some tools to live. The one major takeaway I'd say is you really got to respect the Tyrant. Like after the swap, I feel like even before the swap, I think just being out of LOS would have been, the play. I was kind of getting swarmed. The Tyrant was on top of him. It was basically free casting. I just think you really got to respect that cooldown. It's going to be the scariest time in the entire game. And you kind of slip up on that, that's when Casual Granddads is going to get way ahead. So a little bit cleaner defensive play potentially coming in here from caster meta, because they did look good in that last game. Besides the moments they went obviously lost. They were ahead on mana. I thought they had good pressure. I liked the way they were swapping around. There's a lot of good things for caster meta in that last game. Let's see if they can just put all those pieces together here in game number 3.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. It's match point. Casual Granddads about to knock caster meta out of the tournament. There's no second chances here. This is the Gauntlet, people. If you lose here, you are out. If you win, you continue to fight on for the next series. You have to go through the entire Gauntlet. There will only be one winner, but the prize, of course, is going to be that last qualification spot for the finals tomorrow. All of these teams want it. Let's see who wants it the most right now. A full sheep onto Nesty. Actually, it looked like it was... it just broke there, I think, from cleave damage. Hanik still dropping to 50% HP, though. They get a full fear here. Hanik in a lot of trouble. And that is going to be the Trinket, Dispersion, Desperate Prayer, everything coming out for Hanik immediately. And another great start here for the Casual Granddads.
Yep, beautifully done. Walwork right now. Going to be looking for some Hands of Gul'dan, setting up his damage. A full fear here onto Axiom. Hanik forced back at the pillar once again, down to about 50% health. Let's see what he can do. Needs to get some pressure rolling, but Clyde's just in a position where it's so difficult. They have Hanik so far on the defensive. This is just a completely different game than what we saw from caster meta in that game number 1. Now that they're topped off, NST is looking to get aggressive, and that might give Hanik some freedom to actually push forward and try to get something done in this match. Just sitting in the back line, no crowd control on Clyde. I think it's going to be difficult for them to find the damage and set up this they really want. Sacrifice trades, though, for Clyde. That's enough to keep Walwork alive. Icy Veins here rips out for Alec. He's going to be loading up a lot of damage. At the same time, though, Clyde taking a huge amount of pressure. Hanik caught into his stun. Needs to be careful with the full fear on NST. Clyde dangerously low at the same time. Retreats to the room, and that's going to be more than enough safety. And now Hanik's kind of baited into the open. This could easily be the Void Shift, or at least a Life Cocoon, something. NST does manage to connect some heals, but just does not have that uptime that he wants. The spam fear, the spam polymorph is so punishing on this monk.
Yeah, and still able to get out enough fist weaving here, though, to keep Hanik nice and healthy for now. Hanik now looking like he's going to push in for the favorite. Look at Clyde repositioning there on that Divine Steed. Full Sheep connects onto Nesty. Hanik going for that fear might have been a mistake, because now he's caught up in the middle once again. Nesty into a full Hammer of Justice, but he does manage to get the Master Spell off. Nicely done there. Axiom looking for the Hex onto Alec. Alec does not have a trinket just yet. He just came back up, and he does immediately use it. He's got the Ice of Instant. They're trying to slow down Alec right now from being too aggressive. He's got a lot of damage here, and he's unloading it onto Hanik. Full fear onto Nesty. Warwick as well in the backline. There's the stun. Hanik, what is he going to do? He's going to trade out the dispersion immediately. I think that's a great trade. Full Ring of Frost connects though, and Alec just doing a great job here, CCing both members of the team, getting a full ring on Axiom, a full sheep on Nesty. Hanik still not out of the woods yet. That could be the Void Shift coming through here, and it is going to be the Life Cocoon coming out from Nesty instead. Nice trade there. Definitely want to hold on to that Void Shift being the longer cooldown, and Nesty once again just struggling here on that Fist Weaver. This map not doing him too many favors. They want to reconnect here potentially onto Clyde, but it's making the Mage Luck is making it very, very difficult for him. And again, Nesty caught up in sheeps, caught up in fear. Every single time I look at this man's frame, look at that, another full fear there onto Nesty. They do have the Tremor Totem actually, but they get a sheep onto Axiom. Good cross crowd control here, and Hanik once again taking a lot of damage, but Nesty able to connect a couple of heals there through the chain. There was a couple of gaps, and they actually break the hex there onto Alec. They had no trinket out of that one, so Alec's going to be very happy about that. But we need to see some pressure here from Castamet, and now they're doing a swap here onto Clyde. It's looking pretty good, but once again, Clyde pre-positions on top of the gateway, gets a nice sacrifice there onto Warwick, and then dips out of there away from Axion, and Clyde is going to be completely fine in that exchange. Now they're going after Warwick, but Warwick again also making it very difficult. Anytime they hit anybody on the Mage Lock, Alec is just there to slow them, and if they hit Alec, Warwick is there to spam out the fears, and you can see it's so annoying for Axiom. He's constantly sheathed, he's constantly getting feared, and there's really no real openings. The only saving grace for Castamet right now is that mana advantage. Another setup onto Hanik. Should be the dispersion potentially. He's line of sighting. He's going for the flash heals. He's being a little bit greedy, but greed is good in this case. Hanik will be able to stay alive without trading that cooldown, and that's going to allow him to be more aggressive in the match.
Yeah, Hanik in the midfield right now. Axiom trying to just stay on target, but they're just mage locking him. Poly after poly after poly. Fear after fear after fear. This is such a frustrating match for the Enhancement Shaman, but he can get on target. They can get that miracle win, a full polymorph on NST. Axiom forced to trade out that Astral Shift. Big procs here on Warwick. This could be the one shot they're looking for. Huge amounts of damage at the same time, though. Hanik taking damage. Alec now getting one shot. Clyde now getting one shot. Everyone is rotting down here for the casual Grandad's. A definite panic moment. If you look, caster meta still has a mana lead here, so late game could favor them if they could just hold on. This is the Icy Veins, but this damage from the Enhancement Shaman is absolutely wild. Warwick going down to 10% health once again, and Axiom is looking upset. I mean, they're out of crowd control at the same time, though. Hanik needs to hold on. Dispersion does trade out. Keep in mind, this is an elimination game. If caster meta loses this, they are out of the gauntlet. It is done for them. They need to get that win, but Axiom really popping off. Just need a few more moments like that, and they might be able to close this out.
Warwick's in a lot of trouble here. Once again, Sheep's coming out onto Axiom. Nice counterspell onto Hanik. And Hanik, actually, he is very, very lucky to be alive right now. He was counterspelled. He dropped to sub 10% HP right there. That could have just been it for them, but Hanik does manage to stay alive. And because he was locked out, he couldn't actually use his Void Shift. So now Hanik is still going to have that in his back pocket, basically surviving a little bit with luck. But Axiom now getting swapped to, might have to use the Void Shift already. He has the Burrow available, but there is some dots, and Axiom actually is going to use that Burrow right there. And looking for Alec, looking for the Thunderstorm here as well, getting a full hex onto Alec. Now, once again, Hanik finding himself in crowd control, in a Hammer of Justice this time. Full fear, though, onto Clyde. Who are they going to connect on? They need the damage here. They need something, but it is going to be Hanik on the back foot. Full Ray of Frost, full Sheep onto Nesty, into a Re-Sheep potentially as well. They managed to fake cast a kick. They managed to get the Sheep there onto Nesty. Nesty has no trinket, and that is going to be the Void Shift coming out from Hanik. He doesn't want to be too greedy with it, and I think that's a good choice for him, but that is the last line of defense. He's going to have Dispersion in about 10 seconds, and that should be enough to maybe stabilize him. He should be able to make it to that point, but Axiom getting swapped to, and that is going to be once again the Life Cocoon coming out from Nesty. Nesty with no trinket, with no Life Cocoon. He's dropping low as well. They're swapping to Nesty, actually. Big damage coming out. Can they take him down in a Hammer of Justice? Hanik trying to go for the flash shield, but he gets feared on it. Nice Shadow Fury here from Warwick, trying to take control over the game, but they're leaving Axiom open. No, Axiom getting sheeped as well. excellent control from the casual Granddads. Clyde with no mana left, sitting down for a drink there in the backline. This is just disaster if you are casting meta. Clyde manages to come back here with about 25% mana remaining, and that should be enough to keep him going for the remainder of the fight. Full sheep onto Nesty, full stun onto Hanik. Hanik has the dispersion. I think this is going to be it, surely, if they can get a fear here onto Nesty, but it looks like Nesty actually, no, there it is, full fear onto Nesty, but Hanik actually manages to stay alive here, catching some nice heals there from Axiom, that hybrid healing, even at 37% dampening, doing decent work, and Hanik is going to be able to stabilize with Nesty out of crowd control, just hitting those pets with that fist weaving, manages to keep Hanik nice and healthy. They're actually going after Warwick's pet here, and I wonder if they actually manage to take it down. It looks like Warwick is going to be able to stabilize it there with Clyde, and that is excellent pet positioning there from Warwick as well. He doesn't want to go behind the pillar with his pet. There's a big fell blade storm coming out here onto Hanik, but Hanik once again ducking behind a corner, and mana is all tied up thanks to that drink from Clyde, and I don't think Nesty's ever going to be able to drink with those demo pets in the match, so Clyde has that drinking lead if they all decide to pull back to this pillar, snipes the Ring of Frost, but Warwick now getting swapped to Axiom, trying to pop off, but at the same time, his team is in crowd control, needs to be careful, and they do manage to trade the Life Cocoon. They're going for the win here. Warwick dropping to 30% HP here, did trade out the Unending Resolve, did trade out, he actually has the Health Stone still in his back pocket as a last line of defense, but Hanik has to use his dispersion as well. I don't know who's going to take it. There's so much chaos, 43% dampening right now. It could be anybody's game, but this could be the last push. Axiom gets absolutely sent in that burrow by Alec.
The Ray of Frost just following him through the floor takes Axiom down. That is so unfortunate. A fully channeled Ray. Oh no. Casual Granddads, they are going to pull it off. 3-0 victory in the Gauntlet, but they still have a long road ahead of them. That being said, though, I feel like the meta, like I mentioned, for casual Granddads, it's looking good. I mean, if you have the Mage Lock Paladin, you have Nixie on the bench, you could also play, Warlock Rogue or Mage Rogue. I feel like casual Granddads have a lot of flexibility, but there was a few scary moments. I mean, Warwick there, just even look at the replay, it is intense. I mean, he went down to 1% health there, any more damage. Caster meta, they stay in it, and they're able to battle it out on the game number 4, but casual Granddads, they hold on. Unfortunately, the damage just wasn't there. That's kind of just a slow victory here for the casual Granddads. Clyde burned through a lot of mana early on, but eventually at this point in the match, he's able to just sit back. He's using very efficient heals with the flash of light and just really sustaining for quite a long time in this match. And unfortunately, caster meta kind of burned through that mana advantage that they had earlier on in the game.
Yeah, and this Ray of Frost here by Alec was so nice as well. Onto Axiom right before he burrows. Actually, a little bit later on. This is when Warwick actually almost went down, but he did do some nice kiting here, and Clyde was able to pick him back up. And after that, they pulled back, I think, a little bit to the pillar, and Axiom kind of just went on a solo mission right here. And Alec, there's the flurry combo. He gets the Frostbolt into the Ray of Frost, and that is a fully channeled Ray, just absolutely demolishes Axiom there while he is underneath the ground. And that is going to be 3-0. Casual Granddads are going to be able to survive in the tournament and continue fighting on for their lives. And every single person who gets who loses here is eliminated. And the casual Granddads, they're going to start basically at the bottom of the gauntlet, and they're going to have to work their way up. Still plenty of more teams that they're going to have to go through before they face that final boss, which is going to be NICEBEAM. So we'll see if they can make the dream run happen. They have the experience for sure on their side. Warwick has been considered one of the best warlocks in all of Europe. Alex, won BlizzCon. Clyde, solo shuffle champion in Europe, among other things. So they definitely have a lot of experience. They have Nixie as well, BlizzCon champion on the bench. So this is kind of a team. Their name is Casual Granddads. They kind of take the season, as it goes. Maybe don't put in the most amount of practice, but this is a team that always gets underestimated and that always performs when the stakes are high. So I'm excited to see how far they can actually take it here in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I'm with you as well, Zico. I feel like every time we see Alec on a team and we do get a chance to speak to him, he's like, oh yeah, this is just casual. We're just here for fun. And then they end up doing something like winning BlizzCon, and they for sure get underestimated. So I am excited to see what casual Granddads can do. That is unfortunately the end of the road here for Caster Meta, but they did have an incredible season. So I hope to see them return again as a roster. But that being said, we're going to see Casual Granddads moving up here, up the little staircase in the Gauntlet, and they're going to be facing off against Bamboozle. And so far, I mean, Casual Granddads, very solid first game. Then do you think that they can take Bamboozle and win 2 in a row here?
That's tough. I mean, Bamboozle, if I remember correctly, they were a 3-person roster, so they played primarily that Resto Druid Shadow play. So Shadow Priest, Warlock, Druid. They have brought Existence on, so that gives them a little bit more flexibility. But I kind of wonder what happens if we do see a Wizard matchup. If we do see the Restoration Druid, Shadow Priest, Warlock into the Mage Lock. Who ends up winning that one? I'm not really sure. At this point, the one kind of advantage for Bamboozle is like they probably have a good idea of what Casual Granddads is going to be wanting to run in the blind pick, but can never be too certain because Casual Granddads, they do have a well-rounded roster, lots of different compositions that they could run. The same could be said for a Bamboozle, I think, with the Existence coming on. So I'm curious to see what the blind pick is, but I do think this is a relatively even matchup. I would give a bit of an advantage to Casual Granddads, just with their overall experience and with the compositions and the meta the way it is.
Yeah, very true. And, you know, they're kind of warmed up. They just came off of a win, so we'll see if that momentum can keep them going for this next series. But you know, something we really haven't looked at too closely yet today is all of these changes that we're seeing. You know, we have the augmentation Boger, which has really made so just many strong statements in both PvP and PvE as well. You know, we're seeing it a lot in those dungeons, but here's a look, Zico, of the class tuning. I mean, in your mind, what is the most prevalent right now?
I mean, it's going to be a lot. I think, you know, Boomkins, for example, still, you know, they're listed under nerfs, and they did get a little bit of nerfs, but I think we're still going to see plenty of Moonkins. It was basically the story of last season was just all Moonkin Warlock here in Europe. And we've already seen some demo Warlock, but some of those buffs that I think are going to be very, very impactful for the weekend is, of course, that Frost Mage buff. We just saw it here, and there are other teams as well that have it available, as well as the Arcane Mage. You know, I know in North America, there's a lot of Arcane Mages who are just waiting in the wings. You know, Cubsy as well. On that Arcane Mage should be fun to see what he can get done this weekend if he decides to lock it in. And also, you know, Windwalker Arcane being popular in North America. And Holy Paladin, of course, in terms of healing, has really, really risen up the ranks. We just saw it showcased there. And I suspect that it's going to be probably the most played healer all across this weekend. And my biggest question is if somebody is going to kind of dare lock in the Augmentation Evoker, because we have seen it quite a bit, you know, in ladder. We've seen it, you know, in solo shuffle and things like that. And we have, you know, I've seen some funny clips of that as well. But I wonder if we're actually going to see it here in pro play this weekend. I think it could be kind of a big pocket pick if somebody has kind of put in the time. I remember with the Devastation Evoker when it came, a lot of teams kind of wrote it off as like a solid pick. And then Trill brought it in and we're just double killing and triple killing teams until it got nerfed. So I wonder if somebody has kind of figured out, you know, the small intricacies of the spec and kind of has it planned as a surprise for this weekend.
Yeah, I am excited to find out as well, but we are going to have to head to a break. Casual Granddads, they're going to be moving forward here in this gauntlet, facing off against Bamboozle, and we'll see that match right after this break. See you in a bit.
right, welcome
back,
back,
everyone. We're
everybody.
heading.
We've got the casual Granddads and we've
You
got
go.
Bamboozle. We've got a wizard mirror between these two teams. One side going towards the edge of the shadows with Ray on that Shadow Priest, Menzel on the Restoration Druid. And I would not say that this is a guarantee for either side. I've seen this matchup on the ladder when I'm watching Abster's stream pretty frequently in the last couple of days, and it seems to be one that can go back and forth. The Frost Mage has a ton of burst damage with these Ray of Frost windows. The Paladin is a great pick into the Shadow Priest for the spam dispel and trying to stay ahead of the dots. So this is definitely not a cakewalk for either team.
Yeah, it's going to be skill that decides this one. And Bamboozle was one of those teams that had surprisingly good performances for, considering these are players that we haven't really seen before this season in the AWC. And look what they're up against. They're up against, a team that has a lot of experience on their side. But already Ray getting kind of blasted here by Warwick. Warwick actually going for a Shadow Fury Fear here onto Menzel. And Alec pushing in for the dispersion. Manages to find it there. Nice crowd control chain. Clyde actually playing that Repentance as well. Looking for a full Repentance here onto Menzel, but a nice massive spell there by Ray. They hodged the massive spell, but it is on DR from that Shadow Fury earlier on. And now Kreiser getting blasted here as well. Needs to be very, very careful. Menzel has a lot of work ahead of him. Clyde getting swapped to there in a silence, but Clyde is managing to duck behind the corner, and there is the spell that Super Tease was talking about. And Clyde also is playing that Dwarf, so he's going to be able to remove some of those silences with that Dwarf racial, and that should be able to help him out immensely later on in the match. And we do kind of suspect this matchup to be a little bit longer, in true wizard versus wizard fashion. But anybody could get absolutely blasted as well if you aren't paying attention. So definitely going to be intense here. Having already the casual Grandis playing one series, it could be an ice block here actually from Alec. Clyde is sitting through a full fear right there. And it looks like Menzel actually sitting down for an early drink. So that's nice by him. Alec is able to hold on to his ice block and now counter pressuring Ray. But Ray actually almost going down to that Ray of Frost there, and full sheep on the Kreiser, but no CC onto Menzel. Means that Ray is going to be able to stay alive here. But as I was saying, with casual Grandis already having to play one series, this is where their fortitude is going to be tested, their stamina. Mental fatigue could definitely set in, especially if you play these long wizard mirrors. So they definitely need to bring their A game here. And so far, it's looking pretty even.
Kreiser getting a bit of value there from his Havoc, bursting down Alec and Warwick at the same time, but Clyde seems to just deal with it so easily, spamming Dispel, staying at the pillar, avoiding being dotted. That's his main name of the game. Now he's charging in, trying to get aggressive with this Avenging Wrath and Tears Deliverance. Is he going to be able to get close to Menzel? I think swapping into the Druid can be a great strategy if you can do it unpunished, but looks like Clyde has actually just decided to retreat away and not go for any crowd control at this point in the match. Kreiser taking a huge hit, full fear onto Menzel. Is Kreiser just going to go down through Ironbark? Is he going to go down through unending resolve? Void Shift has to come out from Ray at the last second. Menzel has to trinket, and in one Ray of Frost, they get every single cooldown from Bamboozle. They're getting even more. They get a full polymorph onto Menzel. They're pushing through the remainder of this Ironbark to try and finish off Kreiser. Do they have enough damage to cut him down through everything? This would be an insane push on their side. They interrupt Kreiser, trying to put him even further on the back foot. Menzel needs to be so careful with no medallion. He's playing at the pillar, gets the Nature Swiftness, tops off Kreiser, but they're going to be on defense for so long now, which is going to give casual Granddads a huge power play opportunity.
Yeah, and they're looking for that power play already, but Warwick needs to be careful. Pushes in there, drops to about half HP, but Clyde will be there to pick him back up. And Menzel, we saw him drink a little bit earlier. He's going to continue. He's going to need to continue going for those drinks early on, but right now he's not going to have any opportunity to do so, because if he does, that could just be the end of Kreiser. They have no Void Shift. They got no Ironbark. They got no Nature Swiftness. Nothing here for Kreiser. And right now he is getting blasted. Huge damage coming out here. Alec getting feared, and that Observer will be getting slain there. And Alec actually getting caught up in a bash. Kreiser dropping a little bit in health, but doesn't look too bad for him right now. There's that Ray of Frost. Menzel actually trying to drink here. A little bit dangerous timing to drink. The Icy Veins is active for Alec, but Kreiser with a nice teleport, he's going to be able to duck away from the danger for now. Alec, though, still getting a lot of damage done onto Kreiser, but Menzel now finally stopping his drink. He's going to have the Ironbark, and that big window of opportunity is closing in, but still getting that Void Shift will be significant for later on. And also that Unending Resolve is still down, so if they can work through that Ironbark from Menzel, they should be able to potentially set up another kill on the side of the casual Granddads, dampening at 20%, and the game is starting to heat up here, Sid.
All right, Ray of Frost 5 seconds away. Alec and Warwick need to get in position. This could be their big push if they can get crowd control on Menzel, but Clyde is CC'd. He can't get there. Warwick's just trying to push in, but he's taking damage as he's going forward. They're just tossing out damage into Ray. Now switching back into Kreiser. Here comes a Tyrant. Alec with Icy Veins up is ready to send the Ray of Frost. Frost. He's ready to take game number 1. Is he going to be able to connect it successfully? They drop an observer to try and distract them from going after Kreiser in this position. It's managed to stall at least a couple of seconds as they finish it off, but they get the full fear. Pre-Ironbark on the fear from Menzel. This is a really good play, but he may just die through Ironbark. I mean, he almost died through unending resolve earlier. Is he going to fall at this point? He's still down below half. Big heal comes in from Menzel right before the Hammer of Justice. Mass Dispel removing the Hammer of Justice now, and he should be able to heal the team back up. That was the big opportunity for the casual Granddads. They don't net the kill at this point, and now that opportunity is slipping away with that unending resolve coming up in 20 seconds for Kreiser. They're just going to keep up their momentum onto everybody else, it seems, just cleave them behind the pillar with that pet blade storming and the frozen orbs, and just look for cleave damage. And when you have the other team pinned, it just gives you full control of the map. It makes it so easy for Clyde to drink if he needs to, and this is not a winning position for Bamboozle if they're unable to make a push.
Yeah, Menzel sitting down for a drink right now as well. They need to try to shut it down. Warwick gets the Shadow Fury there in stealth. Ooh, they root the Leap of Faith right there. Kreiser's going to be stuck in open field. Big damage coming through. Kreiser immediately trades the Unending Resolve, but is that going to be enough? There's no Ironbark for a couple of seconds. Kreiser still very, very low here. Mortal Coil coming out there onto Warwick as he is trying to push in for that crowd control. Gets bashed as well. Nice shutdown, and now counter setup here onto Warwick. Really, really good shutdown there between Kreiser and Menzel. If Warwick was able to get that fear, that would have been potentially the game there, but they did manage to get Menzel's trinket a little bit earlier on, so Menzel's not going to have that trinket in his back pocket. They got the Unending Resolve as well. That was a great push. Really, really good punish there onto Kreiser, getting too aggressive on that Destruction Warlock, and Kreiser still not feeling too safe here. Menzel wanted to sit down for a drink there as well, was not able to find it. Alec now getting caught up in the Psychic Horror, but he is going to be able to just stay alive here with the healing from Clyde, but Clyde's man is not looking good. Menzel sitting down for a drink in the middle of the map here, actually just drinking in open field, and he actually is able to get a little bit of mana. There's the rake stun there onto Warwick. Warwick getting blasted here. He gets bopped out of the rake stun, but still down to 50% HP. Alec moving in, trying to get aggressive. A nice knock there onto Kreiser. That could be game winning, and Kreiser manages to use a gateway there to cross the map. Menzel follows through, and Menzel manages to connect with the Nature Swiftness. Ring of Frost being casted here by Alec, but he misses it, and not able to find it there onto Menzel means that Menzel is actually going to get counterspell there. Really nicely done by Alec. Trinketing out here, getting very, very aggressive, looking for the sheep, and Menzel just walks into the Ring of Frost here, trying to DR himself. Ray manages to find the Master Spell, but Kreiser still not out of the woods yet. They don't have Void Shift for 25 seconds. Kreiser is going to go down, and casual Granddads with just unrelenting pressure manages to find the win there. Look at that Void Shift, 15 seconds away. They're able to force it so early on, and they almost got it back there, but not in time. Casual Granddads, they find that short window, and they manage to close it out.
Casual Granddads, I mean, this is why I predicted them to make it through, man. Like, this is a really threatening team. If Mage Lock is the meta, if Walrix can be in on that Warlock, Alec can be in on the Frost Mage, like, this is their game. They love doing this to teams, just pinning them on the pillar. Like, what do you want to do? You want to push on us? No, get back to the pillar, and immediately you're just counter-aggressed. You're forced to turtle, you stack up, you get cleaved down, and honestly, this is a really good meta for the Casual Granddads. This was a sick play from Alec to knock Kreiser out into the middle of the map, and then Kreiser equally answers, like, okay, I need to relay my gateway and get to the other side of the map. This is a bad position. And then this Ring of Frost moment for Menzel, maybe he thought that it had faded. I mean, it had been down for some time, but he actually gets counterspelled by Alec anyways, so Alec compensates for missing that ring earlier by landing a counterspell on his cast. And Menzel runs into a ring here, and maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe he was just expecting to get MD, but he lost a couple of globals, and then losing those globals with no NS and trying to recover the Warlock at that point, this deep into dampening, it's just not going to happen. He gets caught in a fear from Walrix, and they're able to make the push. And this is one thing that I like about the Casual Granddads, and this is some teams, they get stuck in this defense mode where it's like they can do damage and keep the team at the pillar, but they can never end the match. And that play at the end of this game between Walrick and Alec to be able to end the match is what's really going to make them a threatening team in this gauntlet.
Absolutely. I mean, they have experience, they have all of the comps that they need, and it's honestly a little bit unlucky for the other teams if you're, towards the bottom of the gauntlet. Running into a team as good as the Casual Granddads is definitely unlucky, but at the same time, it just goes to show how fierce the competition has been in Europe, and we got plenty of more strong teams. We still got a lot of strong opponents here waiting. Teams like MYWAY, for example, former champions. A lot of teams in this gauntlet, but let's not just get ahead of ourselves too much. This is still only game number 1. We could definitely see Bamboozle kind of claw their way back They had some, moments there where it was looking decent for them, and also the fact that the mana was somewhat on their side is another good thing in their favor. But with that disastrous opener, it just was really, really hard for them to kind of make it back through the game. When you're down Ironbark, NS, you're down Void Shift, Unending Resolve, just all of those long cooldowns. It's just really, really tough to allow the Druid to drink and to get counter pressure and to kind of find your footing back in the match. So Casual Granddads, they had the pressure, they played aggressive, and they never really let go of that momentum. And their mage luck, it looks very polished, actually.
I'm just worried about Bamboozle's finishing power. I feel like this composition can do a lot of damage on numbers, on details. We see Kreiser at the top of the meter, but Paladins don't care about damage. Like, Paladin healing is just like rock, just a rocket. It just heals through anything if it's uncrowd controlled. So, like, if you can't push and have finishing power in your composition, like, you're gonna have to live to like 80% dampening if you want to beat the Casual Granddads with this type of damage profile that the Bamboozle composition has. They're going to need such a huge amount of dampening, and they're going to Tolvaron Arena, which makes me think that that's what they want to try and do, is just survive for as long as possible. That's the name of the game. Just keep them back, to trade cooldowns as efficiently as possible, drink and maintain our mana, and hope that the Druid can out-trade the Paladin. But do you even out-trade the Paladin that deep into dampening is then going to be the next question. I think if Bamboozle lose this game, that we're going to see a completely different direction for them for the rest of the series. Maybe we see Existence on Demon Hunter, and they try and bring a small map and run a Demon Hunter composition. But at that point, if they lose the game here, I mean, the series could just as easily already be over at that point. So this is a very important game for them. They need to win this to show that they can, beat the Wizard Mirror in a deep dampening situation.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think they're banking on having Manziel get those stealth drinks. I think their win condition is literally just stealth drink with Manziel. And if they can't do that, then it's going to be very, very difficult for them. Like you mentioned, maybe we will see Existence later on if the Casual Granddads win this one. And maybe we'll even see Existence be able to pull off a win. But then there's a problem on the side of the Casual Granddads, and his name is Nixie. So it's just, it's going to be a really, really tough way back into the series. If Bamboozle loses here, they're going to need to win this game right here. They got the best map in the pool. They have a Druid, they have a cat, they have a big sandbox to play in, and they're going to need to make the most of it, because if they lose here, this series is going to be extremely tough to get back into. Let's see what they can do. The gates are open, and we are going to see Ray actually being the target of choice here. I want to just see, big pushes here with the Destruction Warlock. If they can get some crowd control onto Clyde and just get that big Destruction Warlock damage onto somebody with that burst, I think that's their best way to force the mage lock back at the pillar, and that's going to allow Manziel to get those drinks, and that could potentially be what they need here to get that win condition going. But Ray looking to get aggressive here onto Clyde. Actually, he manages to get a nice full fear there onto Clyde, but Clyde actually sacrifices before that fear hits, and as a result, Alec is going to be completely fine. They're going after Warwick's, though, but another big heal here on to Warwick's is going to be enough. Clyde there manages to stay out of that fear, and without using his trinket, it's going to be a pretty decent start here for the Casual Granddads. They didn't really trade anything big, just to sacrifice. And on the other side, they've traded the Ironbark, so I would say that's kind of a 1-for-1. But now they're pushing in triple Shadow Fury into the double Ring of Frost. They don't get it onto Manziel, though. Manziel actually using that Demonic Gateway to escape from that sticky situation, and it is going to be the Casual Granddads here leading the charge, and Bamboozle just kind of playing a little bit of defense right now.
Yeah, we see Ray Void Torrent channeled here. Then he stops for it. Wall reports away. He knows that's a threatening spell. The Void Torrent is a main win condition for Ray on the side of Bamboozle. It did a tremendous amount of damage, but without any crowd control on Clyde, he's already recovered through that attack, and that's the difficulty of their composition. Really, it's just the Psychic Horror and Silence. I could see that as a chain on Clyde during that burst, and potentially forcing Ice Block or getting a kill on Walrick at this point with no ending resolve being some of their best options. They're trying to bunker Ray and fortify him here in the middle of the map with that Efflorescence on the ground, as well as the Cenarian Ward. They're making Ray as tanky as possible so that he can start pushing in and getting aggressive with the positioning of his opposing team. It'd be really good if he can get there and stack up a triple fear. He's sprinting in with the Angelic Feather and just fears the Warlock. I mean, he gets to avoid an interrupt, I suppose, but getting more value than a fear on just one DPS is generally going to be the goal here. Now, Kreiser's taking a lot of damage as they switch their attention to him on the opposite side here. We can see Shadow Crash from Ray hits 3 targets. It's huge value to get VT up for free like that. Clyde pushing forward with his team towards Kreiser. Gets Vortex in the middle of the map. Ray trying to get a Void Torrent off to the side. And I think Ray is just trying to focus on doing as much damage as possible, but against a Paladin, it's almost like a direct counter. He's just dispelling the dots. It's limiting Ray's possibilities and options in this game. That's why his damage is suffering so much. There's a lot of interrupts, and he's one of the casters that's going to be focused so heavily on casting, and they don't have 2 interrupts like the opposite side of Walrick between Axe Toss and Counterspell. So it's going to be rough for him here in this game. We see the stun, we see the silence. They're trying to make a push, but they don't even make a dent with the stun and the silence. Clyde is just still mashing Dispel, sitting in the back line, maintaining his team. Manziel looked like he was trying to drink in this position, and I think both teams honestly should take a conservative stance at the start of this game. You shouldn't really be doing anything too risky that could cost you an unending resolve, because you're going to need that cooldown to make a push later on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw Alec actually using one of those new mage talents right there, that Mass Invis. Used to be arcane only, but nowadays it is available for all mage specs. 1 minute cooldown though for arcane, 5 minute cooldown for Alec on that frost mage. And he used it there to help Clyde stay out of crowd control. So a nice little tool there that the frost mage got in patch 10.1.5. And we are going to see some Chaos Bolts coming in here onto Alec, but a nice Alter Time is going to be able to bounce him right back up to full HP. Big damage here onto Alec. Mind Games connect, and that will be the Ice Block. Immediately respecting the trade, and this is just what you were talking about. You want to have those unending resolves. You want to have those Ice Blocks to be able to make those pushes a little bit later on in the match. Dampening still at 15%. This is a full Wizard slugfest. And at this point, you don't want to be trading those cooldowns. It's still kind of considered early here in the matchup, but the Mage does tend to get bullied in those Wizard lobbies here. But Alec doing a good job here with the Sheeps onto Ray, trying to get some pressure onto Kreiser. Warwick just sitting back, turreting damage. Look at Clyde, though, sitting down for a drink here in the back line there. Is he able to actually regain some of his mana? He is getting some ticks there. Clyde actually able to drink quite a bit there. That Ray of Frost pushing Ray back, and Kreiser is back at the pillar as well. Clyde manages to recover basically full mana here. Now he has a little bit of catch up to do. Flash of Light, though, very effective healing for Clyde. It's not going to cost him a lot of mana to get those heals out, and as a result, his team is going to be completely fine in terms of HP. And he does have the mana lead here as well. So Manziel now is going to need to look for those drinks as well. But Warwick knows it, and he's pushing in, looking for the fear. He gets bashed. He trinkets out of the bash, looking for the fear. He gets the full fear. Ray now could potentially look for the master spell. And Manziel actually just going to trinket out of that one. Ray had the master spell there. So Manziel does have to spend his trinket. And that could be an opening later on for the casual Granddads. But Alec in a lot of trouble here, dropping down to 50% HP. Demonic Tyrant coming out here for Warwicks. And I can tell casual Granddads, they don't want to play, this kind of PvE game here in open field. They want to try to push in and get a little bit aggressive now that Demony is at 23%. Ray caught up in the Axe Toss. Big sheep here onto Kreiser, but Ray manages to duck around the corner. Kreiser manages to duck around the corner, and now they have them pinned in that triangle position.
There's no second chances in the Gauntlet. If you lose your series, you're out. You're going to miss out on the Grand Finals. So there's a lot of tension on the line between these teams. This is a matchup that's more of a marathon than a sprint. You need to be very tactical in your decision making. If you overstep your bounds, it could end up losing you the game. So you've got to always be aware of that. And Alec has been taking quite a brutal punishment throughout this. Already down 1 ice block. Clyde has now traded Sacrifice as well, and he's still dying through the Sacrifice as he blinks back to the pillar with mirror images in an emergency maneuver to escape Kreiser's attacks.
Now Alec is going to be able to once again get back to full HP. He still has his 2 health stones, and that ice block is rolling back on cooldown. You might be able to see a second ice block. It depends how damp we're going to get in this one. Alex still taking a lot of damage here, and Manziel taking this opportunity. The mage is low on HP. Perfect. That means I can drink. And Manziel surely is going to come back here with almost full mana there. He's got the Innervate rolling as well, so his mana is going to be fully free. He gets caught up in a long CC chain. Now, they overlap everything there, though. I don't like that at all. You get the Hodge, the Sheep, the Ring, the Fear, everything onto Manziel, and now he's going to be completely DR'd. They did get a decent amount of pressure here onto Kreiser, but Kreiser able to hold on to all of his cooldown. They really wanted an unending resolve in that push, and I think they could have had it if they changed it a little bit better. And that's the thing about Mage Lock. You need to be very, very clean with those CC chains. Everybody just kind of pulling the trigger at the same time means that Kreiser now is going to have a field day here with Manziel just being able to free heal. They have the Iron Bark available. Manziel has decent mana. Clyde not able to drink right now. Those Infernals are out. Getting some work done, and casual Granddads need to find some pressure, need to push them back once again to the pillar, and that's how they can find a drink for Clyde potentially, or potentially a win condition full blink counterspell. There's the Ray of Frost from Alec. Big damage onto Kreiser here. Alec just devastating the team here, and that will be the unending result. That will be the Void Shift. That will be the full Fear Sheep combo there onto Manziel. The Iron Bark gets traded out. The Master Spell comes out there from Ray, and immediately look at Clyde here in that situation. As soon as they retreat, Clyde is just sitting down, looking for a couple of ticks there. He manages to get a little bit of mana, but decides to stop that drink and get aggressive. 38% dampening, and at this point, I don't think he's going to have enough time to actually expand his whole mana bar. At this point, I think they're just going to try to push in for the win, set up onto Alec to get a full Fear onto Clyde. Clyde actually dispelling it. They do shut it down, and there it is. Ray finally gets the full Fear. Clyde immediately trinkets out. He's got the wings active, and that will be a lot of healing here to keep Alec nice and healthy. Manziel Shadow Meld drink in the middle of the map. Warwick sees it, and Warwick is pushing forward here, looking for the Fear. Manziel coming out of stealth there, just getting a little bit of mana, but still, this is not looking too good here for Bamboozle. They're starting to really fall behind in the matchup, Sid.
Yeah, the Ray of Frost for Alec, they need to save an interrupt because this is a spell that the longer it channels, the more damage it does, and that fully channeled Ray of Frost almost killed him through his Unending Resolve, and then they had to Void Shift as well. That is the main threat from the side of the casual Granddads. It's available right now, and Alec is eagerly waiting to connect this Ray of Frost that could win the game, and he gets coiled on it, so really good timing, just saving a Mortal Coil, saving an interrupt, saving a stun or a fear, and timing it on that Ray, and now they're turning it around. They're going on to Clyde. They get Divine Shield and a huge swap to the Paladin. The MD, the Divine Shield, they push in, they get the fear off the back of the MD. There are rifts onto Clyde. Manziel's moving forward to try and stun him. He gets stunned by Clyde, and Clyde needs to be careful. He's in a very vulnerable position with no Tears Deliverance. He's trying to cast it without being interrupted. He gets that Tears of Deliverance back up behind the pillar. That's going to boost his healing quite a lot, but he's struggling on mana at this point. Looks like he's got the Blessing of Winter, which is going to regenerate his mana in this critical position, and now Walrix is falling behind. Is he going to be able to pick up Walrix at the same time, dispelling off the dots? But Walrix is so low. Ray gets coiled away. Clyde is trying to get back to his team. Here comes a Tyrant. They have to respect the Demonic Tyrant. Ray is trying to line of sight it at the pillar, and now he's stunned up. He's not going to be able to. He's just going to Dispersion immediately amidst this exchange, but now he's a threat or a target for the Ray of Frost. It's coming up in 5 seconds for Alec. He's ready. This could kill either Kreiser or Ray at any point. If Alec gets this fully channeled Ray of Frost, I think it's game over. If they have Aura Mastery, they should just combo Aura Mastery Ray of Frost. I think it's unhealable at this point. Almost 50% dampening. Coil's already been used. It's not going to be there to stop the Ray. If they have Aura Mastery, I think they should just send it. The Spell Lock is used as well onto Alec. He still has Ray. If he can just stay alive here, he can end the game. Ray is a great target. Kreiser is still a great target for 20 more seconds. Alec is being super patient right now. Warwick is actually going to port back, but Alec blinked in at the same time. Here comes the Ray of Frost. Is it going to finish Kreiser? He ports out of range, it looks like, and he is able to negate its effect, and Alec still has Icy Veins, so it may not matter. He's just exchanging damage in the midfield. It's a game of chicken. Who is going to fall first, Ray or Alec? They're racing down to the finish, and Menzel, he can't handle it. It's too much damage. He's trying to do everything that he can. Ray gets a Panic Fear onto all of the pets. He's trying to duck around the corner. Somehow Menzel actually does it, keeps Ray alive. He had absolutely nothing in this position, and now Alec is vulnerable. He's trying to get back to the pillar. Void Torrent fully channeled from Ray. Clyde is suffering so low on mana at this point. Alec has to Ice Block, and I thought that was Alec's winning play. The fact that they didn't get the kill with that is so devastating for their side.
Yeah, now Bamboozle is running circles around the casual Granddads. Manziel, though, with basically no mana left. Clyde with no mana left. No cooldowns on anyone. Anybody could fall at this point. Alec pinned at the pillar, going for the Ring of Fire, looking for the damage. Kreiser has the Unending Result available. He's feeling confident. Ray has the Dispersion, and that's the triple fear from Ray. They're going after Warwick here. Big rake stun coming out from Manziel, but Kreiser getting blasted here, and that's the Ray of Frost from Alec, and I think that could just be it here. Kreiser trades out the Unending Resolve. He manages to gateway to the other side of the map, manages to stay alive. How is Manziel doing this right now? He gets the Iron Bark onto Kreiser. He has the Nature Swiftness in his back pocket for a massive heal, and there it is. He rips it out, but Kreiser still not recovered fully. Alec on full HP. Warwick still kind of low, though. Warwick could get swapped to here. Clyde leaves him alone there on the push, and now Warwick is going to suffer. The Blessing of Protection comes out for Clyde. Clyde spamming out the Flash of Light with his final bit of mana. Manziel still has a little bit left in the tank. Ray looking to get aggressive, and he needs to be the hero of his team right now. now, forces out the second Icebox. There's the Master Spell. Alec stuck in no man's land, no blinks available. He alter times just to reset the blink, gets around the corner, shifting power comes through. Who is going to fall? The Mortal Coil comes out onto Ray. Manziel getting blasted by the pets in the back line, and Alec has another Ray of Frost available. Who is he going to send it on? Silence onto Alec. He trinkets the silence, he goes behind the pillar. Alec looking for that Ray of Frost target. Manziel manages to stabilize his whole team with the Innervate. Tears Deliverance being casted by Clyde. He's going to have a little bit of healing left in the tank somehow. How are these healers even able to keep their teams going at 65% dampening? Manziel just rotting down to the dots here, but he doesn't want to spend his last bit of mana healing himself. Ray caught up in a Hammer of Justice. It does get dispelled. Clyde with nothing left. Double Ray of Frost. There's the Ray of Frost. He gets interrupted once again by Ray. Alec not going to be able to find that big hit of damage. Manziel, where is he? I think he's sitting up for a drink somewhere in the back line, looking for it at least, but I think the Pets of Warwick is able to keep him there. Kreiser relaying his portal there on the other side, but Ray left alone. He has the dispersion. He might need to use it. He's spamming out the flash heals, but at 68% dampening, not really doing anything for him. Ray down to 50% HP, and that Ring of Fire, especially in deep dampening, is just burning and burning. Ray now gatewaying back to his team, and they are cornered at the pillar. This is exactly the situation you want to be in, but Alec and company need to be very careful here. They don't have any defensive cooldowns, but Clyde somehow has managed to recover a decent amount of mana here, and triple Shadow Fury coming out. Big Ring of Frost as well being channeled out. Tranquility from Manziel. The last line of defense. Ray getting blasted here. He does not have the dispersion. There's the Ray of Frost, and that could be the KO here onto Ray. Ray trading out the Void Shift here potentially. He has it in his back pocket. He can't be too greedy with it, and the whole team is just rotting down to the damage, and it looks like the casual Granddads are able to run away with this one. Everybody has recovered. Clyde has mana. Manziel has got nothing left. The only defense left is that Void Shift, which was just used by Ray. And he's stuck in the middle of the map here, getting absolutely blasted by the Frozen Orb. Kreiser pushing in for one final push, gets the Mortal Coil. Looking for the win here for his team, looking for the pressure, but it is Warwick, it is Alec, and they are going to be swarming all over Ray, and manages to find the kill. 75% damped in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tipping point for Bamboozle. If they can't win on the big map, where they can get all the distance and get all of the space, I mean, they had a lot of good opportunities in this game, then I think it's time for them to make an adjustment and make a change. And it's to me, it's got to be the Shadow Priest. I just don't feel like you can play a Shadow Priest into a Holy Paladin. I think it was the same problem that we saw for Hannick in the previous series with caster meta. It's just seemingly almost a direct counter to that class specifically. So throughout this game, I'd really like to see Bamboozle substitute Ray out, utilize that fourth roster member that they got here for the Gauntlet, and maybe they can reverse sweep with it. Maybe there's some sleeper composition that they could run, but even then it's what Demon Hunter Destro I'm assuming are probably their options here. Existence is a warrior, but there ain't no way you want to be a warrior into Alec on Frost Mage with a Blessing of Freedom and no Purge on your team. I feel like there's no way you want to be doing that, and maybe that's why they feel they need the Shadow Priest, is for the Purge on the altar times. If they drop that, then they think the mage is not going to be a target. But it's just, if they can't win a game like this where they live to 70% dampening, like, this is the only way that I could see them winning the game. And just look at the way that the momentum is going at this point. It's just not in their favor. They're they're dead. They're running out in the middle of the map, just trying to stay alive. And it's not looking the way that I think it would have ideally have looked for them in terms of their plans and their strategies for this matchup. So you got to make a change. Is it going to work? It might not. I mean, casual Granddads are looking so strong so far in the Gauntlet. This setup for them specifically seems to be kind of bulletproof so far. Maybe MYWAY, a Hunter team, could be the first real test for that comp. And I know I sound like I'm counting Bamboozle out, but if they don't make a huge shift and it's just got a surprising result, man, it's just looking grim for them at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. I mean, we kind of said it at the start of the series. If Bamboozle loses this one, it is going to be very, very difficult for them. The road back to reverse sweeping here is going to be really, really tough for them. So I'm not really sure what to expect here. Potentially we see Existence. Potentially we see a small map being tried out. You know, we do have Hook Point available. We do have Dalaran. We do have Ruins. You know, a lot of these smaller cleave-friendly maps. And maybe we'll see, you know, a warrior out of Existence, or we'll see him on his Demon Hunter. But it's going to be tough. Even, you know, best case scenario, even if they win that, they're going to have to blind lock that composition after. And if they do decide to blind lock it, well, there's a player named Nixie waiting in the wings. He could easily lock in the Sub Rogue. He could easily lock in the Outlaw Rogue. He could lock in a lot of different things. and take care of that Demon Hunter. So it's going to be a tough road back here for Bamboozle, but you can't count them out yet. You know, it did go to 75% dampening, and I do feel like the biggest thing for the casual Granddads here was Clyde looking super good here on the Holy Paladin, able to find drink after drink on that Holy Paladin. And Bamboozle, they need to really do something about those drinks. And I think that's one of the big downsides with the Destruction Warlock is you don't really have that kind of same amount of army of pets that the Demo Warlock has. It's a lot easier for Clyde to just get a drink when they have pressure, because there's not going to be that many pets just trying to stop him. Whereas, you know, when Manzel drinks, if he tries to drink without having that stealth, he's always going to be stopped. So for Manzel, he's going to need to always get those stealth drinks, and he was able to get quite a few as well. But if you drink and the Paladin drink, I think the Paladin just wins anyway. So it's tough. I feel like a Druid, even in dampening, like their advantage is that they can drink in stealth, get to dampening, and have mana. But they burn through that mana very, very quickly in dampening. So if another healer also gets to drink and have the same amount of mana in dampening, then usually, you know, a healer like a Paladin or a Shaman is just going to out-mana the Druid anyway. So I feel like it's a losing battle. Just if both teams get to drink like that. So they really need to do something about the fact that Clyde is drinking so frequently. We're going to lock in a smaller map, Blackrook Hold. We'll see if Blackrook Hold, you know, holds any surprises here for the casual Granddads.
I kind of wonder if you're in a position like this, like you got to start doing something ridiculous. And I think one of those options of ridiculousness could be just running at Clyde. This has been one of the weaknesses of Paladin in the past. And I could see a Shadow Priest just dive bombing in there with Angelic Feather and getting Psychic Screams in the whole team and stun silencing and setting up on the Paladin, not being a terrible plan. They've gone with Blackrook Hold, which is a small map, so the distance to close to get there isn't going to be as bad. They're not really the best comp to run down a Paladin. I mean, I wouldn't say that Destrolock screams like run at the healer or a Resto Druid either in terms of aggressiveness, but they got one swap to him in that last game, and it was very close to actually taking him down just for the few seconds. It was a 13-minute game, and only 5 seconds they targeted him. They almost killed him. So if they can grab those opportunities, I think that at this point it's something that they need to consider is just taking more risks, because if you can't win at 75% dampening, the shortest line to victory against a Paladin is honestly to target them, because their only defense is Divine Shield, and as soon as you can get through that, you can take them down.
Shortest line to victory against the Paladin is through the Paladin. Like you said, you know, there was a moment like that where they got the Paladin's Trinket, they got his bubble, and then they master spelled his bubble, and they got a triple fear, and it really looked like, okay, this is potentially where Clyde falls, but I'm not sure exactly what happened in that moment, but Clyde was able to survive, and at this point, we are going to go to Blackrook Hold, and we'll see. You know, Blackrook Hold is a great map for a lot of reasons. You know, Druids, typically connected to Ravens, you know, in games like Diablo, for example. Just kidding. That's not the real reason why it's good. It's because, you know, these rooms, Druid can drink in them, and it's still kind of a small map where the Warlock can get some work done here, and they can stop Clyde. So we'll see if they can actually get to Clyde here and potentially punish him a little bit more, or at least stop his drinks, even if they don't target him. But right now we are live. It's match point here. Casual Granddads versus Bamboozle. Bamboozle need this win to stay alive in the tournament. Can they do it here on that Vulpera Destruction Warlock? Kreiser has been a menace throughout the season. Is this the end of his run, or will he be able to bring it back here to a game number 4? We'll find out.
Yeah, they've been a very exciting team throughout the season. The only ones running this Destro Warlock every single time from their side. A very unique team, unique composition. Is this the way that they're going to go out? It's their last chance to stay alive in the tournament and get into the grand finals. Can they do it here? They're still riding on their old tech. They have not adopted any new classes or specializations, even despite all of the changes that have come in for 10.1.5. They're going to do it their way, or they're going to go out their way at this point, and it's looking tough at this stage. Already being down 2 points against the casual Granddads. Clyde sitting max range in that room, just mashing Dispel interrupt after interrupt, stun after stun onto Ray to limit those vampiric touches and really inhibit his damage. I mean, he's not even at 2 million at this point, with everybody getting close now to 3 million. If they can keep limiting his damage as effectively as they are, they're just never going to overwhelm the opposing side. Clyde is just drinking in the room while his team is getting low here. Icy Vein's up for Alec. He's got Ray of Frost available. Where is he going to go with that? I think that he wants to get aggressive. He knocks Ray back behind the pillar. Clyde dispels off dots. Alec line of sights Ray. He's trying to get a Void Vol. Or he actually gets the Shadow Crash, and it connects onto Alec. He's got big dots onto Alec with that Void Torrent, but it seems like Menzel is easily healing through it off to the side, or Clyde is easily healing through it off to the side as he comes out of a stun lock at this point, and Clyde is just happily playing max range, mashing Dispel. Every time that purple icon appears on it, means he's dispelled a vampiric touch from Ray, which Ray is not happy about, as he needs to cast that spell, and if he's interrupted and those dots aren't out, his damage is just non-existent. So if Clyde can maintain this position and keep drinking and keep his mana even with the Druid, I mean, how do you outpace a Paladin in that situation?
Yeah, that's the big question, and kind of the conundrum right now for Bamboozle. Menzel is just trying to sit back here, looking for some drinks. Once again, drops the Iron Bark though, forced to come out with some big heals. There's a innate swiftness as well. Warwick actually takes a lot of damage here, but Warwick feeling very, very safe here to push in. Goes for the Mortal Coil onto Menzel, and they maybe swap to Menzel. They actually get the Bark Skin there. Kreiser is taking a lot of punishment here in the room. There's a double Shadow Fury, and Alec is free casting onto Kreiser. Surely that's going to be some cooldown, and that will be the unending resolve there of Kreiser. That's going to be the trinket of Menzel. Ray of Frost fully channeled out here onto Kreiser. He teleports into the room. He gets knocked into the room. Alec going for the Tiger Woods play here with the knock. Can they finish it off though? They need 1 CC here onto Menzel. The Void Shift coming out there as well from Ray. That was an excellent blast wave there by Alec. And Kreiser, honestly, with a big misplay with that portal into enemy territory. And he's not out of the woods yet. Full Fear connects here onto Menzel. Gets Master Spell. Sheep under the Master Spell. Alec really wants this win here. Can they take him down though is the question. Do they have any more follow-up crowd control? Ring of Frost being casted out by Alec, and they don't manage to find it. He might knock him into that Ring of Frost actually. He could do it, and it would be a triple DRC. He actually does do it right there. Alec didn't have that blast wave back just yet of cooldown there. It's one of the new plays that you can kind of do here in Dragonflight as the mage. Very lovely to see here. Alec really popping off so far in this matchup, and I gotta say, casual Granddads, they look like they are on fire right now, Sid.
Yeah, they've leveled up from the cup stage. Like, this is an entirely different team. This is like the BlizzCon quality level team that I would expect from Alec, Walrick, and Clyde here. So they've definitely put in some time and preparations, and obviously the meta is paying its favors as well.
Whoa.
But look at these plays from Alec, just constantly getting sheeps against a Druid, now getting aggressive on a Kreiser, but that Nether Ward from Kreiser just got so much value. It just reflected all the damage during that burst, relaying the gateway, so they've got an escape path here if Alec decides to keep pushing in. Clyde is backing him up. He's blinking in aggressively. They're stacking on top of Menzel, stacking on top of Kreiser, double Shadow Fury. They're trying to gate away from this advance. They don't want the Paladin stacked on top of them with Frozen Orb cleaving them, but now they're separated and Kreiser is isolated. Big flurry combo onto Kreiser. Menzel's trying to get to his side in time. Is he going to be able to get there? He has Nature Swiftness. Big Swiftman comes in. He restabilizes the team, and Alec's got a Blizzard on one entrance of the room, and this is almost like Bamboozle have picked a map to entomb themselves, because every time they get in this room, they just get stuck and pinned by AoE. Another Blizzard on their exit. Menzel's trying to get to the other side of the map. He gets clotheslined by a Full Fear from Walrick. Kreiser is out in the middle of the map. Nether Ward, if they can strip off that Nether Ward, they could take him out here. A polymorph off the back of the Fear. Menzel is forced to use Medallion. Gets polymorphed on his Trinket. Alec is just playing so aggressive in this match, playing with such confidence. And I mean, if you're able to play like this and just basically bully your opponents, like, how are you going to turn this around? Ray of Frost almost fully channeled there. Alec pre-alter timed. He anticipated getting interrupted on that and getting bursted, so he pre-alter times on that cast so he can rewind all of the damage even if he's interrupted on Frost. That was a really clutch play from Alec in this position. Kreiser's still on the back foot. It just feels like the last 3 minutes he has not been able to stabilize in this position. He's trying to now get aggressive. Double coil comes out. Trinkets out of the crowd control. He can't even get a Chaos Bolt off that coil. You really want to be able to connect a Chaos Bolt during that time. He's now fishing for fears, trying to bait interrupts or get crowd control so that he can cast. Immolate loaded up onto Walrick. Finally, some pressure onto Walrick. Can they capitalize on this and get a kill? He's so close to it. Clyde sacrifices, but now he's taking a huge amount of redirected damage. He's going to use Divine Protection, and finally, some fight from Bamboozle is starting to stress out Clyde.
Yeah, Ray definitely needs to be the playmaker here. He's the only one who's not being pressured on the side of Bamboozle, and he's doing a great job with it right now, going for that Void Torrent. But look at Alec with a nice Shadow Meld there, interrupting it, and now going for the Ring of Frost here around the corner. And he does manage to catch Manziel with it, and now getting aggressive with that is a nice Master Spell coming out from Ray. The Fear by Warwick there onto Ray. A little bit too slow to shut that down. Tire's Deliverance being casted here by Clyde. He's going to have empowered heals to work with here. Kreiser once again having the entire team of the Casual Granddads on top of him, but Clyde now actually getting set up on beautiful counterspell snuck in onto Manziel. Both teams under heavy fire here. Full Hammer of Justice secured there onto Manziel, but no Ring of Frost around to follow that up, and Manziel's going to use that Demonic Gateway, relay his position on the other side, get the Innervate rolling here as well, gets a nice heal there onto Kreiser, and Kreiser is still not out of the woods yet. Dampening is slowly but surely ramping up. Clyde still with the mana lead as well. Manziel can forget about drinking right now. So much pressure here onto his team. Kreiser now taking a lot of damage here once again. Big flurry combo coming out from Alec with that Ring of Fire ticking as well. And that is going to be the unending resolve here. Manziel not even able to get a drink with that unending resolve. His team needs to find pressure. Manziel, look at Manziel and Clyde. What is going on over there? They're just trying to chase each other. Clyde looking for the Hammer of Justice. Manziel trying to drop combat. Manziel actually dropping combat, repositioning into stealth, getting away from Clyde. Clyde is basically the aggressor here, chasing down this cat, trying to find the Hammer of Justice, and just make sure that justice is served onto Bamboozle. But Alec now in a lot of trouble. Going to use the ice block there. Ray actually master spells it, and Alec could be in a little bit of trouble. He blinks back defensively, and finally some pressure coming out from Bamboozle. And this could be Manziel's opportunity to go for that drink, but he does have a bunch of demons hitting him in the backline with no Shadow Meld available. He actually goes out and tries to root the demons to find that drink, but so far no luck with that play. Clyde once again spamming out the dispels. Kreiser going to be finally, for the first time in ages, at full HP here and able to get some aggressive moves going. And this could be Bamboozle's kind of turning point here. If Manziel can sit down for a drink here and they can deny Clyde, that could be how Bamboozle actually comes back in this game and maybe even wins it.
For me, it's Ray's crowd control. Every time he gets a fear on Clyde, they get a block. So if he can actually get in position, land crowd control on Clyde, I think that they could win through aggression. But right now, they need to be careful. Icy Veins available, Tyrant available, big threats from the Casual Granddads, and they're pinned in the room. Manziel gets caught in a Ring of Frost. I don't think he's going to get Master Spell. It looks like it breaks to some damage, but now they're switching over to Ray in the middle of the map. Here comes the Ray of Frost. Is he ready to trade? Desperate Prayer and Iron Park seem to be enough for him now. Manziel has a Bark Skin to swap to him in the room. He jumps into bear form, trying to utilize that Frenzied Regen, save on some mana, so that he can have mana deep into dampening, but he's still struggling. He's just dying to pets. He just tranquility'd in the room against Walrix and some pets at this point. Alex still has that Water Elemental channeling out that Jet and starting to get a lot of damage, and Manziel is just dying to Walrix. Is Walrix going to solo Manziel? This is their match point. They do not want to go out like this. They've played such an insane season in Season 2 of Dragonflight here. They don't want to go out 0-3. They've got to at least take a point off of the Casual Granddads. They don't want to be going out in this fashion. Can they do it? Can they turn it around in what could be their final moments? Kreiser is struggling so heavily, very limited options for him to stay alive. Manziel is just not top. He's just dying to pets in the room, I swear. He's getting soloed by Walrix Felguard. He's just eventually going to die if he's not careful. He's at 50%, just hovering, trying to keep his team alive and stay alive in the room. He's got Innervate. He's trying to power through, but there's no momentum for his team. It's just a losing fight at this point. Kreiser's out of position. He's nowhere near Manziel. They stun Alec. They're trying to get him crowd controlled. They cycle on the mage, at least buying Manziel a bit of time to breathe here. He's casting Regrowth. He's trying to recover. Here comes the fear from Ray that I was talking about. Crowd control on the Clyde.
Right.
Can they do it? Can they put a point on the board? They need to go out. They need to put up a fight at this point. Clyde trades out Sacrifice. They trade out Dark Pact, and they are recovering, but they forced Medallion, and this is the first play from Bamboozle that is starting to net valuable cooldowns from Casual Granddads to keep their opportunities alive here in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, but they're doing a great job on the side of Casual Granddads, shutting down the drinks. Manziel went for the Shadow Meld drink right there, and Alec was able to shut it down. And now once again shutting down another drink. Ray caught up in the back line here, gets absolutely brutalized in the room, goes for the Void Shift there onto Manziel, and it looks like he is going to be able to stay alive with that, but still 35 long seconds here on that dispersion, and Warwick is pushing in all over Manziel here. No trinket available. That's going to be the Iron Bark and the Bark Skin here being exchanged by Manziel. He's got no tranquility. He's got nothing. nothing left. Chrysler also dropping low. Chaos Bolt onto Warwick, though. They're trying to turn it around with pressure. 2 Chaos Bolts come in. That coil, if that landed just half a second earlier, that would have been it. But at the same time, Manziel getting absolutely crushed here by the Frost Mage, dropping down to 10% HP, and he will fall. And that is going to be the casual Granddads clean sweeping the Bamboozle, and that's going to be a 3-0 for them. Casual Granddads now 6-0 on the day, looking powered up, Sid.
Yep, they're looking powered up, and their next opponent is a pretty hefty one, though. MYWAY, previous European champion, and this is a team that brings compositions that are completely different than what we've seen so far, and honestly could be what is the direct counter to the casual Granddads. I think a marksmanship hunter or survival hunter or basically any hunter spec into a mage can definitely be a very solid answer. And Casu, one of the best hunters in the game, period. So if the casual Granddads have an answer for that, I think they're cleaning their way pretty solidly into that grand finals position. They're looking so strong. I mean, they play with such confidence in this series, just rolling Bamboozle over time and time again, and responding really effectively during the counter assaults of them when it was necessary. And they are just a completely different team. Like, this is a world champion quality team from the casual Granddads. Just a superb improvement from the cup stages to this point in the Gauntlet, and you can tell that they really want that big shot at the big prize, at the big title. I mean, this is the biggest title you can earn in World of Warcraft Arena, is going to be that European Championship, and this is such a big move for them, and I'm really excited to see this next series and what they can do against MYWAY.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute nail biter to see. I'm super stoked to see it. MYWAY, you predicted the casual Granddads as the winner of the European Gauntlet, right?
I predicted that. I don't know if anybody else predicted it.
Yeah.
I predicted them for second, for runner-up.
Okay, I predicted MYWAY as the winner and the casual Granddads as the runner-up. So we've all counted up NICEBEAM, by the way, which is the final boss of the Gauntlet.
Nice.
Zico, that
I didn't.
That outcome's not possible because NICEBEAM is guaranteed either first or second. It's not possible to get MYWAY.
Oh yeah, that's true actually.
Okay. That's not a possible outcome.
That's true actually.
What
you should be
outcome?
allowed to read. I guess what would your pick be if it isn't that? Because I mean, is it NICEBEAM beats them or is it MYWAY beats them?
I think MYWAY wins, to be honest. I feel like with the casual Granddads, man, I don't know if you can count these guys out, man. It's happened in the past, and right now they're 6-0 on the day. It is hard to bet against them. They are just on fire. So it's going to be a really, really tough match either way against MYWAY. I think that one is going to definitely... I think whoever wins the next series is going to potentially win the entire Gauntlet. That's my prediction. How about that, Sid?
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair statement. I feel like NICEBEAM, their meta was last patch, and now this meta, I don't know. The Boomy DH, it was already looking kind of rough for them with the Boomy DH, and I think that it's not as great as it was previously, and especially if the casual Granddads have a Windwalker. I really want to know if Nixie still has his Windwalker polished up, because I think a Windwalker comp into something like a Demon Hunter could be a really good answer for them in that final round, should that situation arise.
Essentially, well, I mean, we're going to find out soon enough who does end up winning this next one, either going to be MYWAY or casual Granddads. And maybe because we were talking about it, we can look real quick once again at the predictions for us. But I don't know about you guys. I mean, I had such a tough time even making those predictions just because it's been so long and there's been so many changes with the actual game that I feel like it was a bit of a shot in the dark, Super Tees. I don't know if you felt the same.
Yeah, I mean, in Europe especially, because I feel like a lot of these teams don't stream as frequently. I kind of had to take the North American meta that I've seen and then extrapolate that to EU and then look at what were the main classes that these teams played, given what I'm seeing happening on NA and what are the possible outcomes in terms of the decisions for that. But in this situation, I mean, we're all picking, different teams, like two-way for MYWAY and then the different outcome all the way through. So it's definitely not easy to tell. And also, like, how much effort is each team putting in? How experienced is every team? How flexible are they to re-roll? Those are all questions that are tough to answer, especially when we don't have the same type of reach for EU in terms of streams and things like this.
Yeah, I actually spaced out, by the way. On the NA champion, my pick is the one-shot frogs as well. So, yeah.
Oh, because you put... Oh, there we go. Nice production, real fast.
Oh, that was really quick. Thank you, production.
You guys don't believe in F tier after their run in the cup stage?
I don't know, man. You can't count out F tier, but that would be like the dream of a dream. That would be honestly that would be history in the making. The fact that they even made it to the Gauntlet is so impressive. If they can make a run through the entire Gauntlet, I mean, it's possible. I guess they beat like basically all the top dogs in North America, but I don't know, man. I gotta see it to believe it, to be honest.
They beat the Super One-Shot Frogs to make the Gauntlet situation happen, I'm pretty sure, in that last cup that we had. So, I mean, they actually already beat them in a previous tournament. So, I don't know, man. I'm living in a dream, I guess. I don't want to wake up if I can't live in the dream of F tier.
You keep living in that dream. Well, you know, I'm sure they're, you know, come with a fire after that incredible victory that we saw in Cup number 4. But we will get to those North American games in the back half of the day. But here's where we currently are in the Gauntlet. We're seeing Casual Grandad started all the way down there at the bottom against Castermeta, and they have won 2 3-0s in a row. So right now they're on a huge bit of momentum, and they're going to carry it forward into MYWAY, which is Zico and Venruki's pick for first place for the Gauntlet, for coming out of the Gauntlet into the finals tomorrow. So time will tell if they are correct. Is this going to be the end of Casual Grandad's run to the top, or are they going to move on here, face off against the last European team in the Gauntlet, NICEBEAM? We'll find out in just a moment. We're going to head to a break and come to that series up next. Welcome back, everyone. We have another series coming up very quickly. Then it's MYWAY versus Casual Grandad's. 2 3-0s in a row. Do you think they can do it to MYWAY?
It's going to be tough, but Casual Granddads, they look to be on fire right now. I think they're bringing the right compositions. I think they're playing a really good day of games as well, but they're going up against what I would say is their most difficult opponent. MYWAY, they've been such a solid roster for a really long time. I think they've made the last 2-3 years the finals, at least the top 4. So I think they're going to be looking
consistent.
Yeah, they're a very consistent team, and I feel like for MYWAY as well, they're extra threatening because they've really diversified the classes that they're bringing. You know, it's not just jungle. We might actually see jungle in okay, that's hilarious. We might actually see jungle in this game number 1. I think it's the best it has been in a while, but we'll see if Casual Grandad's is going to be able to get it done here with their Mage Lock Paladin, or if MYWAY coming back with that jungle cleave, Tony back on the Feral, can get it done here.
You know, I did not expect to see a marksmanship hunter, and Casu is playing it here. So Alec needs to be very careful in this matchup. This is just the natural predator of the mage in the wild is the marksmanship hunter. And oh, he's right behind him, setting up a sniper shot right off the bat, already breaking through the ice barrier, and Alex sees him, blinks back behind the pillar, alter timing immediately, but they're just gunning him down through it, already forcing him to rewind back in time. Can they force even more cooldowns? Bleeds are ticking away over onto Alec. Luxia repositioning, and this damage is crazy. He's just going to constantly be yo-yoing if he's in line of sight of Casu. He's trying to get back to the pillar alongside Clyde. Walrick is trying to get aggressive. Shadow Fury onto 2 players. Luxia trying to recover. They need to push forward onto the mage. They cannot stack up onto this pillar. It's going to be a huge mistake on their part. Now it looks like they're trying to retreat, at least for a moment. Casu's coiled in the middle of the map. Oh no, he gets isolated and blasted. Aspect of the turtle trades his entire defensive arsenal in a huge counter assault by the Casual Granddads.
Really nicely done. Casu already into that turtle, using basically all his defensive cooldowns. That was such a good push there by the Casual Granddads. Let's see if they can keep it up here. Alec right now still has both ice blocks available. Clyde in the back line with Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Sanctuary. Should be enough, but Alec needs to be careful. Big Cyclone going to be channeling out there by Tony, freezing Alex's HP, but this is the same time as the trap, so I think Alec is going to be happy. Oh! Whoa, huge damage! 1% health. I mean, that is just the yo-yo we're going to be seeing of Alex's health. It's going to be up and down, up and down. As long as Casu can stay on target, as long as Tony can stay on target, Clyde is going to be having a panic attack in this matchup.
All right, Alec, what are you going to do now? Down 1 ice block, clone spam from Tony. This is the annoyance of the Feral Druid, is when they start spamming clones because you use an interrupt on them, then you don't have an interrupt for the healer. But if you get cloned, you're going to lose all of your momentum. If you get cloned, Tony's going to reset his Feral Frenzy. It's such a difficult type of exchange to make, and Walrus is trying to line of sight the clones here. Gets Skull Bash on the Fear. Tony goes for another one, but he's taking a lot of damage casting the clones at the moment to the pet here in the middle of the map. Maim stun onto Walrick, stun onto Clyde, into a freezing trap. Can they race down Alec? He alter times expecting the push, and Tony can't stay on target. He's going to have to pull back to the pillar. Sleepwalk onto Clyde. Good crowd control from Luxia in this position. The first preservation evoker we're going to see in this meta. We've seen basically every healer challenging the Paladin one after the other. We had the Mistweaver Fell 0-3. We had the Resto Druid 0-3. Is Luxia's preservation evoker going to follow suit as well to Clyde's Paladin?
Oh, clone after clone after clone. Tony being an absolute menace, going for another one. Needs to keep Casu alive. Casu dangerously low. Gets rescued away back to the pillar, and that should be enough for him to survive. Big aim shots here onto Alec. Ray of Frost. It's a duel here between this hunter and mage. But it looks like Alec is going to lose the exchange, going to the ice block, and there's no ice blocks left. Clyde does have his Divine Shield, but it's looking like Tony, the amount of Cyclones he's been able to get on this match has really paid dividends for his team. They're making a swap onto the Feral Druid, trying to punish him just a little bit. At the same time, Alec is just getting smoked. Beautiful alter time, bringing him back to 50% health, but that was a close call once again, and Alec cannot afford to be in the middle of the map. Big stun here coming in from Luxia, and Alec is forced to blink into enemy territory. Any crowd control on Clyde, and I think this game is over, Sid.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it. They don't have a lot of options themselves, though. If Luxia gets into a polymorph, it could be game over. Full cycle on the Clyde. Where is Alec? Can they connect to him? It doesn't look like it right now, and Alec's actually getting aggressive. Ray of Frost is coming up here in just a second. If he channels that, I think Casu is dead. Full fear on Luxia. He uses the Roar of Sacrifice to immune the crit. Scatter shot onto the mage. Clone onto the lock. Pausing damage for Luxia to get out of CC. Now lining up some aim shots onto Alec. He's got alter time, but he's already low. He gets blasted down by his Disintegrate as well. That alter time needs to get value. Is it going to? Blessing of Protection comes out from Clyde, and purging that at this point in time is going to be so difficult with full preservation evoker hots. They have to retreat away from that Blessing of Protection and avoid it, basically. Tony is spamming out Cyclones. A Cyclone on it is great. Now they can switch some damage onto Walrick. He knows that. He's going to port back away from the engagement. Both healers' mana looking dicey at the 4-minute mark. Tony just coming out of fear, looking for a Cyclone, gets it onto Walrick, resets that Feral Frenzy, making the push onto Alec. This could be it for him. Clyde sacrifices, redirecting damage and delaying the freezing trap of Casu. They knock Casu back into the corner, but they can't get any control on Luxia. Finally, finally a full fear axe toss. This is the CC that they need. Kasu needs to respect this. He's going to use the survival of the fittest. It's going to be his 40% damage reduction while Luxia is crowd controlled, but it doesn't last that long. It's already over. Luxia finally free of CC, getting ready, has rescue. He could pull Kasu behind the pillar if he needs to. Lines up a big Spirit Bloom. Aim shot after aim shot. Rapid fire. Combo onto Alec as he mirror images, trying to get behind the pillar. Full clone on the Clyde. Is he going to survive at the end of this? It's a lot of damage to heal at this point. Kill shot range, and Kasu will drop him. And now we can see Walrus is trying to finish him in a crosscut with time dilation is up. There's no way that kill is going to happen. And MYWAY, the first team to take down Casual Granddads, they're not getting a perfect streak in this gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great push there by MYWAY. Casual Granddads did have moments of pressure at the beginning of the match. They managed to get basically everything from Kasu, but after that, I feel like Kasu just kind of went into more of a defensive-oriented game plan. Didn't take too many chances in the match, was just trying to avoid damage, get out as much as he could on to the mage as soon as Tony was able to get that crowd control out, and that was a solid game from MYWAY. And slowly but surely, Casual Granddads just had to burn through the defensive cooldowns. Once those 2 ice blocks are gone, once the greater invisibility is gone, the bops, the sacks, I mean, you're basically just waiting to die there as the mage. So I think this is a great pick here by MYWAY, and it's nice to see that they can actually lock in their jungle. I feel like they've had to be very patient this season, you know, bringing in Tony on the Moonkin, but it's good to see that they can actually play kind of their main comp and make it work here.
Yeah, it's always nice to see MYWAY on their main composition. Looks like he's been flexing healers as well, getting out of his comfort zone. Usually we expect him to be a restoration druid, but for this team, he's been an important role on the preservation evoker. It really adds a lot of extra damage to the team, which is really threatening for the mage. Like, you're not only just dealing with a hunter now, you're dealing with full bleeds and an evoker doing damage, which is a startling amount. So I think they played a really good game, rotating through their cooldowns. There wasn't any panic overlaps. They rotated one block into one bop, into a block, into a bop. So really good rotations on their side defensively, but they couldn't reconnect to Kasu the same way that they had previously in the match. The shroud here just fell off actually for Luxia. We could see watching directly from his UI, and he just gets crowd controlled. And this is where you're thinking that they're going to be able to end the game, is when they get a polymorph onto the preservation evoker. But Kasu just doesn't take any damage during that time, and in the meantime they actually get a trap on the healer and force his trinket. So their momentum was lost, and I really think that they need to get Alec off the mage in this matchup. I would really like to see them bring a different class in this type of situation. Either a Windwalker is probably their most ideal, but even a rogue I could see doing really well. Bring in some type of rogue lock or rogue moonkin, because Walrix has played moonkin, and I think like a rogue moonkin would do really well in this situation.
I think the most exciting thing for me today is just going to be seeing the differences between Europe and North America, because playing in North America, talking to the North American teams, and then seeing how things are playing out in Europe and talking to some of the European teams, it seems like we've kind of established, I mean, there's some similarities, right? But there's a lot of differences as well as what they think is good. So I'm curious to see if we do see them mix it up here, or if they're just going to go ahead and stay with that mage lock. Maybe we go to a big map. Do you think that a big map is going to be enough for, the mage lock to kind of kite around and actually survive, or do you just want to see them get off the mage entirely?
I feel like it's a disrespect to the hunter to not get off the mage. Okay, I mean, they're going to do it. They're locking a big map. They're locking the mage again, but I feel like this is a situation where, yeah, you just cannot trade evenly. I think if Alec plays a super defensive game, basically the entire game, maybe there's a chance that they could win with this type of method and just avoid damage the whole game, let Walrix kind of carry the fight and play more aggressive. But the big map is also a double-edged sword, because if you ever get caught, there's a lot of open field. Like if you want to go pillar to pillar, that's quite a long distance, and while you're out in the open, the hunter is going to be doing a lot of damage. I'd say the most threatening points in the game are going to be the opener, the sniper shot from the hunter. If you can negate that or stop it from happening, you basically just prevent like 150,000 upfront damage from the hunter. So if they can maybe pull the hunter out of stealth, or pray that they can pull him out of stealth to try and delay that, it's going to be really important.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see what Casual Granddads can do. I think if you are the mage in this matchup, having a Holy Paladin on your team is probably the thing you like the most. But I really want to pay attention to Tony in this matchup. You highlighted a little bit, but his ability to kind of just spam out Cyclones and slow the game down between their setups, right? So they get the crowd control on the healer, they do their burst onto Alec, and then between those moments, that's when Tony gets to be really annoying and just spam Cyclone on Alec, freeze his health, not allow him to get really aggressive. You can interrupt Tony, of course, on the Feral Druid. You can fear him, you can interrupt him, you can stun him, but it's still a lot of tools you're using to stop Cyclone that you're not putting on the healer. And then Luxia is basically completely free. So we'll see how casual Granddads navigate that kind of water. And this match is game number 2 between MYWAY and casual Granddads.
Well, let's see if they can get it set up here. We see Alec on his mount, just running in on top of Luxia, spamming spell steal, trying to get that shroud off immediately. They get him caught in a Frost Nova, but he's going to be intercepted. Rake stunned right off the bat. Freezing Trap on a Clyde. A devastating start potentially. Pre-alter times the stun. Really good play from Alec here, as that's going to allow him to rewind a lot of pressure. But Clyde sat through a trap into a sleep. That's a lot of CC onto a Holy Paladin. That chain is usually very threatening, but with Alec's positioning, he just totally prevented the damage. Now they're trying to turn it around on a Castle, but this is True Shot, and I don't think you want to go one-on-one with a Hunter, even Veins versus True Shot. These aim shots are going to be very threatening. Alec gets interrupted on Frost. Here comes a rapid fire, big crits, as he does get healed up through it by Clyde in the backline with that Tears Deliverance, and they're just trading 1-for-1. Ray of Frost channeled with the coil onto Casu, out of line of sight, but he pre-walled it. Beautiful survival fittest there from Casu. 40% damage reduction on all of that burst damage right before the coil, and almost got baited to go on him in that position, and he read that so well. He's trying to fish for a sniper shot. It's going to be really difficult to get it in the middle of the game, though, as it is such a long cast. But if he can actually find a sniper shot, it's the hardest hitting attack that you could do as a Hunter. And if it crits, man, like, you can just KO somebody with an instant aim shot proc or a kill shot. Big damage on Alec. That's already a Blessing of Protection. Fire, Deep Breath flies right through it as he's still taking some magic damage from the Evoker. Blessing of Protection is not 100% safety, and now Walrick is getting swapped to. He's down below half, and this could be a disrespect selection from the casual Granddads in terms of composition. And Casu is doing so much devastation here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what you want when Hunters are good in this particular matchup. Let's see if he can survive. Roar of Sacrifice comes in. That's going to be preventing a lot of those critical strikes from the Frost Mage, mitigating a lot of that incoming damage. A full Polymorph here lands on Luxia, but he does have Trinket, and it looks like Casu should be okay. He's just doing such a good job navigating this pillar, just line of sighting during scary moments, always able to retreat, and Casu's defensive and offensive gameplay is just so clutch here for the side of MYWAY. Really allows him a lot of flexibility in this match. Tony pushing forward, getting the bleeds rolling here onto Alec. Clyde still has a good amount of mana left, but with no sacrifice, he still has 1 Blessing of Protection, so that's going to be the major defense available. Alec behind the pillar right now, using that greater invisibility to reduce damage, as well as the alter time will alter back. Now Casu just throwing in some shots. Big aim shots here on Alec. Needs to be careful, but Tony's not there for the follow-up damage. There's no crowd control on Clyde, and casual Granddads are really starting to develop some momentum here.
Let's see if they can ride it. Ray of Frost is coming off cooldown. Casu still has a medallion, so Trinket into Turtle is going to be his main point of defense, but he gets called. They have to use it immediately as I say it. And Luxia is still in a fear. Casu is still low. Now they're switching damage to Tony. He's getting rotted down below half. Is he going to have to Survival Instincts on top of that? He interrupts Alec, but he had to charge the Ring of Frost to do it. Casu is still on the back foot. Alec is still developing momentum. Roar of Sacrifice, a last-ditch effort to try and keep Casu alive as Luxia rescues him back to the pillar. Alec's going to line of sight those aim shots and avoid them. Now able to get a Frostbolt. Tony line of sights it. Alec's pushing in. Flurry onto Casu, trying to keep him snared. So this way he's not able to easily maneuver around. Tony gets knocked away on his Incarnation. Clyde gets put into a stun. Luxia into a stun. Polymorph being casted. Full Polymorph onto Luxia. This is the dangerous point, and Tony and Casu, they're just trying to run away at this point. Casu just staying out of line of sight while Luxia is CC'd. Big stun onto Alec. He trinkets, he alter times, and it looks like he should, or so it looks like he just blinks out of the stun. He's playing blink stun in this matchup, so he can't get stun blasted by the Hunter. Blink alter time going to be huge value. Luxia finally out of CC, trying to get back to his team and recover, but even out of CC, struggling. Dream Breath, Dream Projection, big hots up onto the whole team. They should slowly but surely recover in this position, but unfortunately for their side, Alex still has 2 ice blocks. There's still 1 more Blessing of Protection. They need to force that with this push. Can they do it? 5 seconds away from the trinket. Alec blinks behind the pillar. He has to block, and he is really low on health. If they keep this chain going, they get a full Cyclone onto Clyde. Will they get a trinket overlapped with an ice block? They're switching their attention to Walrick in the midfield. Sniper shot being cast to get stunned by Walrick. He knows that's the biggest threat. Stops it. They go for a Cyclone on Walrick at low health. Now they're switching back onto Alec. Tony getting bleeds up onto him, and all of these classes are so tough as a mage. You can't CC a Feral Druid with roots or polymorphs. He's getting full bleed damage that's ticking regardless of your kiting. If you get caught in the middle of the map, the Hunter rips you apart. This is such a tough matchup for Alec. Can they actually do it? Can they take it in game 2? They got pressure onto Tony as he bark skins. Luxia jumps into the fight with Verdant Embrace, now getting offensive with the Fire Breath, trying to strip off some hots and get the pressure really going. Alec has to trinket, but it's overlapped with a bop. They use Medallion and bop on that bash. push. Is it going to come back to bite them? Ray of Frost on Casu, but Roar of Sacrifice preemptively onto it. No crits on that Ray of Frost means basically no damage as Casu ducks around the corner. 1 second on Shadow Fury. Is he going to go down? They're getting cleaved. 2 targets low. Luxia sees the damage and respects it. Emerald Communion, but it doesn't even heal them. That Emerald Communion did nothing. He goes for a Tip the Scales Dream Breath to get that big heal over time effect back onto his team into a Dream Projection. They're fully hotted. They need to make a push. This is their big opportunity. Can they finish Alec in this push?
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it. Can they drop Alec? He still has the Cold Snap Ice Block as well as a Health Stone, so there are tools for Alec to survive, and it's going to be Casu on the back foot. He's on the run. MYWAY is in a lot of trouble here. Casu's going to have to do a really good job of avoiding. Tony trying to back him up with some Cyclones, but he gets interrupted into a counter spell. Great job there by Alec, getting the crowd control on Luxia, denying any defense from Tony with the interrupts, with the knocks, and Casu basically all by himself. That 1 versus 3 situation. That was a great game of defense for Casual Granddads, and it seems like this map really worked out for them nicely.
Yeah, let them clutch a lot of CC onto Luxia. They weren't able to CC him nearly as much, and they were able to also coordinate and isolate a target and hold it down with Axe Toss and Coil a lot more effectively. I can remember every coil in this game because it was so threatening. Like, this forced Luxia's Trinket on this push. I got the Turtle earlier on in the game, and that Coil and Axe Toss are the main reason Walrix is on that Demonology Warlock, is just the lockdown to pin them for the Frost Mage to connect the damage. And the defense of the Casual Granddads is so excellent in this difficult matchup. Like, all the cards stacked against Alec, and they're trading really effectively, and this is why I was commenting on, like, this is a world champion level team, it would appear so far in the Gauntlet. And if they can take out MYWAY, what is NICEBEAM really going to do? I mean, this is like the ultimate counter to the Casual Granddads, and I don't think NICEBEAM have any options that are even close to as powerful as what MYWAY have available to them. Now, we are likely going to go to a small map, so do you suspect them to change, or is Casual Granddads just playing Mage Lock through and through here for this series?
That's a good question. They do have other options, but I feel like at this point, when you're kind of this hot with this composition, right now I think Mage Lock is incredibly well-rounded. Like, you have a lot of defense, you have a lot of offense, playing the Demonology Warlock, you have stuns, you bring that Mortal Strike effect. I feel like this is a matchup that Casual Granddads can win. Like, I don't think it's like entirely one-sided here for the jungle, obviously, as we see this play out, but it is a little bit risky. If it plays out, I don't, it's hard to say who should really win this. I feel like MYWAY can win, but the more I see this matchup play out, and when I think about it, if Casual Granddads, they have so many tools that they can rotate through defensively, and I feel like if Alec and Clyde do a really good job of avoidance and they shut down the Cyclones, they can definitely win it. So just thinking about it more, I feel like Casual Granddads, even on a small map, has opportunities, and I'd kind of like to see them just play the same composition. They're warmed up on it. They've been winning with it, and I think this is a matchup they can win too.
All right, let's see if they decide to do it moving forward. I mean, they play with a lot of confidence in this game, still ending with 1 Ice Block available, Blessing Protection rotating up pretty soon for Clyde, the sacrifices in between to chain those cooldowns, make it really tough for MYWAY to get any sort of control of the game. The only thing maybe they could try is if Luxia is running Scouring Flame, which I believe he is, if they could save the Fire Breaths for the Blessing of Protections, and try and line that up to remove it. That this could be one way to race down, like time a Trank Shot Purge with a Fire Breath. I think you're pretty much guaranteed to get the Blessing of Protection. I don't think they have more debuffs than what those two combined would be able to purge off, and then maybe blast through in that window. I suppose the only other issue with Blessing of Protection is that it already gets value, because then you just immediately remove the Feral Bleeds. It's not like Tony can just immediately be doing full damage, even if you manage to strip off a Blessing of Protection. But it seems really tough if Alec is rotating around the pillar as he is in this last game to actually keep on him and keep the pressure going that is necessary for them to be able to end the match. And surprisingly, MYWAY are not going to a small map. They're going to go to Enigma Crucible. This is something you would expect Casual Granddads to select, and this is their swing match. So this could be a really important game and a possible throwaway for the side of MYWAY. I really need to see what they're going to do with this map before I'm going to put my own faith into this selection.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice. I'm trying to think, maybe Casu just wants a little bit more room to maneuver around, force Alec to chase him a little bit more, but I don't know. This is one of those things that can backfire. The biggest problem for me is Luxia just being in the open space. Like, if he's having to cross the map to heal Casu and chase him or to get aggressive on Alec, that's when you're just going to be caught with a stun, with a fear, with a polymorph, and there's going to be a lot of control out onto this evoker, and that's where things really spiral out of control for the side of MYWAY. So MYWAY's going to have to do a good job balancing that kind of defensive play and positioning so Luxia doesn't get caught in crowd control. If that happens, I feel like they can win, but yeah, definitely a really interesting map choice.
Okay, MYWAY, you're going to try and make this work here. Maybe they focus less on CC. Maybe they're going to just run away and try and just get the mage out into the open. Sometimes trying to like push too much can actually lose you the game because you're compromising your positioning, whereas if you just focus on doing damage and staying back, it can be a more effective way to play out the matchup. So maybe this is what they're going to do on Enigma Crucible, or maybe they're going to flip that switch. Maybe they want the open field, they want the Paladin out in the open for Luxia, try and slip him through with a hover sleepwalk, try and get some chain CC that way, and maybe they go Warlock more instead of Mage. If Alec is already like playing overly defensive, it could catch them off guard. Start on the Warlock instead, and only attack whichever wizard is kind of positioning themselves the most aggressively.
Yeah, let's see what they get done. Enigma Crucible, keep in mind, how many series is this? There's only one left after this, right?
Yep.
This
for
one,
EU.
And yeah, for EU, of course. And then we get to have the fun of getting started with North America. So the winner of this series, we're all tied up. Obviously 1-1 here, but the winner of this one will play against NICEBEAM, and the winner of that makes it into that top 4. So casual Granddads, they've already won 2 series today. They have to win this one and 1 more. So 4 series in a row if they want to make it. MYWAY is going to be looking to be the gate guardians here, shut them down, see if they can do it. But very back and forth so far. These 2 teams definitely looking really solid. MYWAY has been consistent for such a long period of time. It's nice to see them actually bring in that jungle. I kind of wonder if maybe they shouldn't be playing jungle. Like, do you think that maybe like the Moonkin Hunter, that's something that they played during the cup phase, would be better than the Feral Druid here?
I mean, it could be. Especially into like a Paladin, you can actually get solar beams, unlike a lot of the other healers that we were seeing so far. So it's definitely not an impossibility. It's going to be a lot more diversified in its damage as well. Blessing of Protection is getting way less value if you do run that composition, and could be really good on the big maps because then you don't have the Feral Druid running into compromised positions. So it's definitely an option for them, but I don't think they're going to make that type of decision until they feel like it's absolutely necessary. But unfortunately, if they lose the game here, then their swing match is gone, and they pretty much have all the information they need about not being able to win on a big map from that Ashermane's Fall and this map should they lose. So there's a lot on the line here. They better have something planned for this map and this type of strategy if they want to go for it. And Tony actually gets pulled out of stealth, it looks like. Casu lines up some damage on Walrick, and they are going under the Warlock in the opening stages. They're going to stun him and actually just Cyclone his Dark Pact, it looks like, and then try and switch their attention to Alec, but he gets intercepted. He's axe tossed, he's stunned, and every axe toss into coil is such a scary moment. They stun Alec, sacrifice is over. Can they get CC on the Clyde now during this window? Another stun into Alec, looking for a clone. It looks like if the target isn't stunned, they're going to clone it. It seems to be their strategy, which honestly I think is pretty good. That way the target's damage is just completely neutralized, and you're only going to get value during those stuns from the Hunter, most likely anyways. So this could be a nice way for them to pin a target and just lower their damage overall.
Yep, Luxia getting some big heals out. Alec playing a very defensive game. Actually not too afraid in the matchup so far. Dropping out the Ring of Fires, keeping the Blizzards down. Tony's giving a lot of Cyclones. It looks like Walrick might actually be the main target in this match. And I don't know if I mind that. Like, maybe you do just go after the Warlock instead of the Mage. He's going to be taking less damage overall, but doesn't have those absolute immunities like Ice Block to reset. And it could be devastating. Walrick taking a huge hit of damage. Right now, Clyde in the back line throwing in some Flash of Lights as well as that sacrifice. That's more than enough for him to survive. But I might like this strategy change here for MYWAY. If they can get that unending resolve early on in the match, they've already gotten sacrifice. They still need to get through 2 Blessing of Protections. But like you mentioned, if they get lucky, with a Trank Shot or with the Fire Breath Purge, that can really put casual Granddads far behind if MYWAY gets lucky with that one.
Yeah, they're just positioned defensively at this pillar. They're not getting on top of Clyde at all and just focusing on doing damage. And I think this is a good way to play the matchup. Casu is already building a pretty significant lead in terms of damage. And if Alec and Walrick want to make a push, that's when you jump on them with a stun and you really punish them and start pushing them back. So MYWAY are going to continue to bunker down. The downside of this strat is that means that Clyde can pretty much drink whatever he wants and you're not going to win on mana. So you need to win on damage. You need to win on a huge swell and a huge push because if you keep holding defensive positionings, then you're never going to get the time here. But they actually get a stun into freezing trap. Good opportunity into a sleepwalk. Luxia trying to fake the counter spell, doesn't get the fake on it. Now Clyde is going to be free from crowd control. They cyclone Alec, and it looks like they may want to pull back away because Alec actually trinkets that cyclone and gets a polymorph. Casu is alone. He's in the middle of the map, and he's just going for aim shots. If he gets a lot of wind arrow procs here, it could be devastating, but doesn't look like it. Rapid fire swap onto Walrix, trying to get bleeds loaded up onto him, but they don't look threatening though from the side of MYWAY. Like, they're the ones that are constantly down at half health. I'm always worried if they're going to get stunned up and just taken out of the match, and that's not what you want to be as the hunter. You want to be the Goliath. You want to be the team that's, you know, just terrified to even try and make a move, and right now it doesn't feel like that.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Casu is really struggling to even push forward. Now he's caught into the middle of the map. He's getting feared. He's getting frostbolt. He's getting blasted. Gets knocked away. If Luxia gets caught in crowd control, this could be absolutely devastating. Do they have a fear or polymorph for him? Doesn't look like it just yet. Luxia now positioning at the pillar, and it looks like he will be able to survive, and Alec is forced a little bit defensive. But if you look at mana, it's even for both of these teams, so no one has that clear late game advantage. I would say casual Granddads, they haven't really had to burn through many of their defensives yet, though, so I'd say in terms of tempo, MYWAY, this is probably their worst game so far. I'm not saying they can't win, but in terms of how many cooldowns they've gotten out of the way, it's really low compared to the last two games.
All right, let's see if they can turn it around. Is there some world where they could win on mana? We'll have to find out in a second. Big pressure onto Alec. He's going to gate away as Casu gets coiled and intercepted from Walrix, but they're disengaging in. They're getting aggressive. Alec is still in the middle of the map, interrupted on Frost for a moment. Freezing trap out of the scatter. Aim shot, that connects. That could be devastating. They stun up Alec. Casu can't get there to connect any damage. He's going to switch his pressure onto Walrix with the rapid fires and the aim shots, just trying to make sure that he's maximizing his damage. And Clyde is trying to pick up Walrix throughout that attack. Now pushing forward. Alec is exposed. Casu walks in the Ring of Frost, ends up breaking. Big damage onto Alec, so low. And then Ice Block gets forced into those clutch moments where you connect a couple of shots onto the mage out in the middle of the map, and you can force a major cooldown. And MYWAY are flipping gears now. They're getting aggressive, pushing on top of Clyde. I think they've realized that the stagger fight is not going in their favor, and it's their swing match. If they lose this, it could be costing them the entire series. Now they've got Casu stunned up. He's going to Roar of Sacrifice, go crit immune, super effective against that Frost mage. But that Ray of Frost still ticking for quite a lot here as Alec goes for a move cast. Polymorph, is he going to get it? He gets the polymorph. Luxia sweeps in a rewind, but it doesn't seem like it matters. He's going to have to aspect of the turtle. Casu's immune to damage, but not recovering. They're switching their pressure onto Tony. He's ducking around the corner. Luxia is trying to get back to his team. Has to dodge a Ring of Frost and get to his team. Dream Projection hits the whole team. Dream Breath hits the whole team. And now Alec is on the back foot. Has Cold Snap available, but that was a sudden amount of damage out of nowhere. Bloodseer Protection gets Fire Breath. Doesn't look like it connected, though, and removed. It did not remove the Bloodseer Protection, so they got to switch targets. They're going after Walrick now, who's down at half health. Tony's getting bleeds onto multiple targets, and Tony is keeping his team in the fight as to the best of his ability, but there's still another block. There's still another bop. There's a sacrifice available. So much defense that they need to break down on the side of MYWAY.
Yeah, they need to cause an overlap. If they can get multiple cooldowns at the same time, like a bop and an ice block, Walrick rotting down, getting that blessing protection. Now they turn over on Alec. This is the ice block. This is exactly what they need. Having pressure on both the Warlock and the Mage causes that overlap. Look, sacrifice, gone. Blessing of protection, gone. Ice block, gone. And now all of a sudden, Alec is very vulnerable on that Mage. If we can see MYWAY once again make a big push, it could just be lights out here for the side of casual Granddads, and MYWAY will be up in this series 2-1. Let's see if they can do it. Luxia pushing forward, looking for a sleepwalk. If he gets polymorph, it might be a disaster. It's triple DR, though. Walrick might just die. Unending Resolve, that's going to trade with the Divine Shield and the Lay on Hands, and these are the cooldown overlaps that are allowing MYWAY to now pull ahead in this match.
Yeah, they're in a winning position here. Luxia still with the medallion available and time dilation, so they can get aggressive. They're just standing on top of Alec. Fire Breath purging off all of the hots. Clyde into a stun. Can they get the sleepwalk? They get this. I think that's game over for them here. Massive damage incoming. Walrix could die. Alec could fall over. 1 second left into a full freezing trap. That should be it. And Walrix will go down. MYWAY maintain the swing match advantage, moving to match point. And now casual Granddads might be questioning themselves here moving forward, considering that MYWAY were able to win on a large map.
Wow, MYWAY, they managed to pull it off. I really felt like they were so far behind in terms of like the cooldowns that they had gotten. Like they were not on pace to win the match, but all of a sudden at a certain point in the game, they had pressure on Walrick, they had pressure on Alec, they caused an absolute panic. And on that Holy Paladin, Holy Paladins are great, but if you kind of fall behind on healing, it makes it really, really difficult. That's when you have to kind of trade out these emergency cooldowns, and they cause that big overlap where All of a sudden, Clyde has to trade out his trinket and try to keep Warwick alive with the blessing protection. Oh no, Alex dying. I'm going to sacrifice him. Oh, sacrifice is not enough. There's the ice block. And then you just find yourself in this situation where really not too much left for the side of Casual Granddads. We got a trap onto Clyde. That's going to be the Unending Resolve, as well as the Divine Shield, as well as the Lay on Hands. So that's like basically everything available for Clyde. He now has no tools left whatsoever. I think this is where Tony actually, I think he gets a Cyclone, or is the Sleepwalk that really sets up the crowd control here onto Clyde. Tony moves over. He gets a Maim Stun onto Clyde. And this is where Luxia goes for the Sleepwalk. And it's at this point where it's like, okay, you've got no outs. Warwick, he has no defensive cooldowns whatsoever. The full trap out of that into the scatter. There's just nothing left you can really do. That was beautifully executed there by MYWAY.
All right, let's see if they can do it again. Only one more win, and then we'll move to face NICEBEAM, the final boss of the Gauntlet, and they will get a fourth spot to the grand finals for Europe, which is where the huge amount of money is available for the competing year. So like, this is the most important tournament that you could be playing in throughout this entire season. So Casual Granddads, man, losing this game, they can't let it get to them. They got to keep maintaining their momentum off their 1-game win on Ashermane's Fall. I'm imagining that they're intending to bring us to Tolvaron Arena moving forward. Now, did anybody have an interrupt for that Sleepwalk? It doesn't look like it. Alex Counterspell wasn't available. If they could have stopped that chain of CC, Avenging Wrath is up. Clyde could have recovered the team right there, and that's where things really just fell apart. They just had no way to stop that chain of CC. Tony spammed Cyclones earlier on. They were able to get Counterspell onto cooldown, and they were able to get Clyde. Now, how does he get knocked off the pillar as well? He ends up just like out in no man's land, crowd controlled. Scatter Freezing Trap earlier on, that forced Unending Resolve, Divine Shield Lay on Hands. That's also devastating. If they could have staggered those two separately, so that they had one of them for the final push, it would have been excellent. But like, Clyde just ends up in the middle of the map. Like, he pulls so far out into the open right here, and Luxia's like, okay, well, you're just out in the middle of the map, you're a sitting duck, I'm gonna get a Sleepwalk here, and then that chains into a trap, and then that's the end of the game. If they could have maybe a little bit different, I would wonder if maybe he's worried he could get swapped to or something, so he doesn't want to stack on his team. But usually against a Feral Druid and a Hunter, it's actually not bad to stack, because then the Feral's damage is limited. If any cleave damage, it can break you out of CC. So positioning maybe just fell apart there in the final moments, and if they could have maintained a little bit better positioning, I think that this is still definitely a winnable position for them.
Where do you go though? Well, like, I guess you just go like, do you just go like a mega big map?
Or apparently you go to a small map.
Whoa, this is like,
does this make
the
sense?
opposite.
Does this make sense? Like,
there's got to be a reason why. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I feel like maybe Casual Granddads, Alec just wants to be put in a position where you can line of sight quickly, but not allow MYWAY to like fully recover behind a pillar. Maybe not sure, because you really would think that the jungle would want the small map to play very aggressive in the matchup, and Casual Granddads would want a very large map to create space. But it seems like the opposite is happening. Not exactly sure why.
I mean, they won on Ashamane's, right? Like, they won, and it looked really good. Like, that was their best game, was Ashamane's. And then this map, things just kind of fell out of control pretty quickly. And maybe it's Casual Granddads seeing, like, if MYWAY play really turtley, that it's tough for them to end the game. So if they go to a small map, maybe they're just gonna play really aggressive, right? Like, I could see you just get a Hammer of Justice on the Hunter, and you fear the Luxia, and it's over. The Hunter just dies. So, like, if you're able to play aggressive and get CC, I think Mage Lock can definitely end the game fast.
I kind of wonder if maybe MYWAY is like tricking them. Like, we're gonna go with big map, so they lock in the small map for us. Aha! Like, you know, long-term strategy, taking the risky map in game number 3 and getting the free map in game number 4.
The map pick of this series has made no sense since game 3 for both.
It's the most on the line too. Like,
exactly.
It's the most on the line. The Gauntlet. Both these teams are just, they got to win this series and one more, and they make it into the top 4. But yeah, so definitely some risky map picks here.
You play an entire season of tournaments for the finals. You want that medal. You want that first place prize money, and you pick Hook Point into a cleave as Mage Lock. I mean, MYWAY did the same thing a second ago, picking Enigma Crucible into Mage Lock. So, again, we have to wait and see here. I could see Casual Granddads playing really offensive, just running them down and chaining CC and just finishing the Hunter really fast. and maybe just using Bops aggressively, because Bops going to immune the mage to all the interrupts, right? And immunes them to all the damage. So it's just 10 seconds if I get to run at the hunter and do damage. And if you just kind of flip the switch on the jungle and actually out-aggress them, this could be a winning strategy for them. It's also easier to stack them up on the small map if you want to cleave them down with the Warlock pets, but I imagine the main strat is just isolating the hunter, stun into coil, fear into poly on the healer, maybe CS a heal from Tony or a cyclone from Tony, and you've kind of got the hunter taken down at that point. So I want to see the casual Granddads play offensively. If they play a defensive game on hook point, man, nothing makes sense anymore to me.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Both these teams going to be taking a little bit of time here, just, you know, talking about strats for casual Granddads. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like, what went wrong in that last game? Because I feel like they were super far ahead. So I don't know if it's one of those situations where it's better to kind of just, instead of greeting it, like somebody just makes a trade a little bit earlier on so you don't have those overlaps. You know, it's like what can happen in solo shuffle sometimes, where it's like the DPS is wondering, is the healer going to make the trade? The healer is wondering if the DPS is going to make a trade, and then you're 10% health and everyone uses everything to live. So I wonder if casual Granddads maybe just greeted it a bit too hard. If they used some of those defensives a little bit earlier on, they could have kind of kept up their momentum and tempo in the match, but they were just trading out things a little bit too late. So there was this massive overlap, and that's where MYWAY found that opening and cannot be messing up defensively against MYWAY. This team is too good offensively. They're very good at the rush down. They're very good at finding these setups. So you have to be really careful about how you navigate these waters. And I feel like casual Granddads has been doing a great job of that so far. Just need to keep it clean. It's been a long day for them so far. Like, how many hours have they been playing? Like 2.5 hours?
Yeah, 2.5 hours, might be pushing 3.5 if they manage to win this, if they want to qualify. I mean, this is the brutality of the Gauntlet. It's a single elimination tournament, and casual Granddads did not have a great performance throughout the season to get 8th place, and now it's coming back. They got to do all of that work that they put off earlier in one single tournament if they want to advance through, and this is match point. If they lose, they're out, and their 2 previous 3-0s, you know, only means that they finish in the position that they're currently at, and they get no more opportunities to get even higher up in the European Grand Finals. And they've gone to hook point, which is typically a cleave map. You pick this if your melee classes into mage lock, not the other way around. So this series has made very little sense in terms of strategy from these teams, but MYWAY managed to overcome the odds and win on Enigma Crucible, their large map pick. So maybe casual Granddads have a twist for us here on hook points, but taking a risk on hook point as mage lock on your match point, I mean, that's going to be tough for them here. The gates have opened. They're pushing forward. Gateway secured. Alec is getting aggressive on his mount, pushing on top of Luxia. Wants to strip off that shroud as soon as possible, but he's intercepted by a stun lock. Fire Breath purges off that ice barrier and some other effects as well as Clyde's into a freezing trap. Alec is on the back foot, and is he going to be able to recover throughout this? Alter Time got some value, but big damage incoming. It's match point. They cannot afford to go down, and Clyde, man, that was a lot of faith to put into Clyde to heal him through that burst there in the middle of the map. Now they caught Casu into a coil, Luxia into a polymorph, into an axe toss. No, he has no trinket. What happened? Luxia trinkets out, rescues Casu. He gets a shield for a moment, but if they can stay on top of him, they are absolutely cutting him down. They got 2 medallions, Casu and Luxia, out of the way, and still, if Clyde just wants to aggressively bop on the next push, it could be game over.
Yeah, definitely, and we'll see if casual Granddads makes that offensive play. Big damage on Walrick. That's going to be the unending resolve as MYWAY battling it back and really getting that offense going. At the same time, though, Luxia with no trinket does have the Emerald Communion if he needs it, so could channel out that heal. Not totally over here for the side of MYWAY. They have some defense that they can rely on. Still trinkets available here for Alec if he needs to get out of a cyclone. He can, taking a little bit of burst damage. There it is. The Fear Emerald Communion trades out. That is pretty much the last line of defense. Casu's all alone. Has to trade out some of his defense. Has the aspect of the turtle, but once that's gone, Sid, I am really afraid for MYWAY.
I mean, he's got no medallion to access it. If he gets stunned in the next 40 seconds, another Hammer of Justice, Ray of Frost, it might be over for. Maybe he's just dead even without CC right now. Luxia gets interrupted. Rewind is getting big value though, healing all that burst damage. Luxia is going to be uninterrupted in a moment here. A Blessing of Protection onto Warwick, gets purged off. The Trank Shot connects, and Warwick's in trouble. It's match point. Is Warwick going to go down? Sleepwalk onto Clyde. Is he going to Divine Shield? Yes, a Divine Shield. And suddenly there's not really anything left for Warwick in this position. He's dying even with with Clyde free healing him in the Divine Shield. Finally, he's got that Tears Deliverance up. They have to rescue Casu back to the pillar. They need to stall for 15 more seconds. Casu's trinket comes up, but he can trinket Turtle and stagger the damage on the next push. 10 more seconds. Alec needs to get a sheep right now. 8 seconds away from the trinket. Casu gets knocked in the middle of the map. He disengages over. They're getting aggressive instead, flipping the switch. It's match point. Can he get the trap? He gets axe toss before he can get the freezing trap. Insane axe toss right there by Walrick, and now Sacrifice is up. They can't trap. Hammer of Justice incoming from Clyde. They're trying to get aggressive and finish the match, but it looks like Luxia got some big heal over time effects up, and Casu's in a great position to just take no damage. Tony soaks hit with the wall, but now they're swapping over with Tyrant. Immediate trinket Turtle from Casu, fully respecting the Icy Veins, fully respecting the Tyrant, but Tony's left behind. He's trying to get back to his team in Bear Farm and start to recover behind the pillar. I mean, MYWAY want to stamp this out. They don't want this going to a game 5, and they get the stun trap. No trinket for 7. Walrus is going to Dark Pact. He's on the run. Walrus is just running laps away from Tony right now and avoiding Casu, but they finally catch him into a stun. They knock him out of line of sight of Clyde here, and they interrupt him with the counter shot. Can they close it? Not enough damage. It looks like Clyde is finally out of CC. Should be able to pick up Walrus in this position. Luxia is preloading big hots onto Casu with that Dream Breath. Those hots need to keep Casu alive right now because Luxia is going to be in CC for what looks like could be a long time. Fear into stun. Where's the poly? They don't get the polymorph. They knock Casu into the open, but that's knocking him to get a freezing trap. Clyde has to trinket. They rescue Casu over. They Blessing of Protection. Can they purge the Blessing of Protection? Doesn't look like it. Casu's in trouble. Luxia is interrupted. Can they finish him? Double Shadow Fury. Walrix is making insane plays here with these stuns so far. Luxia clutches out a huge Spirit Bloom, dodges the Ring of Frost, gets his Shroud up. He's immune to the next 3 CCs, but Walrix defensives are starting to come back up. Clyde has Sacrifice. He can pre-sacrifice, which is not good for the side of MYWAY at this point. Luxia into a full fear. Clyde into a stun. Can they get the trap? They land the freezing trap. Walrix is on the run once again. Dark Pact is up, but they're trying to kill him through it. Doesn't look like they have the damage at this point to finish him. Clyde is out of CC. Walrix should recover. Luxia jumping back to his team, trying to recover behind the pillar. They still have no medallions on their side. All 3 members are definitely juicy targets for the casual Granddads right now.
Oh, full polymorph lands. What are they going to be able to do? Caster right now into a stun. Tony's going to have to do a great job with defense. Scatter shot onto Alec. There's no follow-up crowd control. Just kidding. Hammer of Justice from Clyde. Now into a full fear. MYWAY is having to play a little bit scared right now. Full coil out onto Casu. Tony doing what he can. They're trying to rot down the pet just a little bit, and Casu needs to get in line of sight of Luxia. They need the heals, but at the same time, they're looking for a setup. Walrick in trouble, down to 50% health. Immediate unending resolve, and Dark Pact doing what he can to survive, but this could be the end of the game. Clyde has no way out, but the crowd control does end. There's no follow-up, and unfortunately for MYWAY, looks like Casual Granddads is going to be able to recover through that push, and now it's going to be Casu who's on the back foot.
Oh, Hammer of Justice. He has Medallion available, but he doesn't want to overlap it with the Emerald Communion. Emerald Communion appears to be enough for now, but Luxia is going for a deep breath. They're going for the kill at 1%, and they get it. They finish off Walrix. MYWAY will be advancing in the Gauntlet, and the Casual Granddads' dreams will be dashed.
Oh my goodness, we saw it. MYWAY bringing in the jungle cleave. They were so patient all season long, all throughout the cup phase. They were not able to play this composition, but now here in the Gauntlet, they're able to utilize it, and now they are just 1 series away into making it into the grand finals. And MYWAY, just such an exciting team to watch. Got to give a big shout out though to Casual Granddads. They played a phenomenal day of games. Already won 2 series earlier on in the game, or in the day, but unfortunately MYWAY is a bit too much for them in this particular series. You can see here the final moments for Luxia as he's very stressed out dealing with this crowd control.
I mean, to make that decision to go for deep breath when your partner's at 10% health, like that was a really big gamble. I wonder if we've got that final moment in the replay for his team. He did such a good job of anticipating CC and getting his big heal over time effects up right before it hits. So right here, having Dream Projection on the target before getting into that full fear, which is going to be one of the most powerful heal over time effects in the game, and just lining that up and then maneuvering around, getting Dream Breath up, anticipating the next CC onto himself, and making sure that his team is healthy so that they can keep pushing forward, keep staying aggressive. Gets caught in the poly, but the big hots are already up onto Casu. So he's able to sit through that axe toss, and he just gets time dilation, sneaks that one in between the stun lock, and you're not killing the target through time dilation with the type of damage that Demonology Work and Frost Mage do. So it's almost as effective as an ice block here onto Casu for that time. Stays alive through all the CC, gets back to his target, keeps up his reversions, bouncing well with the echoes, and jumps in for huge heals, and with that freezing trap gets the unending resolve. And it looks like he went for an oppressing roar here onto the Paladin. Now, does he get any sort of like extended CC with that? Doesn't look like it from this position. I think this is the final seconds of the game where he gets a Communion off of a Fear. He tried to pre-dispel it there with Emerald Communion, but Walrick saw it and faked it. This is it, where watch Kasu's health. Kasu gets down to like 1% right here, and he deep breaths. Look at that. Like, you choose to do damage when Hunter's literally at 1% health. Could have gone down while he was flying through the air right there. But it adds a little bit of extra damage and secures his team the kill.
He's trying to avoid crowd control maybe too. I didn't see if they were casting like a poly or a fear, but yeah, without a trinket it might have been a bit dangerous, but definitely the right play there. It worked out. Sometimes those greedy plays can pay off, but MYWAY, just beautiful to see Tony on the Feral Druid again, Kasu on the Hunter. We haven't seen too much Hunter in the AWC this season, or Feral Druid, so great to see these guys able to pull it off and advance here in the Gauntlet. And now they are just one away, like I mentioned. They have one series left. If they can beat, I believe it is NICEBEAM, then they make it into the finals. NICEBEAM is going to be that final boss.
NICEBEAM, like all of these other teams, have really been putting that work in. I feel like we're seeing so much just a difference in not only casual GRANDADS, MYWAY. So we'll see what NICEBEAM has in store for us as we move forward here in this bracket. But like Ven said, there's really not a lot between them and moving forward in the grand finals. And if you had to guess, Supatis, I mean, do you think, given what we've seen here, that MYWAY is going to be able to take them down?
I mean, in the past, they were playing Demonology Boomkin a lot, and Cass's team was playing Hunter Moonkin, and I think Hunter Moonkin is still good in that matchup. So that would be my prediction: is MYWAY plays Hunter Moonkin and NICEBEAM plays Warlock, Demo Warlock Boomkin, and that's kind of the first game. So I'm leaning towards MYWAY. I think we said that the winner of this series is probably going to win the whole thing, and I think I'm still going to hold true to that. So casual GRANDADS, unfortunately, Mage Lock not going to be enough for them to outdo MYWAY's jungle, and now MYWAY are looking like the prime candidate, I would say, at this point.
Yeah, most definitely bringing out that jungle composition when it really counts. So we can take a look here, just kind of where we've been through the day. You know, we see that first series of the day all the way at the bottom left-hand corner of your screens. Casual GRANDADS 3-0 twice in a row. Caster meta BAMBOOZLE knocked out, and then they went on to face off against MYWAY and did unfortunately lose 3-1. So that's an incredible run, you know, in and of itself. So that is the end of them. Hopefully we'll see them return again for AWC moving forward. But MYWAY moving on up, as we can see on the right side of this little staircase, facing off against NICEBEAM. And of course, just to reiterate, the winner of this one advances on to the grand finals. We've got Echo, Admirals Esports, and the Agents just waiting to face whoever wins this next up series tomorrow for the European Grand Finals. So we are going to be heading to a break, of course. $300,000 on the line. First place is $70,000 for that grand final. So that is huge for sure. So honestly, these teams are really stepping it up, and I can't wait to see them just continue to step it up as we move forward. So like I said, heading to a quick break. It's going to be NICEBEAM versus MYWAY coming up next. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We were about to find out which European team will make it out of the gauntlet and move on into the European Grand Finals tomorrow. Is it going to be NICEBEAM or MYWAY? Ven and Zico, I believe both of you actually predicted MYWAY to come out of this one alive, right, Ven?
I think that is true. I mean, at this point, we talked about it in the preview of the last game. MYWAY, they've been so consistent for such a long time. Their jungle cleave is something that I've always believed in, but not only that, it feels like they've really leveled up in terms of just their flexibility. So they have more than just the jungle cleave if they need it. Their ability to balance a good defense and offense, make those risky plays, find the setups is it's unparalleled. So they do a really good job. NICEBEAM, though, is a really solid team. I mean, this is a phenomenal roster. You got Tren, Porky, Numless, Eritros. I think they got lots of different compositions as well. I'm curious to see if they can implement Tren on that Demon Hunter or what exactly they're going to be bringing here to game number 1. But they're a team that's been around. They're a new team, but these players have been around for a long time. They're all veterans at this point.
Yeah, definitely. So this is going to be a great, I don't know if you can call it like a finals for the gauntlet, but a final match for the gauntlet. NICEBEAM, MYWAY. You know, Ven already highlighted it, Zico, but there's such a deep range of compositions that we could be seeing here in the blind pick. I mean, that's got to be a little bit like stressful. How do you make a decision like that in the little amount of time that you have to prepare for a match like this?
Yeah, that's a great question, and actually, it is a question that I asked to the healer of NICEBEAM because we were playing together a little bit earlier in the week, and I asked him a little bit if he's been prepping and how he's feeling, being the final boss of the gauntlet and everything. And Mr. Numless did tell me that they have been playing every day. They have been practicing a decent amount, and that he was nervous. He didn't feel like the meta was in their favor. But then again, they have Moonkins. They have, some stuff in their arsenal. So maybe he's holding back a little bit. I feel like that's something that everybody says right now. And honestly, that's something that could be said for MYWAY as well. So definitely flexibility is going to be the name of the game. And for MYWAY, they've had the chance to kind of heat up a little bit, play a series and kind of get those like initial nerves out. Whereas NICEBEAM, they're going to come in cold, which could be in their advantage. But it also could be a disadvantage heading into this game. And it's going to be such an important match as well. The entire year comes down to this. All of the money, $300,000 are on the line. If you win this match, or win the series rather, you're going to be qualifying to be able to play for that. So it's just
15,000.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed 15,000 for fourth as well, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a lot of money, just riding on this one series here. And there's no second chances. There's no double elimination. You lose 3, you're out, and that's it. And the blind pick, of course, is going to be super important.
Yeah, definitely. And, something else, I mean, Ven, you would obviously know way better than me, but I do wonder also with just how different the meta has shifted between the last cups that we had and now, if the team that ends up coming out of the bracket out of the gauntlet will have a little bit of an advantage because they played in this new meta in a tournament setting moving into the grand finals.
I think I would say that's probably wishful thinking. I think all of the teams that are sitting there in the grand finals, like I want to believe that the gauntlet players have warmed up, and a lot of these teams have gone toe to toe with those top 3 teams in the finals already. So you never count them out, obviously. But I mean, you have teams like Echo. I really feel like at this point, it's like, in Europe, so far from what we've seen in the cups, it's like Echo is so far ahead of everybody else. It's kind of crazy. Then you have Admiral Esports, who's so far ahead of everybody else under them. It's like different tiers, and then there's like a tier 3 tier where some of these teams are, and they're gonna have to really rise up. And you are right though, like we are in a new meta. Paladins are better, Feral Druids are better, Hunters are better. Never really know what can happen. So there might be some surprises a lot of these teams have in store for us. I'm not sure what's going to happen here between NICEBEAM and MYWAY, but we could see some crazy things in North America. I mean, we haven't seen augmentation of Ochre at all. That is a brand new specialization for this patch.
What the heck?
I think we will see it in North America. I think there's going to be some crazy stuff that happens there, but we'll have to wait and see, I suppose.
Yeah, we definitely will. And maybe Zico, maybe Numless was being just like super humble, like, oh, the meta's not really in our favor. I'm so nervous. And maybe he'll just like surprise us and they'll completely dominate MYWAY.
Yeah, honestly, it could happen.
You know him better than me.
Numless, he likes to keep his cards kind of close to his chest, and I feel like he's a very positive guy. I love playing with him. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. And I mean, he's got you know, like Ben kind of alluded to it as well. He's got a solid roster of veterans here. You know, Numlis plays all the different healers. You know, and now we got a Holy Paladin meta. I wouldn't be surprised to see him on that. He plays, you know, Mistweaver, plays Priest as well. So he's got all of the healers, you know, kind of locked down. We've seen him on Druid as well, which he got rank 1 on. And then on the opposite end, he also has Tren. You know, we've seen Tren. I think he got 3rd, not last year, but the year before that. And every single time we see Tren compete, he is always bringing the big dam. And then, of course, he got Corki. And Moonkins right now, we haven't seen too many of them. But we are going to see Corki tagged in on the Moonkin. We're going to see Numlis tagged in on the Holy Paladin. And Tren not going to be playing that Demon Hunter. Instead, he is going to be bringing in the Warrior here. So very, very interesting opener here. I do believe that's a Fury Warrior as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what NICEBEAM can get done here. MYWAY going to be leading with that jungle. Kasu going to be playing that Survival Hunter. And I do suspect him to be a very, very squishy, juicy target here for Tren.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly what they can do. Survival Hunters deal quite a bit of damage and can be evasive, but I would say Fury Warriors right now, their ability to have uptime in a match is it's really high. So we're going to be looking to see Tony either get Cyclones on Tren, or I'll see exactly what they can get done. Looks like an opener here onto Tren. Corki as well, getting a counter stun, looking for a Cyclone, gets immediately interrupted there by Kasu, but it is Tony on the back foot. Big damage here for Corki, but he's caught into the stun. Big damage incoming. I mean, both these teams just ripping out the cooldowns very early on in the match. Corki and Tren falling a little behind, but it looks like Numlis should be able to easily heal through it. Let's see if Corki can actually find crowd control here on Luxia, who's basically been free so far in this match.
Yeah, Luxia so far able to get a rescue there onto Tony. Tony did trade out the bark skin here. Now gets a full maim stun onto Tren. Big damage coming through here onto Tren. Corki looking for the Cyclones here, looking to back up his teammates. Gets a full Cyclone there onto Tony. Some cat on cat crimes happening right there. And Kasu is so far being left free here on that Hunter, and he's going to be able to deal devastation if he is left free for too long. Kasu getting out of a Hammer of Justice. Tony gets a low Cyclone there. Scatter Trap coming out. Actually, just a scatter shot onto Corki and a trap onto Numlis. Now looks like pushing in for the Sleepwalk. They got the crowd control chain, but do they have the damage? Nice Cyclone there onto Kasu. Shuts it down before he gets going, but Tren still in a lot of trouble, and Rage Region does trade out, and Tren manages to heal himself back up there. Numlis holding onto his trinket. Doesn't have the sacrifice, but managed to hold on to those Blessing of Protection charges. So now he's going to have all of his cooldowns ready to go. And Tren now is going to be caught up in a full Cyclone. Corki looking to blast Tony here, but Tony ducks for cover around the corner. Another Cyclone here onto Kasu. And it's interesting that they're going after the Feral Druid in this matchup and kind of just leaving Kasu free, because usually you want to go after those Hunters. They usually do too much damage if you leave them alone. Corki in a scatter, Numlis in a trap once again. And Luxia, is he going to be able to find a Sleepwalk? It doesn't look like it. Once again, Corki is there to deflect the attack. Corki so far playing a phenomenal game on that Moonkin.
Yeah, very interesting talent choices as well. We have some pressure here onto Tony. If they can recover, I'll talk about it a little bit. We'll see. Big stun here onto Tony. He's getting chopped up. Luxie doing what he can to keep him alive, but a lot of healing reduction there from Tren on the Fury Warrior. Now making a swap here onto Tony. Pressure is high for NICEBEAM. Luxie is just going to be trading out that Emerald Communion as Corki's looking for more crowd control, bash into potential Cyclone. Not able to find it. Good denial there by Tony. Getting his own Cyclone. They need to find some pressure. Finally slowing down Tren just a little bit, but on that Warrior, he is just an absolute juggernaut. If he can get back on Tony, he's just so far on the back foot. Could easily fall. Luxie is using the rescue to try to save his life, but a full Repentance lands. Unfortunately, it breaks. I don't know what broke that crowd control, but that is definitely unfortunate for the side of NICEBEAM. Maybe closed out the game in that position. Tony now moving back in, getting some pressure here onto Corki. Blessing Protection trades. Luxia finding a Sleepwalk of his own. And now all of a sudden, NICEBEAM is the team on the back foot.
Yeah, Corki actually using that Heart of the Wild there as well. So that's going to be a massive cooldown that was exchanged in that trade. Overlapped with the Blessing of Protection there as well. Now Tren caught up in a stun right there. And Luxia sitting down for a drink here. And they need to stop this drink here. Luxia going to be able to recover so much mana. Tony caught up in a Cyclone. Tren scatter shot here. And Caster just basically owning everybody right now on that Hunter. Big damage coming out though onto Tony. Luxia gets full mana in that position. That's going to be absolutely massive for him later on in the match. Corki is going to be a good target here on that Moonkin. That Heart of the Wild is going to finally subside there for Corki. and now Numb is caught up in a full sleepwalk. Do they have a trap to follow it up? Castro snipes it. There's the deep breath. Corki in so much trouble. Ducks into bear form, activates the renewal, activates the bark skin, frenzied region. Basically, his entire spellbook has been sent, and now Numbliz is going to have to block the next couple of kills here. The Moonkin is looking like a great target here for MYWAY. You can tell they're starting to find their footing, but still, Tony could be in big trouble here. Tren activates the recklessness, gets big damage there onto Tony, but gets stunned on it. Root solar beam here onto Luxia. Tony looking for the cyclone. Nice quell there onto Corki while he's sitting through that solar beam. Actually, actually an offensive here coming out there by Tren, but they don't find too much damage here onto Tony. They're trying to build up the slaughterhouse stacks here onto Tony. Castro at the same time blasting Corki. Corki ducks into bear form once again. Numbliz is there to deflect the attack with the heals, but that is the incarnation of Corki. Shifts out of form and then gets stunned at the same time. That's going to be the sacrifice from Numbliz. He's spamming the flash of heals, trying to keep Corki alive. Another full cyclone connects there onto Luxia. They're blasting Tony. Tony turns out the barkskin. Is that going to be enough defense though? Another cyclone onto Luxia, but Tren is just getting kited here on the warrior. Tony's doing a great job here on that Kata Cat, and using so far a couple of his 9 lives, but still a lot of defense left, still a lot of mana left. So far, even between both of these healers, it could still be anybody's game.
Oh, Tony doing a great job just avoiding Tren, building up combo points, landing the BAME into the Cyclone. Tony doing such a good job on that Pharaoh, just being very evasive, avoiding damage, making it easy for Luxia to heal. But if Tren can stay on target, build up the slaughterhouse stacks, get the stuns out, that's when Tony's going to be in a lot of trouble. But just look at this. This is a game of cat and mouse. Finally, a shockwave here onto Tony as they're looking to get some pressure rolling. A full cyclone lands onto Castro at the same time. Corki looking to set up his team. Can he find the root solar beam here onto Luxia? Not just yet. It's up in 20 seconds, but that crowd control could be devastating. We'll see if they do manage to find it. In the meantime, though, Corki taking a little bit of pressure. Tony's into a cyclone. Both these druids just trying to find the crowd control when they can. We're at 30% dampening. These healers are starting to get stressed in this matchup, but Tren just has such a miserable time in this game. The last couple minutes, he's just getting controlled. He's getting kited. He's cycloned. He's stunned. They can't stay on target. They really need to try to enable Tren more in this matchup.
Yeah, Corki, though, could be in big trouble. Saber the Light is going to proc there for Numbliz, and Numbliz has a lot of work ahead of him, but Numbliz sitting through that entire crowd control chain. Corki actually chose to use that solar beam defensively there in that exchange as well, I believe onto a cyclone from Tony. Tren now caught up in a root. He gets blasted here a little bit, but finally Stormbolt connects onto Tony. He's taking a little bit of damage there. It activates the bark skin. He's going to trade with that. Tren now trading out the enraged region. Tren could be in big trouble. Numbliz is going to trinket sacrifice and save him in that position. Corki actually getting cycloned here as well, potentially on his frenzied region, but now Corki is ready to blast here. Big damage potential with that incarnation, but Corki getting blasted here. Could just go down. So much damage coming through. Beautiful knock there onto Corki. Numbliz spamming out the flash of lights here with the divine shield, spamming out heals onto Tren as well. Tren caught up in a triple diaclone. There's the double deep breath from Luxia. Full trap to follow it up, and that is going to be it. MYWAY will take game number 1 here, almost getting themselves a double kill there as well, and that is just looking fantastic. If you win this game number 1, both of these teams have a lot of different options. MYWAY is going to set themselves up very nicely for the remainder of the series.
MYWAY is hot. I mean, they had a bit of a dicey start there. I feel like Tony defensively wasn't playing as well at the beginning as he was at the end. I think he kind of realized, just get the bleeds up, try to just stick to the pillar as much as possible, try to really control Tren. And if you watch Tony in the match, he's just constantly moving out of line of sight, just shifting, just making it really difficult for Tren to actually stay on target. Does not want to allow him to have maximum uptime. Now Tony looking for a cyclone, lands it onto Corki. Numbliz trinkets. Oh no, I trinketed, I sacked, but I can't actually heal. Now going for heals onto Tren, and this is what's just so difficult against a good jungle cleave that has this kind of control, has these kind of setups. This is where you see the big deep breath stun, I do believe, from Luxia that sets up the win. So you can see Corki right now trying to get back to the pillar, Numbliz in the divine shield. And this is where Luxia just comes in to close out the game with the double stun into the full trap. Cass is in position to just snipe out that crowd control. And there it is. Double kill situation. Really nicely done there by MYWAY.
Yeah, and Luxia, he's been on point so far. We saw it as well in that previous matchup as well. Luxia has been just on fire with those deep breaths, landing them at very, very crucial moments. And that is basically what leads to the kill here in the end as well. That ability just adding in a lot of damage, stunning them up, getting the AoE set up there as well for Cass. It just makes his life so easy when you are the hunter, just able to get that out. And honestly, I didn't really like this pick from NICEBEAM too much. I feel like, most likely you're going to go into the jungle. That was a beautiful knock there, by the way, by Casio with that explosive shot. And that really did force out most of that spellbook. And then the follow-up stun into the follow-up trap. And just so much pressure there from Tony. And yeah, I got to say, I didn't really like this composition too much here from NICEBEAM. I feel like they're trying too hard to kind of, have Trent on the warrior and go after Tony. But I feel like that's what you kind of want if you are MYWAY. Because Tony didn't really look pressured at all in that matchup. Maybe they're trying to win on mana, but when Luxia got that big drink, that win condition kind of went out the window. So I don't know. I kind of want to see something else. I feel like Demon Hunter is problematic in this matchup because you are going to be a target, and you could definitely go down in some of those stuns. But at the same time, you get reverse magic. You can shut down a lot of the freezing traps. You can shut down a lot of the potential. And it's just a joy to always see Trent on the Demon Hunter. So that might be something that we see later. Or they might just lock in the same thing. What are your thoughts, Van?
It's hard to say because I feel like at the beginning of the match, I really believed in the composition that they were running. The Fury Warrior looked really good when it could actually stay on Tony. But as soon as Tony just played as annoying as possible, where all he was doing was line of sighting, just building up combo points on off targets and just getting maim stuns into cyclones onto the Warrior, that's when the game became an absolute nightmare because there's really not too much to shut him down from doing that, right? Like, no one else has an interrupt, so if you do manage to get a stun onto the Warrior, I don't. I wonder if this is correct. If they're bringing the Eritros on the Warrior instead of Trent.
Like, all right, Trent, you had your shot. It's time to see Eritros Warrior. Nah, it's probably Trent on the Warrior still.
Okay, but yeah, I was saying like, if you think about it, who's going to stop the Cyclones? Like Numliz doesn't have an interrupt on a Moonkin. Corki has to get in melee range, I guess, to land the rebuke if he can, but. If the Fury Warrior is in a stun, there's really not that much that's stopping Tony from getting those cyclones. And once that happens, all of MYWAY is just free to kind of push in, get the damage rolling on Numliz, get the crowd control on Corki, and it becomes a really difficult situation to navigate, I think, from NICEBEAM.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? You're lacking those ranged interrupts, and at the same time, what is actually the win condition? Stun Tony, get a root solar beam, and try to burst Tony. I feel like Tony, you don't have enough lockdown to kill him in the stun. He's always going to have, a bark skin. He's always going to have some frenzied regens. He's always going to be able to trinket and just kind of rotate a little bit there with Luxia as well. You have Emerald Communion. You have, Luxia's trinket as well, with rescue and things like that. So I feel like the win condition is really, really hard to execute. What I want to see if they're going to continue to play this comp is maybe go after Casio a little bit more, try to take down the MM Hunter, try to slow down his damage a little bit, kind of shut down the aim shots that he's able to get. And maybe do some swaps to Tony if he overextends, something like that. I could see working for them. But in general, I feel like they need CC chains no matter what. They need to find the root beams. They need to find cyclones. They need to find maybe Repentance or Hammer of Justice at least onto Luxia and get a little bit more aggressive in the match. Because it did look good in the start, but I feel like once MYWAY kind of understood, okay, this is kind of what we want to do. It felt like they were able to just get a tremendous amount of pressure. And I think a big reason for that was they just started trapping Numliz and going after Corki with the stuns. And then when Corki ran away, they would just swap to the Warrior in a maim stun and also get a bunch of cooldowns from him. So I feel like MYWAY played the matchup a lot better, towards the second half of that last match. And I'm kind of afraid for NICEBEAM that MYWAY are only going to get better in this matchup because that's kind of the trend in that game number one.
Such a stressful game. Just thinking this one series is $15,000 in the finals, right? Like potentially much more than $15,000, but at the very minimum, you're playing for $15,000 here. So really, really tough for both these teams. Obviously, right now, MYWAY in a great position. They just got off a really nice win over casual Granddads, and now they're up 1-0 on the blind pick, which you mentioned for those teams is big. But you can see here the $300,000 prize pool per region. It's looking really, or first place $70,000 per region, second place $40,000 per region, and third place $25,000, and fourth place $15,000. So that's what we're saying. If you win this match, you make it into that top four. It's a guaranteed $15,000 at minimum, up to $70,000 if you have that dream run and you can actually do it. So, stressful, that's for sure.
Yeah. definitely a stressful situation, especially for Tren, kind of coming in. You know, he's been playing a decent amount of warrior, but still coming in on your alt and having these kind of stakes. That's definitely a tough position to be in. But also, not just the prize pool. I'm not sure if production maybe has a little graph for us here, but the trophies as well. We got the first, the second, and the third place medals as well on the line here. If you can win here, you can win your next matchup. All of a sudden, you can get one of these bad boys, man. I would love to have one of those. Obviously, I'm too old and washed for that, but these guys definitely have a shot, you know. So you'd love to see that if you are, you know, one of these teams. I think that's the biggest reason why, you know, people compete. They want to get that first place, you know. They want to sate that hunger. They all want to win, and that's the beauty. And these medals are definitely worth fighting for.
Yeah, no doubt about this. This is the final boss if you are a PvP player, making it into the AWC, getting through the cup phase, getting through the gauntlet phase, and then winning the grand finals. MYWAY, NICEBEAM, one series away to that final step of making it into that top 4. Let's see who's going to come out ahead. NICEBEAM is going to really have to try to enable Tren in this match. I feel like that's really what it comes down to. Like, you have to somehow find a way to play aggressive enough to allow Tren to stay on target. And I don't know if that means Numliz needs to get more aggressive in the match, needs to take more of an offensive positioning, needs to get offensive hodges and rebukes, but we'll have to wait and see how they do it.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see how they do it. NICEBEAM definitely want to try to tie this one up here. They have picked Empyrean Domains to try to do it. Let's see if they can get it done. Right now, Corki sitting through in stealth here, looking for Tony. I believe Tony is also in stealth on the other side of the map. Namla is just going to be chilling here with Tren, kind of waiting for these druids to maybe find an opener. And if not, Casu's camouflage, he's in stealth as well, is going to run out. So that's going to give, you know, NICEBEAM an opportunity to open onto Casu if nobody finds anybody. Or Casu might just start the game off with a sniper shot. It's kind of on MYWAY here to get the opener. And there it is. Sniper shot onto Tren, in Tim stun, into full freezing trap. Rapid fire gets channeled out. True shot comes out for Casu. Big damage. Nice scatter shot there onto Corki. Nice steel trap there onto Tren. Full sleepwalk. This is a beautiful opener. I mean, look at Casu. This guy is an absolute beast on the Hunter. Just basically getting it all done here. Beautiful opener there, but what are they actually able to force? They do get the Heart of the Wilds from Corki, which is a 5-minute cooldown, so that's a pretty decent opener here. Corki could be an exposed target, but now Corki looking for the counter pressure. Beautiful double deep breath there by Luxia. Rapid fire once again coming out there for Casu as he is just standing far away in the middle, blasting away here onto his foes, going after Tren a little bit now. Anybody he touches is just taking an insane amount of punishment. And Casu now actually getting Cyclone here on about 50% HP. If they can get some crowd control onto Luxia, they could potentially set that up. But the double stun coming out here from Tony. He wants to win the game early on, already proccing the Save by the Light. That's already going to be the sacrifice there from Numliz as well. MYWAY just looking better and better the longer this game keeps going.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. MYWAY, they got a lot of pressure right now. Tony, though, a little bit on the back foot. Tren is on target. Cyclone does land there by Corki. Now, Tren continuing to make the push. MYWAY wants to try to disengage a little bit here. They realize NICEBEAM has the pressure. Corki moving forward, looking for a Cyclone. It gets immediately interrupted, and now the pressure is on this Druid. Really in trouble. Needs to be careful. Full trap does land here on Numliz. He does have both of his breaks, so the Divine Shield as well as that trinket are available to remove that crowd control, but opting to play it a little bit safe. Not going to be trading it out just yet. Relying on his teammates to trade out some of their defensives to survive, as MYWAY is once again getting a ton of pressure here onto Tren as well as Corki. Mame stun lands once again. Are they going to find the Cyclone? No. They're just going to try to ride with this pressure. Full stun into full trap. Tren does his best to try to eat it, but unfortunately not able to. And now it's going to be Corki just rotting down. This pressure from MYWAY is immense, but Numla is still just greedily not going to be trading out any cooldowns. And now making a play here onto Tony. Full Cyclone on Luxia. This is danger time for Tony. He manages to find the Cyclone on Tren once again, which slows down their pressure.
Yeah, Casu just MVP play there. Gets the scatter shot there onto Tren, and that's going to allow Tony to get that full Cyclone. Corki now getting a Blessing of Protection out of the Stormbolt. He has the Incarnation active, looking to get very, very aggressive with that, but they got no crowd control. Numliz had to use his trinket there in the midst of things. They do find a Cyclone onto Luxia, but no Solar Beam available here for Corki. Another 12 seconds cooldown on that ability. Cyclone coming out onto Casu. Where is the pressure, though? Tony actually getting rebuked here by Numliz. Just Deliverance getting kicked here by Tony. They could chain that into a stun, into a trap, potentially. They're going for it, and they snipe it. Beautifully done. Nice deep breath coming out there as well. Huge pressure here onto Corki, and once again, defensive solar beam. That is going to be a small victory there as well for MYWAY, getting those solar beams out every single time there to just stop Cyclones, just to survive, is not the situation you want to be in if you are NICEBEAM. Now Trend caught up in a stun, getting rapid fire, getting Cyclone on half HP. Looks is sitting back for a drink right there, but does cancel it out early there. I do believe it was stopped by Corki. Corki now once again in bear form takes a huge hit of damage there. The sniper shots are rolling in, the intros are coming in as well. Big damage now onto Trend. He's got nothing to stay alive with. Scatter shot onto Trend. They're going for the Cyclone. Tony in trouble though. I think the slaughterhouse stacks are up here on Tony. He goes for the rake stun onto Trend. He wants to kite those stacks out. Nice blessing of protection there to keep Trend aggressive by Numbliz. He's trying to find some pressure, but MYWAY are just going to take that blessing of protection and just run away with it and just try to reset here a little bit. But Trend still getting aggressive onto Tony. If they can find some crowd control onto Luxia. There's the solar beam mass entanglement combo by Corki. He goes for the Cyclone there as well, and that will be Luxia's trinket. So finally, the first cooldown defensively being forced here from MYWAY, but now they find a full freezing trap. There's the full sleepwalk as well. Trend in a lot of trouble. Enraged Region comes out. They're swapping to Corki here as Trend is going to be able to heal himself back up to full. And MYWAY, they have to trade, but they managed to get the trade as well in return.
Yep, definitely Repentance being cast out here by Numbliz. Can they find the crowd control here on to Luxia? There's a full Cyclone. Corki just going for it. Wanted to get aggressive here, but Tony finds a Cyclone of his own. And now it's going to be Corki on the back foot as actually MYWAY retreating. They get the Cyclone there onto Trend, and now they're just going to be fully pulling back, maybe wanting Luxia to get a drink. They're making a swap here onto Luxia. Could have to make a trade. There's no trinket. He's in trouble.
Oh.
That's the rewind there. Luxia also trades out the Dream Projection, and the pressure now from NICEBEAM is looking good. At the same time, though, a trap lands on a Numbliz. Corki is forced into bear. Does get topped off quite quickly, though, and now looking to make an aggressive play once again. Trent just leaping in. Wanted to get the pummel here onto the Cyclone. Any crowd control on Luxia could be absolutely devastating. Tony could easily fall. Cyclone being cast out here. Beautiful fake cast there by Corki. Lands the full Cyclone Repentance as well onto Casu, but unfortunately, great positioning here from Tony and Luxia, making it really difficult for Corki to actually find that crowd control he wants to in this game.
Yeah, Corki trying to eat this, the freezing trap there, but not able to do it. Tony, though, dropping quite low there. Has to use the bark skin once again. Trent could be in a little bit of trouble, but he does manage to self-sustain himself. They're shutting down Castle right now. He's got the true shot active, looking to blast Corki. Corki does have the bark skin. He trinkets out of the stun there. Now a nice shockwave here onto Tony. Tony with no bark skin available. That's going to be the survival instincts. Full trap, full Cyclone here potentially onto Luxia. Corki going for the fake cast, and he does manage to get it there. Beautiful Cyclone. There's no trinket here. Tony in so much trouble, and they are going to be able to take him down. NICEBEAM. Tie it up 1-1 apiece. Really, really nice counter pressure there. So unfortunate there for Luxia. Couple of seconds left on his trinket. And honestly, that swap that they did to Luxia earlier on was really, really nice there by NICEBEAM. Finding the opportunity to actually go after the Evoker bought them a lot of cooldowns.
Yeah, if you're an Evoker, you've got no Emerald Communion, you've got no trinket, you're not able to get up, your refreshing blaze, as well as that Obsidian Scales, then you're going to be taking a ton of damage. And it was a bit of a panic moment for Luxia, forced to immediately trade out that rewind, which isn't the biggest deal, but still a little bit of trouble. We can see right now in this replay, Casu down to about 50% health as he's taking some pressure. You can see Casu gets caught into a full Cyclone as we walk through this replay. Luxia is going to be going for that Emerald Communion. Big heals here onto Tony and Casu. And this is just where NICEBEAM is able to kind of establish that pressure and get the damage rolling. Tony's just unable to recover with the full Cyclone landing onto Luxia, and that's going to be the end of the game. It was just a really good push there by NICEBEAM. As soon as Trend can stay on target, if Tony's not able to actually escape, then it gets really, really difficult for them to actually keep him alive. So when Tony can just use the pillar, get the stuns, get the Cyclones, defensively, MYWAY looks good. But if Trend just has that uptime that they need in the match, then they can easily close it out. Now we're all tied up in this game. I really wonder if MYWAY is going to be making any adaptations here.
Yeah, that's the question here. I mean, we kind of said, I said the same thing about NICEBEAM in that last match, but this one looked completely different here. So this might just be the only comps that we see. We'll see. The map did potentially do them some favors as well. and it could just come down to this. So NICEBEAM at least putting up a fight here against MYWAY. And it's going to be interesting to see what these teams decide to do. I cannot wait to get into the next blind pick here to see what map we're going to and exactly what they're trying to do. I got to say, though, this setup here at the end looked very, very nice as well. Corky with the MVP fake cast right there, getting that Cyclone onto Luxia. Look at that short window that they have to actually get the kill there. About 12 seconds remaining there onto Luxia Stringen, and then he chains it, of course, with the silence, just in case for good measures there. And they do have the damage as well to back it up. And all of a sudden, now the ball is in MYWAY's court. And if it just comes down to winning that blind pick, of course, MYWAY are going to have that advantage. But if you're new here, what we're talking about now is the swing match. If we see this series kind of be decided based on map, maybe MYWAY wants the small maps, maybe NICEBEAM wants the larger maps. If NICEBEAM can win that next game, they are going to have that advantage moving forward if the series goes all the way to a game number 5. So this is going to be super, super important game for NICEBEAM to win if they want to kind of bring that advantage in their favor later on in the series, or if MYWAY wants that advantage in game number 5, which they of course do. It's going to be very, very important for them as well to win that next match.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, we kind of talked about it. Both these teams have options. I feel like NICEBEAM, they're feeling confident in this option, though. You know, they locked it in the blind pick. They locked it in even when they had the composition advantage. So I think for them, it's probably going to be this composition for the rest of the tournament. MYWAY, they go to Ashermane's Fall. It is going to be their map pick as well as their comp pick. So we'll see. Do they have something better? Like, is the Marksmanship Hunter really going to be the best thing that they have available? Maybe they bring in the Survival, the Beast Mastery. We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But so far, NICEBEAM is looking really, really solid. And MYWAY, of course, they have about a minute left here on their pick. But this is probably the most important series, you know, of their season so far. So really, take all the time you need, MYWAY, because it's definitely an important choice coming up here.
Yeah, absolutely. If they throw this one away, they make the wrong call. This could just cost them $15,000, upwards to $70,000. So there's a lot riding on this one. And, you know, MYWAY is one of those teams we can't really count them out as well. If they do manage to make it to the finals, I do think that they are, you know, one of those contenders as well. They have won, you know, the entire thing in the past. With a similar roster. I don't think Luxia was on the team yet when they won. I do believe he joined this team this year, actually. So for Luxia, he's been able to do quite some damage already, but he would like to kind of ride that momentum and you know, make it all the way to the final once again. So we'll see what they decide to do. They are actually going to lock in the exact same thing here on both sides. And last game, we saw Empyrean Domain. Now we saw Ashermane's Fall, which are similar maps in terms of size. The only difference is really that Ashermane's has a lot bigger pillars compared to Empyrean Domain, where the pillars are super small. Do you think that's the only difference they're going for here? They just want bigger pillars on the side of MYWAY, or do you think the map just doesn't matter here? Both teams are kind of content with just playing it out on large maps.
I think if you're Tony and your main objective is to run around pillars, like the big pillar is definitely going to help, right? Like it really is a game of cat and mouse between Tren and Tony, except, you know, the bit weird because Tony is the cat, but playing the role of the mouse in this one, you know,
cat and dog.
Yeah, he's got to be. Yeah, exactly. He's got to be running away from Tren the entire game because if Tren catches him and build up those slaughterhouse stacks, he's going to be doing a ton of damage. It's going to be really difficult for them to actually heal, and that's where the game spirals out of control. But if Tony can just avoid that damage, only go in when, you know, he's getting stuns onto the warrior, he's getting cyclones onto the warrior, the game is going to be going a lot better for them. So that's kind of like the little mini game that's happening in the match. Of course, there's lots of other things happening too, but it really comes down to how enabled is Tren in the match, because if he stays on target, he's going to rip Tony apart. Yeah,
Tren confirmed the dog of the lob here. We'll see if he can find enough uptime here on the cat. And, you know, it is all about that pressure when you play that Fury Warrior. It is all about that uptime, getting those slaughterhouse stacks, going to reduce that healing that Luxia is able to do. It's going to tax his mana. We saw Luxia was almost out of mana in that last game. And you're going to see, you know, also just that pressure that comes through when you have those slaughterhouse stacks maxed out. You know, pressure from Corky as well. If you can find the Cyclones there, that's going to reduce Tony's self-healing, and that's when they're going to start getting those really big cooldowns. But I do really like that one switch that they did over onto Luxia. So if they can find more situations like that where Tony's just running too much and you just do a hard swap onto Luxia instead, I would love to see that, because Luxia is a very, very juicy target for them as well. It is one of the weaknesses of the Evoker. If they, play a little bit too close to, the fight, they can definitely get punished in those stuns. We have seen Evokers get absolutely destroyed in those stuns. So that could definitely be an option for NICEBEAM as well to try to take down Luxia. But we'll have to wait and see exactly how they decide to play this one out. Of course, the players, I'm not sure which side took a delay, but I would imagine that somebody did at this point. There's so much on the line for these guys. This is the final game of the European Gauntlet. After this, we're going to be going over to North America, and this is the swing match. So this match is going to be very, very important for the remainder of the series. And the series is, of course, what is going to decide who the 4th member of the finals tomorrow is going to be. So lots on the line here, and the teams, they're definitely carefully thinking through what they want to do here.
As they should. Very important, like you mentioned, these difficult decisions, lots to think about. Who are they going to be going after? How are they going to get the crowd control to win the game? What are they going to do? And then, of course, you have to think about, this should be in the back of their mind right now. This is a problem for a different day, but after this series, you got to think about what are you going to be doing against those other top 3 teams that have already made it into the finals, because unfortunately for the team that comes in 4th, so whoever wins this will be that 4th seed.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they play Echo first, which is definitely a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, if you win this, you win the chance to play against Echo, who won every single tournament this entire season, and I'm pretty sure the last season as well, so probably the season before that as well. I can't even remember the last time they lost, so that'll be a nice little prize waiting for you. But even just the biggest thing I would say is that the bracket will reset in the finals. So if you do make it to the finals, you will go against Echo if you are 4th. So it's going to be 1st against 4th, 2nd against 3rd. But then you're going to drop down to the lower bracket if you do lose that match. So you are at least going to have a second chance to potentially face somebody else, and you could still make that lower bracket dream run and claw your way back into the grand finals that way. So at least you're going to have a second lifeline in that tournament. But right now we're just focusing on even making it there. We're right now tied up 1-1 apiece. Ashamane's Fall is going to be the playground that MYWAY have chosen, and we are loaded into game number 3 here. Who is going to take it? Exactly what are they going to do so far? It's been a lot of pressure onto Tony, and it's been a lot of disruption onto Tren. That's what we're going to be looking out for, constant scatter shots onto Tren, cyclones, just trying to slow him down. And if Tren can get enough uptime onto the cat, then he's going to be able to secure victory here for NICEBEAM. If Tony can stay away enough and get enough setups here and allow Kasu to find the traps, to find the range damage, then MYWAY could be walking away with this one. So far, in terms of mana, it has been in favor of Numbless. So if the game drags on for too long, Numbless most likely will have the advantage there. So those are the win conditions right now. And right now, the teams are just getting ready. That last opener from Kasu, I really, really like that one. So we'll see if he does something similar here. Last time around, he went for a Tim stun onto Numbless, into a freezing trap, and then they open onto Tren, and then they swap over onto Corki after that when he did duck out of stealth. And here it is, kind of similar opener. Tony getting caught up in a bash. Now they're going after Corki. Big damage coming out here over onto Corki already. Aim shot being loaded up, and that's going to be the Trinket, Blessing of Protection, Bark Skin. They did not use the Heart of the Wild, at least for Corki, but still a massive amount of cooldowns being traded here by NICEBEAM, and now they're going after Tony. But look at Tony. He's doing a great job just kiting Tren here, using those big pillars, but now finally Tony is going to be able to catch him. But Luxia, not in crowd control, is going to be able to deflect that.
Yep. Tony doing a great job running away. At the same time, though, Numbless now into a full trap. It's going to be Corki, who is forced to play a little bit defensive. Cassie doing a great job on that Hunter, really setting up his team for some damage here. Corki gets interrupted on the Cyclone, having to play defensive, trying to pull away, but they are in hot pursuit. Full Cyclone lands onto Numbless. Great job there by Tony, but at the same time, double Shockwave from Tren, trying to reverse the pressure, but Corki just so far on the back foot, not able to recover. Now, big setup onto Tren. That's going to be the lay on hands forced out there by Numbless. So great pressure here in game number 3 by MYWAY. Tony's doing such a good job weaving in between defense and offense, like really switching up that role. Finally caught into a Cyclone. Maybe they're going after Casu now, making a little bit of a setup change here, as Tony's just been playing so evasive. Nope, going back onto Tony. So both these teams really just utilizing Cyclone to its full potential, getting aggressive with Cyclones on the healer, slowing down the healing, bouncing between targets. It's just really high-level Druid gameplay.
Yeah, very, very high level. Tony pre-bear forms the shockwave right there, and now Numbless not going to be in any crowd control. Going to try to allow Tren here to stay on target. Tren actually getting a lot of uptime right now onto Tony, but gets caught up in the main stun. Tony now looking for the Cyclone there, wants those Slaughterhouse stacks to fade, and they will be fading there from Tony. Now going after Corki here, looking to get aggressive. Looks over the Dream Breath there in the back line, snipes Tony with it, and now Tren, here comes the Recklessness, here comes the damage. Already got 4 stacks onto Tony right there. He's completely stacked up, but look at Corki meanwhile in the back line here. Corki taking a lot of pressure. Tren manages to reconnect here onto his target, and Tony actually is going to be in a lot of trouble here. He needs to be very, very careful. There's a scatter shot onto Tren into a full Cyclone. Tren trinkets out. That's going to be a full bash there onto Luxia into a full Cyclone. But Blessing of Protection onto Corki. Tony in so much trouble. Luxia with no trinket. Tony on 10% HP, trying to stay alive. He gets the Frenzied Region, activates the Incarnation. They're trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. It will be NICEBEAM taking game number 3, taking the swing match, and you can see the disappointment here in Luxia's face. There is so much on the line. What an incredible push there. That Blessing of Protection as well coming through from Numbless, allowing his team to stay aggressive. Tren getting the uptime that he needs, catches the cat and takes him out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really crazy to see how much pressure Tren is able to generate with that Slaughterhouse, stacking up that healing reduction. And it's very similar to Restoration Druid. Preservation Evoker, I would say, is like a throughput healer. When there's no Mortal Strike to deal with and dampening is low, you heal a lot. Your heal over time effects are really, really powerful, but Tren, if he can stay on target, it is just so difficult for Luxia to actually recover. He's right now in a Cyclone, but once the Cyclone is out, you can see these heal over time effects really aren't doing too much. Tren is just absolutely chopping him up. He gets into bear form. He gets off a lot of those defensive cooldowns, but unfortunately, once those fade, there's no healing available. Luxia just is in endless crowd control. He goes Cyclone, Cyclone, Repentance, Root, Solar Beam. So NICEBEAM, that was like, they really won in that moment. That was a very convincing win and a very convincing game, I would say, for NICEBEAM. I feel like MYWAY, they really need to make a change. This is not what you want if you're a Feral Druid. Like, there's not much room for error here. If Tony gets caught, he's going to get dropped.
Yeah, and look at that recyclone timing there by Corki. Corki just insane with the Cyclones here. You know, we've talked a lot. We haven't talked a lot about Corki right now, but in general, we have, you know, in Europe, there's always been, you know, kind of 2 Moonkins that have kind of reigned supreme. Well, 3 lately as well with Champs, but historically, it's always been about Laser Chicken. It's always been about Corki. These guys have been, you know, around for decades at this point, and it is nice to see Corki. He was away from competing for a little bit, but it is nice to see him back on that Moonkin. Now, right now, Moonkins are strong in the meta as well, and you can just see what this man is able to do. He calls for the Blessing of Protection. Numbless is there to back him up. Gets the Cyclone, gets the Recyclone, gets the Solar Beam as well. Leaves no gaps, no chance whatsoever for Luxia to do anything about it. And no one can stop him, of course, with the kicks because he has that Blessing of Protection. And Tony, Tony's the only one who can do something about it with his own Cyclone, but if he goes out of form, he's a dead man. So they just have them in check and mate. Tren as well finds the uptime, trinkets the Cyclone. Just a great spike of damage here. You can see it as well on this graph right here. You know, NICEBEAM towards the end right there, spiking that team damage upwards to 150k, towards 100k plus. And just getting that coordinated burst assault while they have that crowd control. And that's all you need to do, basically. And doing it in the swing match on your opponent's map pick, that's exactly what you want as NICEBEAM. Because now if NICEBEAM loses, they can pick another map that they want. They can pick their comp after MYWAY has already locked in their comp. So they're going to have comp advantage. You're going to have map advantage. You're going to have every single advantage that they need. But at the same time, we cannot count MYWAY out. MYWAY, you know, they've been in this position before, very experienced roster as well. So we could definitely see them bring it back here, but they're going to need to get something done very, very quickly because NICEBEAM, they looked very convincing in that last match, like you mentioned.
Yeah, they certainly did. Tolvaron Arena is going to be a large map, so MYWAY locking in that one. One to try another large map with relatively big pillars. NICEBEAM, I think at this point, it's pretty much a guarantee what they're going to lock in. If they changed, I would be shocked. So your Warrior Moonkin Paladin, likely going to be that pick. And MYWAY, they have options. Are they going to continue to play with the Pharaoh Druid, or is there something else? Like, I'm trying to think what else that they could play with the Hunter. Because I do feel like the Pharaoh Druid is a bit of a vulnerable target. Like, maybe they bring in a Moonkin of their own and get the Root Solar Beams onto Numliz, because yeah, Paladins are one of those healers. I guess they could play Dwarf. So they could be Dwarf to get out of one Root Solar Beam, but once that's gone, you can rely on that instant crowd control, which is very effective. Or are they just going to go with that Feral Druid? Kind of just play that comfort pick, play that jungle. Do you think it's like a history repeating itself? Like when jungle's good, they're just going to be tricking themselves into locking in jungle? Or do you think that there's actually something better that they could run?
It's hard to say, honestly. With MYWAY, I mean, they have been more flexible this season. And honestly, they could lock in Tony on that Moonkin. It really depends on how they feel that match went, right? I feel like they won match number 1. It looked good for them as well. Match number 2, a little bit close, but they, eventually lost that one. So I feel like locking it in that last game wasn't a mistake. I would say, yeah, you lock it in again. That second game could have gone either way, but that last game looked kind of convincing for NICEBEAM. It just looked like MYWAY were, they didn't really have, aside from that opener, didn't really have too much pressure on their side. They weren't able to force too much cooldowns, and there's a lot of cooldowns that they need to get through, especially with Paladin and Moonkin, especially when Corki's running that Heart of the Wild as well. They're gonna need to do all the calculations right now and think about that, because they have some options, like you mentioned. They could bring in Tony on that Moonkin as well.
Whoa!
Or they could just bring in Infernion on the DK.
Oh,
and Holy DK, is one of those classes that did get buffed in this season. So, and actually, I have had the pleasure of playing some solo shuffle with Infernion on the DK. This is not just like a random pick. This is actually something that he has been practicing. Infernion, also known as Warlock Smasher, which he named his DK. Yeah, play Warlock, you get smashed by DKs, you make a Lock Smasher, and now we're gonna get to see it here with their backs against the wall, and $15,000 on the line.
There's no Warlock in this game, though. That could be a problem. I mean, they could go after Corki here, so this could be one of those situations. Actually, I want to see if Corki's still running it, because I feel like it's worth mentioning, because it's something we don't see too often. He's playing an interesting PvP talent. So if you may or may not have noticed throughout the game, there's like a little circle on the ground. It's a PvP talent called Moon and Stars for Corki. So if he's in that little circle, which pops up every time he enters an eclipse, it reduces interrupts on you by 70%. So interrupts and silences. So if you get kicked, you basically don't care. So if you're sitting in there, you're spamming a Cyclone, you get kicked, it's basically irrelevant. You're just going to be able to cast a Cyclone again, as soon as the global's up. So it's really powerful. MYWAY, however, has a lot of stops. So even if Corki's sitting there, and he's getting interrupted on the Cyclones, he goes for a cast, he's going to get gripped. He goes for another cast, he gets gripped again. He goes for another cast, he gets Ghoul stunned. He goes for another cast, he gets Intim stunned. So there's a lot of disruption that MYWAY has available, and it's going to be really important that they're not missing their interrupts, because I think they do have the tools to shut down Corki here. But if Corki does a really good job faking interrupts, and MYWAY does a bad job landing those interrupts, he's going to be able to get away with quite a bit with that precog.
Here's the thing I don't understand, though. If you're MYWAY and your strat is run Corki down with the Lock Smasher, I feel like locking in Tol'Vir might not be the best kind of lineup play here. I feel like Corki's going to have these big, massive pillars to run around. He's going to have a lot of distance to kind of move around and get his job done. But another thing that we actually haven't mentioned is Luxia actually swapping over to the Holy Paladin as well. So MYWAY's going to have longevity in the matchup. They're going to have, their own cooldowns to trade here as well. And I don't believe we have seen Luxia on the Holy Paladin. We have seen him, on the Evoker. We have seen him on the Priest, and we've seen him on the Druid as well. But I don't think we've seen him on the Paladin, at least not for a while. So how polished is that Paladin as well is, another question here. You got essentially 2 alts going up against double mains.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I feel like with the introduction of solo shuffle and players' ability to just kind of queue up that to learn a spec, like if you're a healer, you could practice like if you're Luxia, you could practice Holy Paladin, 10 hours a day if you really wanted to in solo shuffle. So he could be fully powered up, ready to go. We'll have to wait and see. One thing I will say about the size of the map, like Tolvaron, I feel like for Corki, without having like a long distance he can cover, like the map size is almost irrelevant. The map size is basically around Infernion. Like he's going to be getting gripped, he's going to be getting changed. I don't think he's going to be able to escape. So it doesn't matter what map you are on as that Moonkin. I feel like maybe with the freedoms, if they do manage to purge the freedoms, it might be a little bit different, but we'll have to wait and see. I feel like MYWAY is going to have a lot of uptime in this matchup, and it's really going to come down to Corki. You better be faking those interrupts, you better be landing those cyclones, or you're going to be in a lot of trouble.
There's a famous Van Rookie quote there about DKs being the most mobile class in the game. Holds true.
Yeah, people don't believe me when I say that, but it is true.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
I believe you.
Yeah. I mean, tell me, as a mage player, what's like the hardest thing to kite?
Probably DK. Everything else you can kind of get away from, but DKs, they just move your roots. They just keep you slowed forever. Just grip you every time you blink. Yeah.
They're quite good.
Get away. They just they just have their pets to stun you and reach you again. So
DK is confirmed the most mobile class in World of Warcraft PvP. Confirmed here
by 2 unbiased mage players.
That's right. Wow. All right. Over on Arena. Here we go. We get into this game very soon. But yeah, this is so interesting. I did not expect this from MYWAY. Like truly, this is such an interesting pick.
Yeah, no, I mean it's risky, right? But at the same time, you lost with the jungle twice. Last game was kind of a stomp, so something needed to change. They could have brought in, a wizard cleave. With maybe, Tony on the Moonkin and Infernion on his Warlock, but they decided to just flip the switch here. Some good old PH DK here, and we're going to get to see if MYWAY can tie it up and take us all the way to a game number 5, or if NICEBEAM will be the final team to make it into that finals. So much riding on the line here. Mistakes are going to be very, very costly. And already Infernion actually is going to be the target of choice here. So NICEBEAM going for a similar strategy here. They're just treating the DK as the feral druid. But here you can see that Disarm actually being trinketed there by Infernion. He's getting a decent amount of uptime here onto Corki. Gets blinded. And Infernion somehow getting kited here on his DK. Not able to get that uptime here onto Corki. Even with that Abomination Limb finally able to connect with the grip here, but already anti-magic zone being traded, anti-magic shell being traded, and the trinket as well being traded here now. Full cyclone onto Luxia, and it looks like Corki is fake casting those interrupts because he is able to find a lot of pressure so far in the matchup. That's going to be a blessing of protection now onto Infernion as well. Then, as long as Corki can stay alive, I think this is going to be a very, very quick match here, Van Rookie.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Infernion now into a cyclone. Corki doing a great job kiting so far. The uptime has been a lot more limited than I have anticipated. Full stun now onto Infernion, but now Corki on the back foot, a full trap or full blinding sleet lands onto Numliz. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? Corki's just line of sighting him. This is a disaster. They need to stay on the same side of the pillar, but Corki's just so far on the back foot. I really don't know if they're going to be able to recover. MYWAY looking to tie up this series. Corki trying to get away, but Infernion and Casu, they're all over him. Faking out the interrupt, looking for a cyclone. Does manage to find it onto Casu, but it's only a half cyclone. Now, once again, Cass is going to be looking to get work done. Grip on Corki. He leaps away, trying to escape, but MYWAY is just swarming this poor balance druid. This cannot create space in the match. Finally, some pressure here onto Infernion. The sacrifice trades here for Luxia, who's way behind on mana. He's being really reckless, wanting to play that short game and just continuing to allow his team to keep up the pressure here onto Corki. So far, it's been working out nicely, but it's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, very, very dangerous. Numliz right now caught up in a full blind into a full trap, but Corki doing a great job just running through around this pillar here, and you can tell Infernion is not a big fan of this map pick. There's going to be a full fear there onto Infernion, but it looks like it broke there, so Trent not getting the most amount of value there onto Infernion. Now finally reconnecting. There's the disarm here onto Infernion once again into a shockwave. Finally, Infernion is going to trinket. Corki crosses the map here, doing a great job just blasting Infernion. That's going to be the anti-magic shell being traded out so far. Mana in favor of Numliz. They're swapping over to Casu here a little bit as well. Casu actually going for his exhilaration heal in the nick of time there as well, as he did drop to 50% potentially just to conserve mana and to stay aggressive. Gets a full freezing trap onto Numliz. Corki looking for the cyclone. Numliz caught up in a hammer of justice. Luxia doing a great job there on the holy pile. Gets caught up in a root beam. That's going to be his trinket Trinket, actually. He doesn't want to use his racial in that situation, so trades out the Trinket, trades out the Blessing of Protection. Inferno gets Cyclone on the Blessing of Protection. Blinding Sleet there onto Anomalous. Corki once again ducking around the pillar here for cover. Kasu on that BM Hunter this time around, by the way, getting decent pressure here with his Pats. Anomalous once again sitting through more and more crowd control. Full Cyclones being casted, and that's going to be that fake cast. Very, very important to land those. And actually, Infernion using the Icebound Fortitude, using the Anti-Magic Shell here just to stay out of crowd control. And Corki buying time here, trying to Cyclone Infernion, trying to get away, trying to get distance between the DK and himself. And now, once again, having this big pillar to run around. And slowly but surely, they are running Luxia out of mana and out of cooldowns. Numbless in a Hammer of Justice. They do have a Blinding Light there as well to follow it up. And there it is, Blinding Light into a Freezing Trap. But where is the damage? Corki pre-bear forms the Intim Stun as well into a disarm onto Infernion, and it just looks so annoying for Infernion here. Corki is playing this out beautifully so far.
Whoa! Yeah, but he got caught. He's taking a lot of damage. Sacrifice trace here by Numliz. NICEBEAM has navigated this situation really nicely. Corki playing the game of his life right now, trying to get into that 4th place position. If they win this game, they will be making it into the grand finals. This is close. Infernion on the back foot. The pressure right now for NICEBEAM is quite high. Luxia, he has no tools left. Needs to get that Avenging Wrath off. Needs to empower his healing. Corki just doing such a good job on that bounce route. He gets caught into a full Hammer of Justice, a solo mission here for Cassiu as Infernion is in so much trouble. Shockwave comes in. Infernion into execute range. Can Trend close out the game? Corki moving in as well. This is it. Can NICEBEAM actually make it into the grand finals? Luxia doing everything he can, trading out the sacrifice. Avenging Wrath comes in somehow, some way. Infernion stays alive, but how much longer can he keep this up, Zico?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Luxia fake casted the solar beam right there. Otherwise, it would have been lights out, but it might just be anyway. Blessing of Protection comes through. That's going to be the anti-magic cell as well for Infernion, and he finally does catch a couple of heals. Tears, the Deverance coming out there for Luxia as well, as he does manage to get a final flash of light, but that is it for his mana bar. Luxia has nothing left to work with. Trent is all over them. Gets a double shockwave. Nominus pushing in. Corki looking for the Cyclone. Blinding Sleet. They still got to respect the damage here from Infernion on that DK. Looking to get aggressive, but now finally Inferno actually running away from Trent, trying to kite Trent. They're trying to swap over to Trent potentially here. Big damage coming out. Beautiful knock there onto the pets. Now they're swapping over onto Corki. Might have bitten off a little bit more than he can shoot. Blessing of Protection. Can they purge it here? They do actually not manage to purge it. Corki staying alive so far with that cooldown. Full asphyxia. They do manage to purge it. Corki in so much trouble. Sacrifice comes out for Numbless. He still has the Avenging Wrath in his back pocket. He still has Divine Shield. They need to push in for the win right now. They do have the Solar Beam available. Corki looking for the Cyclone. Gets no stun on it. And there it is. Big Solar Beam lands on cast. They need to get the pressure though, but Trent is caught up in a scatter shot. They're not able to find the damage just yet. Inferno now finally caught up in a shockwave. Beautiful Typhoon. And I think that is going to be it. That's gotta be it. Luxia has nothing left to work with. Full Cyclone. Full Moon. NICEBEAM are going to the finals.
NICEBEAM, they managed to do it. Corki did such an incredible job this game. He did exactly what we wanted. He managed to find space on this map. These large pillars actually, I feel like, played so much favor for NICEBEAM, and I feel like this map backfired in a huge way, unfortunately, for MYWAY. This Moonkin just did such an incredible job just navigating away. It was difficult for Infernion to actually stay on target. Corki just kind of power shifting in bear form, escaping, landing cyclones, fake casting interrupts, and eventually Luxia just got out of mana. But it was such a close game, very back and forth. I really felt like once Infernion, Luxia, and Cassiu weathered the storm and Infernion barely survived, I really feel like NICEBEAM may have overextended themselves and they're actually going to lose this game. But they managed to play it calm, cool, and collected. You can see Numbless, his mana is way ahead in this match, and that kind of mana management for the Paladin is really, really important. And obviously in a late game situation like this, having that mana to work with is just going to allow you to heal, which is really, really important.
Yeah, I mean, if you have mana, you can heal. So
it's good.
That's definitely definitely the position you want to be in here. But yeah, it did look very, very dicey. I think it was in this moment here where Lux actually fake casted the beam of Corki, and it looked very, very scary there for a second. But Luxia was able, or Corki was able to stay alive there. Numbless, it might have actually been the beam before this one. But either way, Corki was able to stay alive. Numbless just trading out the Divine Shield, had, you know, a lot of mana and a lot of cooldowns to trade, and they just made a big push with them. and were able to take the dub there. But I got to give the MVP, of course, to Mr. Tren. He had a great game, able to shut down Infernion quite a bit there on the DK, finding the disarms, the shockwaves, just being as disruptive as humanly possible, and keeping up those slaughterhouse stacks is kind of what ran Luxia so early on. So nice performance here by Tren in this one, and honestly, very, very nice series here by NICEBEAM.
Yeah, very nice series indeed. And that's going to be the team coming out of the Gauntlet into the grand finals. The team that was kind of waiting there all day kind of just had to play one game, one little game, and is going to be the winner of the Gauntlet. So we now have our 4 teams for the grand finals. NICEBEAM. I mean, how do you feel like their performance today then versus the last time that we saw them?
I feel like honestly they looked good the last time we saw them too. I feel like they had a bit of a slow start coming in to the cups, but managed to build up points to put themselves in that 4th place position to be the final boss of the Gauntlet. And I feel like they showcased today why that is. You know, playing a meta composition and playing it incredibly well. Also, I feel like their performance in terms of just the strategy and execution was really solid. But now their most difficult opponent, we kind of mentioned it, you know, being in that 4th place position, you are going to be going up against Echo right away. So we'll see what they have in store for Echo. I would not count them out. I mean, Echo has been absolutely dominant, but going into a new patch, I feel like anything can happen when the stakes are this high.
Yeah, you really do never know. You know, we did get some information from NICEBEAM when we talked to them before heading into this weekend, and they said that their goal and kind of what they've been working on is, I quote, making the game as miserable as humanly possible for the enemy team. And I think that they did that for MYWAY, so we'll see if they can continue that on with Echo. Because, you know, they have had quite a winning streak, Echo, but we've seen them bleed every once in a while. So we'll see if NICEBEAM can make it happen in this game. Number 1, it's definitely going to be a good test for them. That is, of course, going to be tomorrow. But if you want to show these guys some love, show them some support, there are their social platforms. Are also Hello Production. They're called X now. Get rid of that bird. Here is a look at what we're going to be seeing in front of us. We've got No Answer versus F tier for the first game, Zico.
Yes, highly anticipated matchup that we've all been waiting for. F tier once again back at an unorthodox composition. The last time we saw them, they were able to make it all the way to Championship Sunday. They were able to make an extremely deep run and beat most of the top competition. And now they have placed themselves in the bottom of the Gauntlet. So the fact that they're even here was a miracle. Now, can they continue the miracle? Can the dream become reality then?
Yeah, I feel like for F tier, they had a miracle run at their worst. Like Windwalker monks and paladins were not played. They were not picked. They did not do well. And since then, their composition has got about 50 times better. So Windwalker monks have gotten some mega buffs defensively. They're incredibly difficult to take down. Paladins as well have just gotten an entirely new rework. It's like a completely different specialization. I feel like if they play that same comp, that Windwalker enhanced Paladin, I think they're about 50 times more scary than they were in those cup stages. So I'm really curious to see what they can get done. I feel like they are kind of that dark horse of the tournament, coming in that last. Like, nobody expected F tier to have that dream run in cup number 4 and actually make it to this position. But we'll see what they can get done now that we're actually at the Gauntlet.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. So that's going to be, I'll give one more congratulations to NICEBEAM. We are going to head to a break real quick. When we come back, we're going to see the first round of the North American Gauntlet. It's No Answer versus F tier coming up first. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are now heading into North America for the Gauntlet. If you're just now tuning in and missed Europe, it was NICEBEAM that came out alive, and we'll be moving on into the grand finals. And now we get to figure out who from North America will be moving forward. First up on the chopping block, it's single elimination as well, Supatis. So quite a lot on the line for these players, as well as that $300,000 prize pool in the grand finals. It's No Answer versus F tier up first.
Yeah, this is a very precarious situation to be in as a team because, you know, you're doubling, tripling, quadrupling your earnings in a single elimination format with no second chances in a gauntlet that is filled with such a varied and diverse range of comps. Like, this first round is F tier. It's Sol, Dorito, Shaz, and Laros. They were playing a lot of Windwalker, Enhancement, Holy Paladin, and they were playing it in the last patch when everyone was thinking, like, this is underdog comp. Like, what's going on? How are they beating everybody? They just qualified to the gauntlet at the last second with this underdog comp. I'm sure they earned a lot of fans in the chat. F's in chat for F tier here, because now their comp is actually pretty stellar and is quite formidable in a composition that a lot of other teams don't pick. I ended up, you know, going with them, betting with my heart on F tier. You guys are all going with your brains with the super one-shot frogs. But to be fair, F tier beat the super one-shot frogs to get into this gauntlet in the first place. They played an Evoker Arcane Mage, and I think they're planning to play an Evoker Arcane Mage, but it's a little bit of a different Evoker this time around now that augmentation is available, and maybe that changes everything entirely. Their opponents are going to be No Answer, which I thought was a 4-player roster. But looking at this list, it looks like it's only a 3-player roster at the moment, with Corey Guns, MVQ, and Dippy. If they've only got 3 players, they can pretty much only play Demon Hunter, Boomkin, Healer, I think, if this is accurate. But it looks like we've got Dippy on the other list. So I don't know if that means... Well, we'll see. If Dippy is here, then they do have some flexibility. So I do believe that Dippy is still on this roster. It's gonna be, I mean, if they're gonna need him, I think winning with a Demon Hunter in this match right now against a Windwalker is gonna be really tough.
Yeah, I think it'll certainly be difficult, and looks like there's already a lot of fans here of F tier in the Twitch chat. And you know what, Sid, I respect it. I respect going with your heart. You're absolutely right. I mean, this team was, by the end of Sunday for Cup number 4, was everybody's favorite team. So it looks like they're continuing on that streak. It's kind of I love a good underdog story, so I would love to be proven wrong here. They're going to be up against No Answer, and, you know, given what we've seen with Europe, Zico, can we make any predictions as to how we'll see the meta changing here in North America?
I feel like we are. It's just a weird time, honestly, to be playing World of Warcraft, because NA and EU are always, you know, usually there's some things that they agree on, but I feel like right now there's not a whole lot that NA and EU have in common. On EU, we saw a couple of Frost Mages. It's been, you know, kind of the pick to go there with some Mage locks, but in NA, from what I'm hearing, it's all about the Arcane Mage Windwalker, Arcane Mage Preservation Evoker. Augmentation Evoker, not Preservation. Maybe Double Evoker as well. Like, who knows? Honestly, I wouldn't put it past anybody here to lock it in. But it's going to be interesting to see. And typically, NA has been the region with the Holy Palace as well. So there's a lot of really, really insane Holy Paladins in North America. So maybe that can even unlock some compositions that we haven't seen before. We'll just have to wait and see, but I do expect a decent amount of Arcane Mages, whereas EU is a bit more about the Wizards, you know, Demo Warlock, Ellie, things like that. So we'll see here. In this matchup, though, I do believe F tier are not going to be locking in no Wizards. I think it's safe to say here, everybody knows what F tier are going to be playing here. 69% win ratio right there.
Nice.
On the on the Windwalker Enhance. 75%. I'm not. Why is there 2 win rates? I'm not sure. But we'll go with the 11.
So
and 5.
that's
I think
for
that's
the matches,
total.
individual matches on the right. Yeah, and then total series is on the left.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
Yeah, did some quick maths there. But I mean, you know, incredible team. Just really, as soon as they came onto the scene, we're just really impressing everybody, including everyone on the desk. So we will see what they're going to do as we go into this match. I mean, Supatis, what do you want to see? I know that there's just like not too many comps that we could see, but just Do you feel like, based on the current meta, what do you think has the advantage here? What comp has the advantage in your mind?
I mean, Moonkin can be really effective into Windwalker and Enhance. It can be really good to shut them down. So finding something that works with the Moonkin that they have available, I think is going to be important for No Answer. It's definitely not impossible for them to win this type of matchup. But it's just their options. Like, they could bring in Dippy on a Shadow Priest, but that's going to get run down. So that's not going to work. You bring in a Demon Hunter, you're going to get stunned up and run down. So it's like, okay, those two are out of the window. So maybe a Warlock Moonkin. And maybe you try and use the Gateway, kite a lot of the game, dampen them out or something like this. Dippy's played some Demonology Warlock in the past, and bring Rudar in on the Balance Druid. Might be a decently well-rounded comp to deal with the melee cleave. But it's going to be hard. I feel like F tier, their comp is, like, they did so well with their comp in a position where it was weak, that now it's in a position where it's strong, and it's like being slept on. Like, nobody's running these classes together. No one's playing Windwalker Enhanced together, or Paladin on top of that. So they have all of the knowledge. Like, they're playing in high gravity. Now the gravity's taken off. The weighted clothing is off. They can move with full capacity, and they might just be a wrecking ball in the Gauntlet now.
Hey, production, can I change my prediction to F tier from Super One Shot? You're convincing me a bit, Super Tees. You're really making me believe in this team. I mean, I think either way they are going to take it really far. I mean, we saw what they were able to do in Cup 4. We saw how they were just complete underdogs going into it. And I almost feel like we've seen this a lot. Sid, you kind of already mentioned it, that when a team only has one composition, it's almost like they're forced to figure out how to make just that one work, because it's the only thing they can do. And we see them take it a lot further than anyone would have expected or any other team had done.
I mean, they're not going to finish the series and go, man, I wish we played that other comp. I don't think that's going to happen. They do have a fourth player. They have Laros on the bench, but I don't see Turbo I'm trying to think of a circumstance where I think Turbo is better than Windwalker. And I can't. I can't, like, it would have to be like a Shadow Priest team, maybe like some Shadow Priest Wizard team without a mage, a Shadow Priest Warlock team. But I mean, maybe Lost in LIHUE might play that. So it is possible that he may have a place here on the team. But Windwalker just seems to be a super powered warrior right now. So I would be a bit surprised to see him ride through here in the Gauntlet.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. That is going to be the team that Sid mentioned, the one that is going to be playing the winner of this next up one, Lost in LIHUE. I'm also curious if we see any of the teams beat Casual GRANDADS streak of winning 2 in a row. Maybe we get a team winning 3 in a row. We'll definitely have to tell. It's got to be a bit grueling, Zigo, to kind of play those games over and over again. But again, also, we've seen how helpful momentum can be in these situations.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on the team, right? Some teams are going to thrive from having to play multiple series. They just want to get into the next one. But some teams just want to kind of sit back and watch everybody else. And I did have a chance to speak a little bit with Numless. He said they were a little bit nervous kind of leading up to their match because they couldn't lock in the main comps and they didn't know who they were going to be facing and things like that. So there's definitely, two sides of the coin, but that's from somebody who actually was in that position just a couple of moments ago. So it really does depend, I think, on the team and, how prepared you're feeling against everybody else. But one thing's for sure, we have seen F tier just blast games back to back to back to back, playing with the meta against them. Now they're going to have the meta with them. So they're going to be in a better situation than in the past. And we are going to be seeing them once again, Shaz, Dorito, Saul, back on that Windwalker Enhanced Shaman. And we are going to see MVQ tagged in here on the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter, Moonkin, Holy Paladin here. Corey Guns going to be putting his Mistweaver guns up on the shelf here and kind of join the Holy Order of the Paladins. And we'll see what he can do here. So far, Shaz was kind of the only one who made Holy Paladin work in that last patch. So he's definitely up against a tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, trying to go head-to-head with Shaz when he's playing Paladin in the not Pally patch could definitely be interesting. Both Paladins actually starting this match with Blessing of Winter as opposed to Blessing of Summer. They used those in the waiting room and got to that, so they're playing for mana. They're both expecting this to be a long game with that type of decision, and we can see both teams just exchanging in the midfield. Saul making his way towards Rudar, and it looks like Saul is playing the Doomwinds build. He's not going to be running a Lava Lash build despite the high armor of the Moonkin. Big swap onto Shaz at the moment, but Divine Protection and big heals come out. He looks to be fine. Rudar jumping into bear form with Thorns, trying to deter their attack towards himself. Looking for Cyclones now. Finds one onto Dorito to stagger down his damage. Pressure onto Saul. Repentance found by Corey Guns. This is a dangerous crowd control effect as a Holy Paladin. This is going to be the most difficult situations to deal with is when you're crowd controlled. So if Corey Guns and Rudar get a Repentance into Cyclone, into Solar Beam, you could get just this huge crowd control chain where Dorito or Saul could go down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Saul did have to expend his Astral Shift in that previous exchange. Dorito also with no touch of Karma right now, so could be a little bit dangerous here. Rudar going for the bash here. Saul actually taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. MVQ getting grappled on his weapon there by Dorito. That should be enough defense here to keep Saul nice and healthy. They're swapping over to MVQ a little bit here. Big damage connects there onto MVQ, but he is a Demon Hunter, so if he's not stunned, it's going to be very, very hard to take him down as he is dashing and dancing around the map right now. And it's going to be Rudar actually taking a decent amount of damage here. Nice interrupt there on the Fist of Fury with that Hammer of Justice. Shaz put in the Cyclone here by Rudar. Rudar trying to kind of find that momentum. Fake casts a kick there. He's going to get a precog proc, and he's going to be able to find the Cyclones now as a result. Big swap here onto Shaz. Chaos into a Fell Eruption there onto Shaz, but Shaz just walks it up with the Divine Protection. MBQ getting decent pressure here for his team, but it actually is going to be Rudar on the back foot, and Saul just basically getting kited here the entire day long. But finally, there is the combo that we've seen before. Static Field Totem into a triple. That's going to be a Darkness instantaneously by MVQ. Nice trade there by MVQ, but also a beautiful setup. Those Static Field Totem leg sweep combos is what we love to see from F tier.
Yeah, the Enhancement Shaman kind of working as a quasi-Death Knight, being able to pull enemies together, which is super deadly against a Windwalker monk. Dorito under fire, though. Shaz is done. Saul under fire. Is he going to go down through so much defensive cooldowns? It looks like they have recovered, but a huge swing of damage and swell from no answer, showing that they could have an answer here in game number 1. They've switched between crowd control and Shaz. Now we see a Solar Beam into double stun, into the hunt from MVQ, looking to force Dorito to use that dampen harm. If they can't force, actually just going after Saul right now, just trying to end the game. Imprisonment onto Shaz. Dorito out in the middle of the map trying to stop Cyclones, but Saul is just taking such a beating by MVQ that I-Beam getting value, procs a demon. He's ready to set up massive damage in the near future. As soon as he kills that off, we see the Static Field, double leg sweep. Blessing and Protection comes through. They know MVQ is vulnerable. They don't want him in that stun lock. They Cyclone Dorito. Saul is isolated. He's keeping Earth Shield up, trying to kite with the Earth Grab Totem. Gonna get freedom on that. We see a stun into Fear. Is Saul ready to get the Tremor Totem off? Looks like he pre-tremored. He's got it broken out of the crowd control. Pressure onto Rudar. He's gonna activate Thorns, try and deter them from attacking, or at least return some damage in exchange, but they're seemingly just totally disregarding it, just attacking into Thorns as well as cleaving down MVQ. Shaz has a mana advantage, and I think this is where you're going to start to see experience differences between Paladins, is how much mana they can retain.
Yeah, and you can see Shaz going to be able to hold on for that. For how long, though, is the question. Saul in a lot of trouble there, but manages to heal himself up there just for a second, but still takes a lot of damage. Shaz finally does trade out the Trinket, still gets caught up in the Repentance, takes a lot of damage. There's the double leg sweep. Dorito now looking to crunch here on Rudar, but Rudar is able to stay alive here with the sacrifice, and now swap over onto MVQ. MVQ is getting blasted here. No 1 second left for the Blurry. He's going to activate it on 1% HP. He's almost in touch of death range. He is in touch of death range. Can they connect with touch of death? He's on 1% HP there. MVQ catches a couple of heals, but Corey Guns is out of bullets in his chamber. He's got no more mana to work with here. Dorito with the pre-karma there on the Fell Eruption as well. Big pressure coming out here onto Rudar. Big pressure onto MVQ. There's the hunt. Big pressure now onto Saul, but it's going to be MVQ on the back foot. The karma is ticking down. Dorito is all over him, looking for the killing blow. Corey Guns manages to deflect it with the Avenging Wrath. Gets one big heal there. Full Moon connecting here onto Dorito. He's got no karma, and Chaz running in here as well, try to close it out, but Dorito gets caught up in a full cycle. Nicely done there by Rudar, and he keeps his team in the fight for just a little bit longer, but it's not looking too good here for No Answer.
All right, let's see if they can hold on. 18 more seconds to another blur. Kurgan's has sacrificed. Saul in trouble, stunned up, no trinket. Blessing of protection going to come through. They might purge that off. They're attempting to. It doesn't look like he's getting lucky on the purges here. He's just going to stay away from the fight for now, trying to avoid that double leg sweep. Vengeful retreat out of the Fist of Fury. MVQ's trying to dodge a leg sweep. He's playing max range away from Dorito to try and avoid it as much as possible. They force Dampen Harm. They get a Cyclone on Dorito. Saul is isolated. He immediately pops his wall to reduce damage. He's staying on target. He gets a proc. It's proc city, baby. Is Rudar ready for the hits here? Ascendance is up. Massive incoming damage. Corey Guns with not much left. Paralyzed onto him. He's crowd controlled. Rudar on the run and manages to get back to the pillar for a moment, but Saul is able to reconnect. Now Shaz into a Cyclone. Saul on the back foot. MVQ is going for the kill. Imprisoned on Doritos cooldowns. He can't connect into a double Chaos Nova with the Demon proc. Perfect timing for MVQ to try and turn this fight back into his team's favor. Rudar faking the interrupts. They drop the darkness a bit preemptively here, but Saul still has Doom Winds, and now that darkness isn't there to deflect it. Barkskin's coming up in 10 seconds, but they're just going to pop it. Ring of Peace knocks him out of the darkness. Rudar on the run. He needs to get out of melee range of Saul. Saul is a chainsaw right now. Anything that gets near him during Doom Winds is going to get cut apart. Rudar manages to avoid it just enough time to be able to survive. Barkskin comes off cooldowns, and Corey Guns has 0 mana. MVQ trying to duck away from the leg sweep, going for the hunt, trying to trade some damage onto Saul and finish him. Can they take him out? Both Paladins are basically tapped at this point. Rudar stunned up, no trinket, bop up in 7 seconds, but it is not going to be enough time. And F tier take game 1.
F tier has not skipped a beat right now. They're going to be able to take game number 1 very convincingly there, and it's going to be Shaz once again. Holy Pala diff right there at the end, having that extra mana. Of course, it's going to come down to, how much damage both teams were able to do, and, having that extra healing as well from the enhanced Shama, but really, really nice pushes here from F tier, and this is exactly what you want to see. Getting those leg sweeps, getting those static field totem leg sweeps, and this was a close call here onto MVQ. Dorito has the Serenity active. He trinkets out MVQ with excellent kiting. He does not want to get touch of death right there, and Corey Guns manages to pick him up just in the nick of time right there. Rudar finding the Cyclones there as well. Every single one of these replays is just no answer, with basically no mana left, no cooldowns left, just running for their lives, trying to just stay alive here. Meanwhile, F tier, they're just, holding down the gas pedal, just trying to find the damage. You get Rudar low. Rudar manages to escape for just a little bit, but then they do find a leg sweep here. I do believe it's Dorito. Gets the Fist of Fury into a full leg sweep combo right there, and then he rolls over, tries to get the paralyze onto Corey Guns, but realizes Corey Guns is too far away anyway, so he's just going to go back there for the kill, and they are able to find it. And F tier, man, this is a team with rising stocks right now. This is the first game out of many if they want to be making it through the gauntlet, but at least they start off on the right side here, getting a win.
Hey, if you 3-0 every series, it's not that bad. Just 3-0.
It's only what, 12 games?
Yeah, it's only 12. If you're going 5-game series, then it's then it's a lot. Yeah, you don't want to be doing that. So just 3-0 every team. It's easy. Gauntlet's easy money. What do you mean? Just 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. Move forward. You're done. Your day's over. You did what you came to do, but obviously no answer. They've got some adjustments that they can make moving forward. They can pick a bigger map if they want to, and that seems to be the decision. You're going to go to Empyrean Domain, really big open field. Rudar's going to have a lot more opportunities to kite, avoid damage, get in a better position, set up his team, and I really think the crowd control chains from No Answer are the things that need to be polished up. If they can get those repentances onto Shaz, into Solar Beam, stun up Dorito to stop him from Tiger's Lusting, and chain those into Cyclones, then that's going to be the win condition for No Answer, is just get CC on Shaz as much as possible.
Yeah, just CC Chaz and take somebody down. A little bit easier said than done, but No Answer going to be locking in the same thing. And I got to say, Corey Guns on the Holy Paladin looked pretty solid, actually. There was a lot of tough kind of moments to kind of navigate through, but he was able to pick his team back up even when he had no mana left. He was able to keep them going for a little bit longer. So I do think Corey Guns is a pretty solid performance in that one. MVQ kind of dancing with death there a couple of times, but they just need to clean it up as a team. They tried to get those swaps with the Chaos Nova Feather options there onto Shaz. A lot of the time they did that and got the Divine Protection, and that they didn't go back onto Chaz kind of in that moment when it was down. I did like the swaps over onto Shaz. I feel like if they can find those moments a little bit more often, that could potentially be an opening. One of the best ways to win against the Holy Paladin is through the Holy Paladin. So maybe we can see a little bit more, you know, swaps like that. Or maybe they could just beam Corey guns at the same time as they get those Chaos Novas. And that way they can deny that Divine Protection from even being used and find victory that way. But we're going to have to wait and see here what No Answer decides to do. Chaz already imprisoned into a full fear. They're going after Saul. Huge damage. And that's going to be Chaz immediately trading out the sacrifice, now getting swapped to. And that's going to be the Divine Protection. But they only got it using a Fell Eruption there onto Chaz. They didn't really commit anything. So far, a great opener for No Answer. But here comes the counter pressure. Leg sweep onto Rudar. He's going to actually be able to escape out of that one. And it will be Corey Guns here trading out the sacrifice onto Rudar. Rudar getting Cyclone here on his Serenity. Now getting switched up onto Saul. And now here comes the swap onto Chaz. He has no Divine Protection. That's the Solar Beam as well covering it. Exactly what we were talking about there just a second ago. But Chaz is ready to deflect that one. He's got the Avenging Crusader. But a couple of swaps like that later on could definitely be devastating. I like what No Answer is doing in this opening so far.
The main talent for Saul to look out for is Thorum's Invocation. If he presses Storm Strike, it's a 7% chance to activate Ascendance, and that Ascendance is almost an I win form for Enhancement Shaman. So, and that's basically the button that Saul is mashing. He is just trying to pull the lever and get that Ascendance proc, and as soon as he does, somebody is going to just evaporate. So I'm just staring at Saul the whole game. It must be so stressful for Corey Guns as well to be dealing with that, because at any point that could activate and just run him over. And if you've used a cooldown prior to that activation, you don't have something to trade for it, it's pretty much lights out. And look at Rudar's just struggling even despite not seeing a proc at this point. Double stun from MVQ, trying to stall the pressure. They get the clone onto Shaz. They force the Astral Shift from Saul. Now they need to clone him up. Can Rudar find it? He gets grounded on his clone. Here comes a proc. It's Proc City from Saul. Are they ready to heal through this damage? Rudar is down below 50%, dying through Barkskin at the moment. They do get a Cyclone on Saul's proc just in the nick of time, as that was almost going to be a swift death for him through Barkskin. Corey Guns doing a remarkable job to heal that. Saul retreating away at the moment as he has no Astral Shift. His team is in crowd control, but with those off fields, he seems all right. Solar Beam, beautiful cross stun on Dorito to prevent that Tiger's Lust for at least a little bit of time there, and that's what they do need to focus on during the Solar Beam, is crowd controlling the monk so he can't get his Paladin free from that Solar Beam effect. Fist of Fury flying in on Dorito. Here comes Incarnation. Saul has to respect this Incarnation. This is a scary moment for the side of F tier, but it seems like with Sacrifice and Guidance, like Saul is just healing through this Incarn like it's nothing, and Dorito's all over Rudar again, ramping up damage. Static Field pulling MVQ in for the double leg sweep, and they do manage to find it. They drop Darkness. Where's the Ring of Peace? Do they have it? They're going to Thunderstorm them out of the darkness as Dorito is Cyclone. Rudar jumps immediately back into the darkness to immune any potential damage. They switch some damage over onto MVQ. Corey Guns look like he may have been trying to sit down for a drink, as his mana, he's just burning through it so fast, even despite the fact that his team is doing more damage.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Corey Guns' mana so far. We'll see if he can find a drink. I suspect that will not be the case with the amount of pressure coming out right now from F-tier. Rudar once again on the back foot to Dorito, finally caught up in that Cyclone here. Rudar finally getting a second to breathe right now, buying a little bit of distance between him and Saul, and this could be MVQ's opportunity to get aggressive here, but they're just going to swap to MVQ. He's going to be forced to glimpse backwards there, looking for potentially a Chaos Nova here onto Dorito and Saul. Leg sweep is available here for Dorito, so we are probably going to see a Static Field double sweep combo here in a second. Root Solar Beam connects onto Shaz. He does have the Dwarf Ratio, but he's holding on to it right now. A little bit greedy here by Shaz, but he's going to be able to sit through it. He gets Tiger's Lust. That's finally there by the Windwalker, and now Saul is going to be completely fine. He did have to trade out his Astral Shift in that situation, and now Dorito powering up here, looking for that sweep. Can he find it, though, is the question. Oh, Rudar stacking up with Corey Guns there. Could be very, very dangerous. They do manage to Hammer of Justice Dorito there. Shaz pushing in, looking for the Dispel, not able to finally get Cyclone out of that one.
Oh, there's a proc.
Saul just having a 1v1, getting the procs here onto MVQ. MVQ could be in a lot of trouble here. He has the blur. He can't be too greedy with it. Saul looking for Rudar here. Dorito looking for Corey Guns. There's a combo, but they only pull, they pull nobody in there. They do get the double leg sweep. MVQ is going to be the target of choice here. Saul with big damage there. It's going to be an instantaneous Blessing of Protection. Corey Guns looking for the Repentance. Shaz able to duck around the corner, trying to avoid that crowd control for now. And that is going to be another little win there for F tier, getting that Blessing of Protection out of the way. Now Saul, though, could be in trouble, Sid.
He got a proc, though. They're scared of him. Oh, my God, the damage from Saul. MVQ running for his life. Rudar trying to run away from Saul as well during that time. That was Incarnation from Rudar, and they had to retreat away as Saul got a proc right at that critical moment. MVQ is stunned. Corey Guns is CC'd. Is he going to go down? MVQ trinkets. He's trying to jump away from the fight here and avoid Saul at all costs, but Dorito is right next to him as well, cutting down Rudar. So much pressure. They cycle in Dorito, trying to buy time for Corey Guns to heal the team back up, but he's struggling so much so. Hammer of Justice on Saul. It's big swap onto Shaz, stunned into Solar Beam, but it looks like he's got Divine Protection up despite that, so it's going to negate a lot of damage. They're not going to find the kill on that swap. Corey Guns needs to find a way to even out his mana. I think his team could pull off a win, but they need more time, and right now I don't think they've got it with his mana pool with what's left. Big heals onto MVQ during that leg sweep, has Blur available. They force Diffuse, they force Astral Shift as well. So many defensives. Cyclones onto them low, stun onto Shaz. They need to chain this into a CC. Rudar's jumping over for a Cyclone. He's got a lot of interrupts to deal with. He fakes out the Spearhand Strike. Saul looking to fish for more procs here at any point on any of these Storm Strikes. MVQ has to respect it. He's going to vengeful retreat away. Corey Guns isn't a paralyze. Rudar is avoiding Dorito and Saul in the backline as well, just trying to limit their connection as much as possible. You never want both melee on you at the same time. Corey Guns is charging in, wants that Hammer of Justice, finds it onto Saul here, and it looks like a dispel from Shaz. He's going to remove that right away. He ducks around the corner. He begins to recover, but he doesn't have much defensives. He's got Doom Winds and a no trinket Demon Hunter. So I think their game plan here is CC Corey Guns, paralyze, stun MVQ, and pop Doom Winds.
Yeah, we'll see if they can execute it. There's the paralyze. Here's the double leg sweep. Here comes the damage. Corey Guns immediately deflected with the Divine Shield and the Sacrifice. Huge setup there coming out from F tier, and MVQ is going to be able to stay alive there. If he pre-blurred that, he would have been able to hold on to that Divine Shield, but look at Corey Guns' mana. There's basically nothing left right now. All they need to do is just get some uptime here. They're swapping over onto Rudar. Rudar ducking into Bear Form there. He switches out though for just a second, and he gets blasted down to half HP. That's going to be the renewal coming out from Rudar. Counter pressure now onto Saul. Here comes the Hunt. Big damage. That's going to be the Blessing of Protection there onto Saul. Rudar could be in trouble. They win share the cycle. Rudar getting blasted behind the pillar, and that is going to be 2 easy games right now for F tier, looking dominant here in the first series.
Can we look at the data for mana restored on the Paladins? I'm curious to see what's going on, because when you're looking at the details for damage, it's like, you know, pretty significant lead for Rudar in MVQ and overall damage. So you would expect mana to be in his favor. So there's something Shaz is doing that's just being more efficient, and maybe it's the Enhancement Shaman healing that's probably more of a contender.
Yeah.
If we look at the healing done on the scoreboard at the end of the game, I'm sure that Saul is going to have a remarkably higher amount of healing than MVQ. You can see it in the details. 6 million healing as opposed to MVQ's only 3 million to himself, and Rudar's probably 0 healing, other than maybe a renewal every once in a while. So when we see that breakdown, I think that's got to be the main contributing factor, is that Saul is just doing so much extra healing. But seeing the mana restored is always interesting, because there's so many mechanics now for Paladin for you to be able to outplay other healers and return mana back to you. So I'd be interested just to see that metric, to see maybe it's exactly even and it actually is the Enhancement Shaman making the difference here. The bop on Saul just to keep him aggressive. They knew they had that kill in the bag. They had a ROP for the darkness, even if that were to connect as well. So really confident game here from F tier. I love that they know exactly like the quickest line to victory. This is an important component to have on your team, is knowing who's the most vulnerable target at any time and then going right for them and setting up crowd control exactly where you need it. And it seems like F tier are the team that knows that situation. That set up earlier, like a Divine Shield from Corey Guns on MVQ, and then realizing, hey, Rudar's not Barkskin or Trinket, he's the best target now, we should attack him instead. And always flexing to the fastest line to victory is going to be one of the most important components to succeed as a team like F tier.
Absolutely, and definitely helps when Saul gets his procs as well, though. Saul is just popping off here, but I want to touch on what you were saying about the healers, because Shaz is actually doing more healing than Corey Guns, though. So based off of that alone, I feel like Shaz should have less mana. It's not like he's gaining a huge like MP5 boost from his team. So there's definitely something going on here. But you know, I don't think we have seen Corey Guns on the Holy Paladin too much, whereas Shaz, he was the only one actually making it work in that previous meta, where Holy Paladin was basically just a non-existent. It was basically just like seeing a rainbow, you know. So Shaz definitely having a solid performance so far, and F tier looking like they have not skipped a single beat here. The dream could be possible, honestly. This looks like such a scary team to face, especially in this patch when their comp has gotten better. They look like a scary team to face in the last patch. They were able to take down some of the top dogs in North America and really cause some havoc, even in the top 3 standings, you know? Seeing them back now in the Gauntlet is scary.
They beat Luminosity Gaming. Like, how many teams can even say that they've done that? They beat Luminosity Gaming to get into the Gauntlet. That was one of the teams. And it was as a Paladin. Like, you beat Brain's team as a Paladin. Like, These guys are coming
Yeah.
coming straight off the ladder and beating like the best teams in the region, just to get this opportunity to qualify to the finals. And now they really showed up, and this patch has definitely powered them up for this final contest this weekend. A very impressive team. And we had the mana return, so we're looking at, I assume this is Shaz. So he got 87k mana back from Daybreak, 82 back from Blessing of Winter, and 38k from Reclamation, for a total of 223,000, if I'm reading that right.
Yep.
And then if we flip to Corey Guns, I think this is currently Shaz's. So he got 223k mana back. Remember that number, chat. Remember this number. 223k equals Shaz. And then Corey Guns, I think he got, what is that? Did he return more? What's the number underneath the detail? He actually got more back. Didn't he get more back? It says 267k.
Yeah.
He's actually playing Divine Plea instead. Shaz actually isn't playing Divine Plea, I don't believe. At least unless I'm totally spacing out. And Divine Plea actually gives you more mana, but it comes at a cost of reducing your healing at certain times. So he's actually regenning more mana and still ooming faster.
Yeah, but I think it's fake. It's a little bit fake mana because of that healing debuff with the Divine Plea. Because if you have to heal with the Divine, like if you can pop it and you don't have to heal that much, then it's worth it. But if you have to pop it and heal with it, then you're burning kind of more mana than you're gaining, in a sense. It is an interesting kind of comparison though between the two paladins. But I think maybe it's also Saul on the enhanced shaman, definitely helping out. How much healing did Saul have? He had like around 5.5 mil, right? Something like that.
I thought it was 6 million.
Yeah, maybe even 6 mil on that enhanced shaman. So having that definitely helps out. But I think it's more about the healing breakdown. And if we could see that, maybe in the next game we'll get to see that. Who knows? I think it's more about the efficient healing as well.
I think Reclamation was the main difference. It was an extra 30k mana. It was the smallest difference in terms of mana regen, and I think Reclamation is from casting Flash of Light with Infusion. So maybe he's not utilizing his infusions enough. Maybe this could be a way for him to just get a tiny bit more mana. Now he's got to deal with, you know, ranged interrupt like Wind Shear over and over, which might be threatening. But Dippy's coming in on Windwalker. I've never seen this before. I've never seen a Dippy Windwalker before. And they're going into a Windwalker war with the team that qualified when it wasn't the meta. This is risky business right here. And I mean, they're facing elimination. This is your last chance to qualify to the finals where the big money is. Like, you're putting everything on the line on Dippy Windwalker versus Dorito, bro. Dorito has beaten some of the best teams in the game. This is risky business here. They're already double leg sweep. Massive damage incoming. MVQ has to trinket and blur right away and respect that initial exchange. They paralyze the Windwalker. They're setting up damage onto Saul with the leg sweep. They stun up Shaz. They're trying to turn it around, trying to get their game going back in their favor here, but they're not finding really any major cooldowns on the side of F tier from their first Serenity just yet.
Yeah, and we're going to see Saul actually dropping quite low here. Doesn't have to use his Astral Shift just yet. So far, Shaz just powering through with big flashes of light. There's going to be the sacrifice coming up. MVQ gets blasted here. He's got no blur available right now on that Demon Hunter. He could be a liability. Definitely a target that you want to be taking down in the stuns. He's got no trinket as well. So that next leg sweep, if they can line it up, could be devastating. Double Chaos Nova coming out. There's the Fell Eruption onto Shaz. Saul in trouble right now. Doesn't want to trade out his Astral Shift. He's being greedy with it. Nice static field totem there onto MVQ, pulling him away there for just a second. Into a Hammer of Justice, into a one shot. That is just going to be MVQ exploding. And that is what happens when you lock in the Windwalker against Dorito right now. That was an absolutely filthy combo, though, by Saul with the static field into the Doomwinds with the Hodge as well. Just send them out of the tournament.
I feel like the Boomkin wasn't the problem. I feel like the Demon Hunter was the problem. Why didn't they get rid of MPQ and get... I feel like Windwalker Moonkin seems pretty good, no? I feel like Moonkin Windwalker seems pretty good, but the Demon Hunter in this burst meta, Demon Hunter's into Windwalkers, Demon Hunter's into sub-rogues, like... That's a no-no zone. You don't want to go there, and he just explodes here. Like, what could they have really done? They got Trinket Blur in the opener, and then in the replay where we can slow it down hopefully a little bit, they get a double stun. They're trying to get pressure. They're trying to turn it around. This is a bit earlier in the game. They're bursting down Saul. They're thinking they're getting the lead. Look how low Saul's getting, but they get static field out of range. Dorito rolls over, gets to paralyze, sets him up for a Hammer of Justice, and I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Trinket Bop, I guess? He tried to. He literally tried to. He trinketed, but couldn't get the globals off, I guess. in time to be able to. Maybe he was out of range as well, at least by
Yeah,
a
he
little
was out
bit.
of range.
So he couldn't get there in time and just absolutely erased. You're not going to beat F tier at their game, bro. You can't. There's no way you're going to mirror them in a Windwalker cleave. I just don't see any team doing that successfully.
Yeah, no, that was just a filthy combo, honestly, by the entirety of F tier. You know, Saul with the static field right here. This static field is actually on the hunt of MVQ as well. Gonna shut it down, so he cancels it, and then he just runs over there. They knock him. They get the Hodge, and the Doom wins one tap. And Saul doing all that work with Chaz. Meanwhile, Doritos just rolling over, being annoying towards Corey Guns, going for the paralyze, and then Corey Guns being a little bit too far away because of that static field as well, because he was presumably just trying to stay back to avoid the paralyze. Just made him have to kind of expend an extra second to trinket and get in range for the bop, and it was just too little too late by then. Saul had already done the damage, and F tier, man, what a blast.
They're back.
They're back.
Yep, certainly. Okay, well, F tier taking that victory in a very convincing fashion as well, and they're gonna be up against Lost in LIHUE in just a little bit. But I mean, that was an incredible series from them. Here is how we got here as well. They just faced off against No Answer 3-0, hopping on up into the Gauntlet, moving forward for Lost in LIHUE. How do you feel like they are prepared for this team here, Supties?
I feel like the last time they played against each other, and you know, I'll try and like restrain myself, but they brutalized Lost in LIHUE. I'm pretty sure. Like it was not close. And the comps that Lost in LIHUE are playing, like the main problem for them is they've got a Resto Shaman as like their main healer with Casca, I believe, and that's, I feel like Resto Shaman right now in this meta is probably gonna be pretty tough. It's probably gonna be pretty tough, and they're also pivoting around a Shadow Priest. So you know, you got the Shaman and you got a Shadow Priest into F tier, and F tier specifically is gonna be the Shadow Slayer of the tournament. So
Yeah.
maybe they have some augmentation thing. Is the only thing I'm thinking. Is I know Jwa likes to play a lot of different alts and stuff on the ladder, and if he has an augmentation evoker, then this is the best time to use it if he has it.
Yeah, it would be. I mean, it could be a good time to bring it out for sure, because if they show up the same way that they did last time, Sid, you're absolutely right. They just might see the end of their tournament lives here. But we are going to head to a break. Perhaps Lost in LIHUE has something in store for us. There's been a lot of time between now and the last time that we did see them play. So up next, we've got another elimination. We're going to find out if F tier will be moving forward, or is Lost in LIHUE going to be taking over the reins here in the Gauntlet. Coming up next after this break. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are heading into another round here, Lost in LIHUE versus F tier. Ven, watching that last series, F tier, you know, they're kind of building off of that success that we saw them in Cup number 4. You think they're going to make it happen again against Lost in LIHUE?
Yeah, I mean, they're looking really good, coming off, obviously, that Cup 4 victory, doing a really good job there. Now, in that last game, I think they had a really impressive performance. The thing about their composition is there's not that many people playing it, right? So to get good practice into like a Windwalker Enhancement Shaman, you either have to fight them on the ladder or try to just, you know, find war games as opposed against equal opponents. But it's difficult because F tier has been playing together for such a long time. They have such good synergy. They're a really strong team. I'm curious to see if any of the teams in the Gauntlet can actually take them down.
Well, it's here. It's arrived. JWA is going to be bringing the Augmentation Evoker paired with a Feral Druid. And a Feral Druid stacked on multiple melee with Ebon Might buffing his main stat is probably going to do a lot of damage. So this composition makes a lot of sense from Lost in LIHUE, and this may be one of the most difficult opponents for F tier to take down so far in the Gauntlet. Lost in LIHUE definitely doing their homework, as it looks like they're targeting JWA down initially, but his Renewing Blaze is absorbing a ton of damage there. He doesn't even get scratched. Now they're switching their attention to Foxy. Keeping the Feral Druid in bear form might be one of the best ways to keep their damage contained and keep this game going long enough to where they can run Cask out of mana.
Yeah, really interesting talent choices coming in here from JWA as well. You can see that red beam. Every single time JWA uses a Verdant Embrace, he's going to create that tether between Foxy and himself, and that tether does a ton of damage. So you either can kite it, try to separate the two so you avoid that beam. Right now we have a lot of damage on Foxy. He needs to be very careful. Beautiful static field totem going to be keeping him in place, but at the same time, Saul is taking a lot of damage, and Lost in LIHUE with this composition might be looking for that late game win, just burning Shaz out of mana with that consistent damage. You can see right now, JY on Foxy's damage is through the roof. JY on that Evoker is actually doing more damage than Dorito and Saul, so cannot be messing around with that Augmentation Evoker. It does a lot of pressure, but a big setup here on a JY. Can he survive? He's got the trinket. He's playing it greedy. He goes for the rescue, holds on to his cooldowns, and manages to fight another day.
Yeah, that was a proc from Saul. Anytime he's got one of those ascendants, it's going to be a main win condition. They force Trinket Astral Shift. Dorito on the back foot has to pre-dampen. Shaz is stunned up. Foxy looking for a Cyclone. Doesn't look like they have a way to stop it. Cyclone connects. Both members are low, dying through Astral Shift. Big heals come through. Shaz trinkets, respects it, lay on hands, trying to get Saul back to full health and recovered and back into the engagement. But honestly, it is not looking good for their team. Just every single second they're on the back foot getting cut down, and Foxy slips in with a couple of these Cyclones. It gets even more chaotic. We can see the Feral Frenzy connecting onto Saul. JWA hovering over. Ebon Might trying to buff up his teammates here. Getting that big main stat. Upheaval. Big Fire Breath combo onto Saul. He's on the run trying to get back to the pillar, but he's under so much fire. He does manage to get back to Shaz's side at the pillar. Doritos trying to push JWA away. Static Field brings JWA, stacking him together for a double leg sweep. They need some big procs here. Here comes the Doom Winds. How much damage is going to actually connect onto JWA? Can they close it out? He survives the stun with the sacrifice. Rescues Foxy off to the side, and it's looking like Lost in LIHUE are almost impenetrable with this composition. F tier are going to need to keep poking their way through to try and find some sort of opportunity. JWA, there's the Breath of the Eons, stacking up a lot of damage onto the targets hit by that. We see Foxy jumping over, stun into Cyclone, not able to find it, gets stopped by the grounding totem of Saul, but he's still dying even despite that, as it looks like he's used his Fire Blood Racial to remove off the bleeds of the Incarnation, so that's a very effective trade on his part. That damage is totally negated. Now they're switching some pressure onto Dorito, but Casca's mana is just so far ahead, and the pressure is so far in their favor. This just seems like the perfect answer so far.
Yeah, they're just not taking damage, but the Enhancement Shaman Windwalker can kind of one-shot you at a moment's notice, so Lost in LIHUE, they cannot get comfortable in the match. So far, it's going really well for them. Double stun potentially coming in here. JWA and Foxy could be in trouble, but it looks like Casca in the back line easily healing through that damage. Like, really, there's no problem whatsoever. That setup did absolutely nothing to the Evoker Feral Druid. Now a setup here onto Foxy. There's no pressure onto Shaz, but he is just slowly but surely burning through these defensive cooldowns. Blessing of Protection trades out. Shaz's mana is not looking good, and I mean, we saw in the last match how well he managed to actually manage his mana, right? Like, he did a really good job. Now actually going for a drink. JWA shuts it down. May have overextended himself. Hammer of Justice on Dorito to slow down the assault. Looks like JWA will escape, but it's really important that they're actually stopping Shaz from returning and recovering that mana.
Oh man, Saul just cannot stay on target. He's forced back to the pillar again, and I'm trying to think through the strategies here. One way they could shut this down is just to put all of their interrupts onto Ebonmite and prevent it from being applied so the team doesn't get that big boost of stats. But if you're putting all your interrupts into Ebonmite, then Cyfox is going to clone everybody and be completely undisrupted. So it's just this double threat, and honestly a composition that I've not really considered, the Feral Druid Augmentation Evoker. And due to the limitations of Lost and LIHUE's options, it seems like it's just going to be their best, and it's been doing surprising things here in game number 1. Like, I just feel like I haven't seen Lost and LIHUE in any pressure whatsoever. So unless Sol gets like the perfect storm, just Doomwinds connects with Ascendance, maybe chains it together into a couple of other Ascendance procs, if they're going to be able to pull this off, because they're not even getting the Obsidian Scales. They do finally get a Blessing of Protection onto Jwa, which is a major cooldown to be forced out from Casca. They're switching their attention to Cyfoxy. Double stun here from Cyfoxy. Incarnation, big value. Sol going to get the Fire Blood off in time. He immediately pops that, removes those bleeds. Dorito's redirecting that bleed damage with Karma, so really effective trade from Dorito and Sol in this exchange from Cyfoxy, and they're retreating back to the pillar, trying to respect that Incarn, line of sight the Augmentation Evoker, limit some of his pressure as well. Looks like Casca, is he trying to drink? I think he may have been trying to get behind the pillar and get some mana back there, but they roll forward, they stop it, they move the totems in. Casca's going to get put into combat, and honestly I think this is one of the first times I've seen Casca on a Paladin, so having to go up against Shaz, who is, you know, rivaling that of Brain in terms of quality, is going to be a very impressive feat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to really make of this matchup so far. There's a nice setup here. Like, although Jwa and Cyfoxy are looking really durable, as dampening gets higher, a lot of that defense from Jwa kind of vanishes, right? So at this point, Lost and LIHUE, F tier, as long as they can keep Shaz's mana up in this match, they haven't had to really play too defensive. There's no moments where they've been really that scared. Seems like Jwa is just under more and more pressure as this match goes on. He's using the rescue to run away, but Casca is starting to struggle through the damage that they are bringing. We'll see what they can get done. Ebonmite channels out Cyfoxy. They'll force the channel to Barskin in cat form, just getting a lot of damage here onto Sol as well as Dorito. Can he find the Cyclone onto Shaz? He does manage to. Now there's a lot of rot pressure here for Lost and LIHUE. F tier, it could be in a little bit of trouble. Shaz forced to trade out the Sacrifice. Astral Shift trades out as well. So big trades defensively from F tier. Lost and LIHUE finally starting to pick up some momentum here in the match. But Casca has seemingly lost his mana lead.
Yeah, as dampening gets higher, it seems like the game is actually going in favor of F tier, and suddenly now they're forcing cooldowns from Cyfoxy as well. They've weathered the initial. Here comes a proc from Sol. Massive pressure onto Jwa. His Renewing Blaze perfectly trades there, absorbs the damage, heals it back, and he should be able to recover as a result. Now Sol is low. Is he going to die to the Breath of the Eon? Cyfoxy is getting pressured back by the Fist of Fury. He Typhoons it away. Dorito cancels the Fist, rolls in, gets rooted. Cyfoxy max ranging the Windwalker, looking for some Cyclones, trying to find one, doesn't get it. Sol's able to line of sight back behind the pillar. They need to stop that Tears Deliverance from Shaz. If they can stop this Tears Deliverance, they're going to limit his healing. He's going for it. They can't stop it, and Shaz is going to get so much healing as a result of that. Both Paladins with their Tears Deliverance up at the moment, and honestly, swapping off Blistering Scales is likely going to be a major component for this melee cleave, as it redirects so much damage back to melee attackers, and that you can't really attack it for too long. Look how much damage they're doing right now. Dorito Sol just down at half. The entire team is dying at the moment. They interrupt Jwa. They're trying to get back onto him. They have to switch off the Feral Druid. They can't attack in that Blistering Scales, but Shaz is going to get cloned if they're not careful. He has the Divine Shield out of the bash. They're going for the kill. Can they finish Jwa? He rescues out of the static field. They reposition it, but Sol is still on the back foot. Blessing of Protection available, and it looks like Shaz has it activated just in time. Dorito getting low. He has Serenity. He needs to connect during this Serenity. It might be the last one that he sees in the game. He's got a few seconds left. Can he close out the game? It doesn't look like it as he's ported back to the pillar. Cyfoxy's jumping in, bleeds up onto Sol, keeping him pressured. Now likely needs to kite away. Fists of Fury are flying at him at the moment. Shaz is just bombing in Flash of Lights from the back line. Dorito's really struggling. They Cyclone him, low health. They stun Sol. His wall has fallen, and Tears Deliverance has fallen as well. Shaz's healing is so limited. Dampening is so high, but even despite that, he gets a huge save. Sol with the Fire Blood, removing those bleeds, getting himself back to full. But now his Fire Blood isn't going to line up perfectly. We'll have to see here in a few more minutes if the game even manages to go that long at this pace.
Now I have to see. Cyfoxy finds the Cyclone here onto Dorito, pushing forward, trying to take down Sol, realizing the defense is very limited, but doesn't want to overextend himself. He does have Trinket, but no Bark Skin. Just playing it calm, cool, collected, looking for a defensive Cyclone. Jwa gets taken. He's trapped behind the pillar. This is a huge amount of damage. And he survived using that Breath of the Eons for a triple stun there, setting up the Ebonmite as well. So this is where Lost and LIHUE, they need to get aggressive. They need to try to set up the damage if they can. Good pressure here onto Sol. Casca almost completely tapped on mana. Shaz has nothing left. There's no gas in the tank. 50% dampening, and this game is going to go to its inevitable conclusion here shortly. I don't know how much longer these healers can really sustain this.
Yep, Foxy's just playing max range, keeping bleeds up and then avoiding melee attacks, and the dots ticking away will eventually take him out here. Saul's got Doom Winds. Can they finish the game here? Big connection on the JWall, but Saul will fall first.
Wow.
And Doom Winds into Blistering Scales is just too deadly, man. All of that damage coming right back at you with how fast you're attacking, and it is so lethal for a melee cleave to be able to deal with this type of composition, and F tier might have hit walls in this series unless they've got some other option.
I really didn't expect this. It is interesting. I want to double check something before I say it, but it is really interesting to see the augmentation evoker and just how flexible it is as a specialization. It does bring a lot of offense as well as defense. And yeah, I did want to check. It's actually in solo shuffle right now. The top of the North American ladder is actually an augmentation evoker. So that kind of just speaks to how flexible the spec is. It's got a lot of crowd control. It brings a lot of damage, a lot of utility. And F-tier just wasn't really able to get anything going here. Eventually, Shaz just ran out of mana, and the consistent damage from that Feral Druid, this poke of just moving in, getting the bleeds, like you mentioned, going for Cyclones when you need to defensively. It just seems like they really didn't have a good target in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they can maybe try and purge Blistering Scales, but it's so much mana for the Shaman. Eventually, you're just not going to be able to, and then you lose out on the ability to heal if you go down that route. It just seemed so impenetrable. They didn't really try any Paladin stuff is the only thing. Maybe they can go Paladin more at certain points in the game, and that could be a possible option for them. But if they don't have something else, man, like, it seemed like they were so far away from victory. Like, most of this game, they're just getting dominated, and I mean, Foxy, when he went into kite mode, that's when it just seemed like, how do you win? Like, if he's just dotting you up and then looking at you, watching you die from out of range of your melee attacks, like, haha, like this right here. He's just got bleeds up, and he's like, yep, you can't do anything. You're just dying to dots. I'll go for Cyclones and watch you die to dots at this point. He's taking some interrupts, so Casca doesn't need to deal with it. And look at Foxy's positioning. He's just staying out of range. If Saul looks at him, jumps away, gets dots up, moves away again, moves on top of the Paladin, like, as soon as Foxy went into that mode where he was just playing ranged Feral, like, it just looked unwinnable for them.
Yeah, definitely a really solid, interesting pick. I did not expect this coming in from this team, but that's the beauty of the Gauntlet, right? These teams are bringing in surprises. Maybe Dorito, Saul, and Shaz didn't really have an answer for this one. I wonder what they're thinking after that match. Like, what could they really do different? Potentially do Pally swaps? The problem is, though, I feel like if you leave the Feral Druid and the Augmentation Evoker just completely open, he's able to fully extend his Ebb and Might and actually just channel out damage. Augmentation Evokers can deal a lot of pressure, so it's a really tough spot to be in. I don't really know who the best target for them to go after. If they go after Foxy, he just goes totally evasive cat mode, kiting, and you're just getting destroyed by the Augmentation Evoker. If you go after the Augmentation Evoker, he's just inherently tanky, and then you also have the Feral Druid just doing maximum damage, so it's definitely really, really tough. I wonder if they make any kind of change.
I mean, the ideal comp would be double ranged, but this team just doesn't have any ranged. It's like, this is just such an insane counter for them. It's just Augmentation Evoker into melee is just, well, your hands are up in the air. It's just everything is stacked against you. It's such a brick wall, and you do so much more damage because of Blistering Scales in this situation. So I'm kind of feeling for him right now. In this series, if they don't have something else planned. Maybe there's a different build of Enhancement Shaman. Maybe you don't play a Storm Strike build. Maybe play Lava Lash, so you're limiting your melee attacks, so you're not proccing Blistering Scales as much. I don't even know if that's.
I wonder how much
100%.
damage it was.
I mean, if we look at it's gonna be a lot. It's probably at least 20% of the damage of whoever was getting Blistering Scales applied to them. I would think like 15 to 20%. In this type of matchup. They're going to go to hook point, of course. They want to go to a cleave match. And I'm imagining F tier probably don't change anything because they don't have anything to change to. It's like, do or die, we have to make this work. I don't think Warrior's any better. I would think that's infinitely worse. So Laros is going to be on the bench, and yeah, they've just got to make it work. And try Paladin stuff, and maybe try a different build of Enhance. Maybe try the Lava Lash build instead of the Doom Winds would be the only things I could think. Get more magic damage as opposed to melee physical attacks.
Augmentation making a splash here and its debut here in the AWC. Lost and LIHUE going to be implementing it, really powering up Foxy's damage and just bringing in the pressure. F tier, they got to figure it out. We're going to a small map. It should be good for them as that Windwalker Enhancement Shaman. I just wonder what their best target is. Like, do they just chase down JWall? it's really, really tough because if you just let Cyfoxy do whatever he wants, he's going to be looking for those cyclones. I think it's a difficult situation for F tier to actually navigate. And they play for like a late game mana advantage potentially. Like, is there any way that they could actually just allow Shaz to potentially get more drinks? Maybe on this map, that's not really going to work out. I think they just gotta, yeah, I don't know. Just gotta have a lot of pressure in that early stage, try to get something done. But I think Lost and LIHUE just came up with a really good composition for this match.
Yeah, I mean, augmentation was going to be the hardest spec for F tier. I didn't think they were going to face it this early, but then I remembered having JWoww and a solo shuffle on augment. And I was like, wait a minute. He's going to play augment. Like, there's no way he plays Shadow Praise in this matchup. He's going to play augment, and F tier, like, this is the perfect opportunity to utilize a tool like this. So Lost and LIHUE, their preparations are definitely paying off, and F tier are the ones that now need to adapt and figure out how they're going to navigate through this. They're going to Hook Point. They're going to a small map. Hopefully this is going to enable them to stay on target more, get better uptime. I would like to see them pressure Casca in this game. I think out of all of the maps, this is going to be one of the best maps to do a type of strategy like that. Looks like they're starting off onto JWoww. He's the only visible target as Cyfoxy jumps in, and actually doesn't get a stun from stealth. He's going to pop Incarn and get that stun anyways. Breath of Eons into multiple targets, and look, Cyfoxy's in ranged cat mode. He just bleeds up behind the pillar, bleeds up behind the pillar, bleeds up behind the pillar. Static Field pulls him in and says, we're not playing that ranged game, Cyfoxy, but he gets into bear form, anticipating the stun, and with that bolstered armor and an augment, they take 0 damage. That was Doomwinds. They took 0 damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really tough. F tier has run into a composition that is just looking bulletproof to their Windwalker Enhance, which is really impressive because Windwalker Enhance is really scary. I do like this idea of going after Casca a little bit more in the match. Maybe that's something that they can implement, try to just slow down the Cyclones from Cyfoxy. They're just bouncing around. I like that. Go after all 3 members, utilize the small map, utilize, you know, the Kiefers from Dorito, getting that crit bonus when he swaps targets every minute. So just really trying to maximize the damage here. But look at the damage meters. Like, look at how far in favor it is for Cyfoxy and JWoww already in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they can't connect. Like, they're either attacking blistering scales or a cat that's running away from them. Oh, here comes the double static field. He doesn't get stunned, unfortunately, so they're not going to be able to kill Cyfoxy. They're trying to take down Casca, it looks like, at the moment. And I think including Casca is definitely looking better. I mean, his health is going down a lot more rapidly than we've seen anybody else's throughout this series so far. So catching him in one of these static fields, ideally Hammer of Justice, so they can prevent Blessing of Protection, is going to be the best case scenario for them. And if they can get a triple stun, it's even better. Fist of Fury flying onto Cyfoxy, trying to pressure Cyfoxy away while Saul is stunned. Shaz has Blessing of Winter up. He's trying to regen. He's getting a lot of mana. He's going back to full, but that sacrifice is redirecting so much damage. It's literally, Shaz's health is that low just from sacrifice. He's picking himself up with the Tears Deliverance. Hammer Justice on Dorito, dispelled out now. Cyfoxy jumping into bear form. Typhoon Saul away, forcing them back onto JWoww. He goes for Blistering Scales. If they attack JWoww, they're just going to die, so they have to swap. Big swap with a proc onto Cyfoxy. Perfect timing to get a proc for Saul, honestly, right when they swap off Blistering Scales, but they don't even get a wall. They get the triple, though. This is the perfect situation. JWoww, Breath of the Eons out of the static field to assist the team. Upheaval, trying to counter assault. Saul is down at half at the moment, still has Astral Shift, but he's pushing forward recklessly, now going after Cyfoxy, and yeah, including Casca is definitely leaving more options on the table. It's looking a lot more explosive when they're getting him involved.
Yeah, I agree, 100%. Go after the Paladin more, but you can't really train him just of the nature of this composition. Can't leave Cyfoxy and JWoww open for too long in the match. Got to get that pressure out. Dorito now getting bursted down. Beautiful pressure here on the Cyfoxy. He's just going to continue to kite around and really utilize that beam, that PvP talent from the Augmentation Evoker, where he can get that additional pressure out. So as long as they stay in range and they can put the beam through the players, they're going to be getting a lot of extra free damage in the match from that Verdant Embrace. Now, Cyfoxy once again getting the bleeds up here. Shaz going more defensive this game, like really looking for those early drinks in the match, and that's going to be something that Cyfoxy has to look to shut down. A beautiful setup here. Hammer of Justice on Casca as he gets clothesline to JWoww, and Cyfoxy get put into the stun. Beautiful damage incoming, but I think JWoww should be able to survive. Now turning around the pressure, getting the damage rolling here onto Saul. Trying to get these eruptions out, trying to buff the Ebb and Might. Cyfoxy looking for a Cyclone, trying to get control of the match, but both these teams just playing it out well defensively, getting the pressure rolling offensively, and we'll have to see how it ends up unfolding.
All right, Salvoxy into bear farm, going for roots, trying to stay max distance, keeping his bleeds up and avoiding damage. Now faking the interrupts and getting a precognition there, so he can go for a Cyclone. Looks like he's not able to connect it anyways, though. Tears Deliverance up for both Paladins. Casca getting Ring of Peace closer to the fight here, as it looked like they may want to try and set up onto him soon. But Saul gets stunned. They can't do it. Triple crowd control from Lost and LIHUE. They isolate Saul. And Living Flame spam from JWall along with those eruptions, keeping him kind of low, but Shaz decides to respect that triple crowd control and use Medallion to break free. Here comes an Ascendance proc. Big opportunity for Saul. How much damage can they get done here? They really need to get damage out with this Ascendance, and they're not finding it. Renewing Blaze from JWall denies all of it. They static field them together into a double leg sweep, but Cyfoxy's in bear form. He's not going to be a great target. They bop JWall. He's going to rescue Cyfoxy away to safety on top of that, but Busting Protection is certainly not nothing. It's a really long cooldown. I believe it's 4 minutes, and that might even be talented, a 4-minute cooldown, so you're really only probably going to get 2, maybe 3 bops in a game. And F tier, if F tier can keep forcing those, that's going to be their only chance of winning this.
Yep, let's see what they can do. We got to slowly get through those defensive cooldowns. Decent pressure up here once again. Upheaval going to be landing on a Dorito. He's looking to keep himself alive. He's got the touch of Karma as well as that dampen harm. Stun now onto Shaz. As Cyfoxy looks to want to pressure the Paladin, so they're actually going after multiple players in this match, trying to get the pressure rolling, but a huge Ascendance proc! JWall might just get one shot, he's down to 1% health! Bloodseeker protection trades, are you kidding me? Oh, that's insane that he managed to actually survive there. Now, Augmentation Evokers actually do have a cheat death proc. Is that what happened there? Did this cheat death proc? I don't think it did.
I'm trying to see if it's on the cooldown tracker for us. The first time we've seen it, I think that it did. No, that's Evan Might that he's got with the 8 seconds on it. So yeah, it's impossible to tell. I don't think that we're tracking it here for JWall, but we'll definitely know the next time that he gets low, because if it didn't, or if it did, he's definitely going to be dead, because that's all the bops now out of their pocket, and they're actually ahead on mana. Somehow, some way, F tier are actually doing this. They're actually in a position where they can still win this game, even with the deck stacked against them, with the ultimate counter comp, this impenetrable wall of defense from Lost and LIHUE. They're still looking like they could show potential and actually pull this off. Here's the static field, pulling them together. Double Fist of Fury flying in. They kill off that static field. They're pulling away, stun onto Saul, setting up pressure. Shaz needs to get ready for the hits. Eben Might's going up for JWall. Cyfoxy is into Bear, tanking out the damage. Getting ready for the next attack. Doesn't want to get stunned out of form here. Gets a Cyclone onto Saul at low health. Paralyzing a Casca. And Doritos playing the... What is that? It's a Brewmaster talent, wasn't it before? For now Windwalkers have it, where you flip someone over your head. He's actually like flipping Casca off the pillar every once in a while and trying to get him into the fight. Yeah, the Mighty Ox kick. That's I mean, maybe some clutch play comes out from Dorito, but I was not expecting to see that talent here in the tournament.
It's good. It's good. I feel like Windwalker monks implement it quite a bit, especially... You basically trade out your disarm for it, and there's nothing to really disarm against a Feral Druid and an Augmentation Evoker, so against these Wizard setups, it's good for bringing someone out of position, and it's called Defy Fate, the cheat death effect for JWall. I don't think that it actually did proc. You see a debuff on his frame, but he is getting incredibly low. Casca is forced straight up the sacrifice. At the same time, Cyfoxy getting absolutely devastated here by Saul. Getting a lot of pressure out. Tears Deliverance going to be channeling out here by Casca. Lost and LIHUE is way behind on mana in this game. Shad's done such a good job managing his mana, playing it safe, going for early drinks, and that's going to pay dividends here in the late game as we approach 40% dampening.
All right, Shaz still has 2 bops, so he can live through a lot of Feral Druid damage in these next couple seconds. They knock JWall back to the pillar. They grip Cyfoxy away. Huge pressure onto both Cyfoxy and JWall, looking to close out game number 2 and tie it up 1-1. Can they finish JWall? He's able to duck away with that hover. They go after Cyfoxy. Ring of Peace interrupts his Cyclone, looking to chase him down. He's in cat form, getting bleeds up, but he's spending a lot of time in melee range right now, and he's taking the brunt end of the exchange. He's taking so much damage. Casca can't heal it, and they've done it. F tier beat the ultimate counter in game number 2.
Yeah, we're all tied up 1-1 here on that small map. I think Shaz, like I mentioned, did a really good job managing his mana, but at the end of that one, F tier, they were just looking good. They had a lot of pressure. If you get procs at the right time with that enhancement shaman, they can deal a lot of damage, but I think ultimately what this came down to is Cyfoxy, I don't know if he had like a false sense of confidence or what, but I kind of feel like this is the first time we've seen him overstay his welcome in these situations instead of just trying to kite and trying to make space. It seemed like that was not the play to play aggressive in that moment.
Especially given Casca's mana. Like, you've got no safety net. I think they had no mana and no bops and no wall. That just seemed like If you see, you mess around, you find out type of situation here for Cyfox. Like they just have no cooldowns, and Casca maybe he popped wings and he was like, "I got you" or something, because he's got wings available right now. So right here, I'm thinking like Cyfox, he's probably gonna have to think about retreating because he's down at half constantly. Casca actually didn't even go for wings. He could have wings this whole time. I feel like that would have made a really big difference in just keeping Cyfoxy healthy, as having Avenging Wrath up at that point.
Yeah. Let's look at the damage. They're able to take him down and tie it up. It's the Gauntlet. I mean, for F tier, they're basically powering up. This composition really looked bad for them in that first game, but I feel like they played this one out well. They made a few adaptations. I think they played it a little bit safer, just tried to go for more overall damage, including Casca and some of those swaps. I like the Mighty Ox Kick, like bringing Jaywa off the pillar, away from Casca, helping those setups. But this is where Cyfoxy, I feel like he was just there for a bit too long. I guess the Ascendance procs come in and Saul trinketed. It's kind of an unexpected amount of damage. They traded out the Bop as well as the Trinket, so they just fully sent it. Like they got the damage at the right time, and they wanted to make sure that Saul was able to connect it.
All right, they can tie it up here, but I'm imagining we're going to be going to a big map, and it's not going to be as easy for them to be able to get these kind of triple stuns or double stuns as frequently, and I'm sure Cyfox is going to respect the damage a lot more so here in game number 3. Now seeing that defeat is possible, maybe he was confident because they've just been so impenetrable throughout the series, so he thought he could be more aggressive in this position, and just ended up costing him. So I'm sure they're going to be a lot more focused on defense, a lot more focused on staggering out damage throughout this rest of this series. And here they even actually overlap. Shaz and Saul, they trinket and they use blessing and protection. It was lights out regardless. Like it's Ascendance proc. There's no way there's no way you're living. But types of overlaps like that throughout a series, especially given how many games they're going to have to play, are definitely openings for a team to exploit. Saul kept his damage up really high in this game, a lot closer, I think, than the previous one, where Cyfoxy was like leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else. So maybe he's changed something in his build. He's still playing the Doom wins, but or maybe it's just a targeting thing overall for them, or just because of the map they really get more uptime. But they definitely need to try and prevent that from happening. Like Cyfoxy needs to have a significant lead, I think, for this comp to maintain the advantage that it had in game 1.
I don't think we're going to be saying Jaywa don't want to play Shadow Priest, so I think there's no way we see Shadow Priest into a Paladin Enhancement Shaman Windwalker. So I do anticipate that it's going to be probably the Augmentation Feral Druid for the rest of this series, which is going to be a really, I don't know, these games, what was that last one, like 40+% dampening? I think both these teams are just so durable that it kind of takes the Paladins going out of mana, the right damage at the right time, people messing up defensively for it to draw to its inevitable conclusion, since both these teams just are so durable. But we'll see if Lost in Lihue has something else in store, or what they're going to do on Tolvaron Arena. This map should allow them to, create a little bit more space, potentially get Casca a few more drinks, and allow Jaywa a little bit more flexibility to kind of kite away. And yeah, I feel like as long as Cyfoxy and Jaywa aren't too close to each other, to where they can just get swapped to really quickly, I feel like F tier is going to have a hard time connecting.
All right, good map pick here for Lost in Lihue. Winning that blind pick definitely going to be important in a series like this, as it does seem like maps are going to be important for either side. And this is the swing match. This is where F tier have a big opportunity to prove themselves. Like if they can beat Lost in Lihue on this map in this situation when it's against them in terms of comp and map, then I think they're going to take the series. I mean, what else is Lost in Lihue really going to do? This is I would think their best option. I can't conceive anything else. Like, there's no way Demonology, Warlock, Og. I mean, maybe, but I feel like a Lock would not be nearly as stable as a Feral. It seems like having him able to shapeshift out of snares, having Bear Form for extra armor seems like a really good engagement for them against the comp that F tier has at the moment. So, Lost in Lihue, they've got the best case scenario, and they cannot afford to throw it away.
Yep, definitely. What team, like, looking forward, the winner of this, who do they play against? Dukamified. So it's going to be the winner of this series goes up against Dukamified, and the winner of that goes into the Super One-Shot Frog. So both of these teams have I feel like this is going to be a very long series ahead of them, but they also just have a very long day if they want to actually make it into the finals. Not an easy spot to be in, mentally fatiguing in a drawn-out match like this, but we'll see who ends up coming out ahead. At the end of it all, gates are about to open for game number 3.
Well, let's see what they can get done. Lost in leeway, need to focus on evasive maneuvers. Don't let the Shaman and Windwalker get uptime. Keep the bleeds ticking. Win on the late game. Set up drinks for Casca and stay spread out as much as possible. Tears of Deliverance going to come out from Casca very early. Making sure that that healing amp is up and he doesn't get crowd controlled on it, just so he can play as efficiently as possible. Already using Daybreak as well, trying to maximize that mana efficiency, but he did not start in Blessing of Winter. He's starting in Blessing of Autumn, it looks like, at the start of this match. So no boost of damage from Blessing of Summer. It's going to give him some cooldown reduction. He's actually playing Searing Glare. So Searing Glare is going to be a casted PvP talent that makes your targets miss attacks, which is really effective against a melee cleave. And this adaptation alone, like, I mean, Shaz can only dispel it off of one target, I would believe, here. So yeah, this could be a big adaptation for Casca.
Playing Repentance too, so going for a lot of hard casted crowd control with the Searing Glare, with the Repentance. Foxy going for a Cyclone, and now there's just so many things you have to interrupt. You have to obviously stop the Ebonmite and the eruptions from Jaywa, the Sleek Blocks. You have to stop Cyclone. You have to stop Searing Glare. Like, it's becoming an absolute annoyance here. Luckily, Saul in the Enhancement Shaman has a low cooldown on that interrupt with Grounding Totem, but a lot to deal with. I kind of like the strategy. It's one of the reasons why playing Wizard Cleaves can be pretty chill, is there's just so many things that are being cast. It's really difficult to interrupt all of them and stop them all. So I like the strategy of basically overwhelming your opponents with casted spells. They can't stop them all.
There's an Ascendance proc there, and they actually just Blessing of Protection Foxy. They're just fully respecting it, but I actually think it was unnecessary because they stunned Saul. So one Blessing of Protection is down now for Casca in this exchange. That proc already got the value. Static Field stacking him up. Double in cap. No double stun, though, it looks like. And with that Verdant Embrace beam onto Foxy, he's looking really durable. Just kiting away in cat form, playing max distance, keeping his bleeds up, poking in and out, and then avoiding the fight so that both melee are never really fully connecting to him at any point in time. He's actually playing a lot more aggressive here in this position. It looks like they're targeting on Jaywall. Blistering Scales looks like it's on Foxy, but they don't care. They're going into it anyways. Hammer of Justice, Jaywall's going to rescue Foxy right back to the opposite side of the map next to Casca, and he's just going to jump right back in after the rescue with the shield effect, get his bleeds back up, get his bleeds going, because honestly Shaz's mana is actually remarkable at this point in the game. This is likely because Shaz started this game with Blessing of Winter and Casca started with Blessing of Autumn, so it's going to take him a little bit longer to get his mana regen going.
Yeah, full stun now onto Foxy. Huge pressure, needs to be careful. There's a lot of damage here from Dorito. That big Fist of Fury, Ascendance procs here for Saul as well. Foxy is going to kite away with Blessing of Sacrifice as well as that Hand of Freedom. Just remove those snares and give him some flexibility in the match. Jaywa once again just channeling out the eruptions. He's just so tanky, standing still here, just not really too concerned about the damage that Dorito's going to be doing. That's a beautiful, look at that static field tone. Look at that, just across the entire map. That is such a nice setup there. I mean, we got to get a replay of that one. The mighty Ox kick into the static field totem, into static field across the map with the paralyze on the healer. I mean, they didn't really get too many cooldowns out of it, but that was a really
It looks really
setup.
cool, right? As long as
it was impressive. I mean,
as long as it looked cool, it doesn't matter how effective it is, okay? It didn't get anything done, but it looked really cool, and that's what we appreciate here. Foxy gets shut down on his Cyclone, stuns Saul, no trinket, pulling away, bleeds her up. Casca's trying to drink. They need to even out that mana. Foxy's trying to kite. He's getting caught. They're both on top of him right now. He gets stunned up in cat form. If Saul gets a proc, it's lights out for him. Is he going to get a proc here? Doesn't? Oh, he got a proc right at the end, man. If that proc was at the start of the stun, it would have got so much more value. They swapped to Jaywa with the remaining seconds of it, but not finding too much damage there anyways. Now they find a stun onto Saul. He's on the back foot. Repentance onto Dorito. Looks like it's going to end up breaking a bit early. Actually decided to shrink it out of it. Jaywa, mighty Ox kick flying through the air to the backside. Searing Glare going to connect onto Dorito. He's not going to get any damage out. Here's the static field. They pull them together. How are they going to connect, though? Hammer of Justice on the Foxy. It doesn't look like there's a Dispel available from Casca. He's going to trade Sacrifice, and Static Field is down again for Saul, and I think he's playing the Totem reset, so maybe he's looking to reset Static Field Totems in this type of matchup, but they're still in the back foot. There's a lot of cleave damage right now. Shaz is really struggling. He's into a stun right now. If they chain that, it could be devastating. They don't find it. Foxy is going for Cyclones, gets one on Dorito at low health, stalling out his damage for now, and now retreating back to the pillar there, and looking maybe even for a re-stealth. Casca is drinking. If Casca gets mana here, Ring of Peace bounces him away. Dorito's going to snare him up, try and make it difficult for him to drink, and harass him as much as possible, because now it's actually Shaz who's behind.
Yeah, full Repentance going to be landing there on a Dorito. Casca just going for a little bit of crowd control, trying to slow it down. That drink is going to be paying dividends here for Casca. See right now, Jawa taking a little bit of pressure, but it is Cyfox getting swapped to. Jawa really backing him up here with a lot of pressure, though. Dorito could be in a little bit of trouble. At the same time, Saul is getting rotted down. Shad's going to have to move forward. They're trying to make an offensive play, but Shaz gets caught into the stun. Dream projection here from Jawa, trying to power up his heals just a little bit. He's got the Obsidian Scale if he needs it. Just a rescue should be enough for him to survive, and Jawa manages to weather the storm, and now it's going to be lost on LIHUE, looking to get aggressive here.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the pressure without overstaying their welcome. Here comes another sentence proc. They immediately stun it by Cyfoxy, as it looks like he's just Shadow Meld in an emergency stun there to get a Shadow Meld resell stun and deny that proc. Repentance cast here from Casca, just trying to control the Windwalker, it seems like, with Repentance mostly, and Searing Glare. If they dispel Searing Glare, he goes for Repentance. The problem is that Repentance is removing the bleed, so I don't know how much of a fan I am of that, unless they're isolating a target during a stun. Just throwing out a Repentance for no reason, I don't think is going to be getting too much value. Shaz into a Cyclone, but a double leg sweep from Dorito in return, and Casca is just healing through the damage at the moment and seems to be able to get a lot of effective healing. That static field in the corner, not getting any value, unfortunately, for Saul, and that seems to be like a big power play moment. Here comes the Breath of the Eons across the whole team. Ebonmite is up. Upheaval, is he going to go for the instant fire breath? He does. Huge combo of damage from J-Wall right now onto Saul and Dorito. Oh my god, they need to respect this, man. They don't even use Astral Shift, and now Saul is going for Doom Winds, but he's still so low. I cannot believe he didn't use Astral Shift here. Bash into Cyclone. Cyfox is trying to fake the interrupt. He's not faking it. They go for the Hammer of Justice now onto him as well. Gets dispelled out from Casca. Casca then stuns Dorito in the back line to try and punish Shaz's position. He's not able to remove that. Cyfoxy still has his wall, still has his trinket. J-Wall is still in a good position. Casca's mana still slightly ahead, so you would think it's favored to them, and Saul takes a huge hit of damage. Those upheavals from J-Wall are getting big crits this game.
Yeah, definitely. Leg sweep now onto J-Wall. Blinding Light onto Cyfoxy. Cyclone on Saul at the same time. Can they get any crowd control here onto Shaz? Looking for a flash of light, but Cyfoxy is there for a potential interrupt, and first time we're seeing F tier having to play really, really defensive here. Static field drops down, but unfortunately not able to get anything done. Dorito's going to be tap targeting here over onto Jawa, trying to get some pressure rolling, trying to get the damage loaded up. Blessing and Protection preemptively trades from Shaz, and that is going to keep Saul alive. Cyclone gets cast out here. Beautiful crowd control. Jawa and Cyfoxy trying to close it out here onto Saul, but there's still a lot of defense available. Healing is getting lower and lower as this game goes on. Dampening is ramping up, and we're almost at 40% once again.
I don't know how high will it go here, because this has been a tipping point in most of the games so far, and Lost and LIHUE are in a really good position, so you'd think it's going to tip in their favor. Serenity needs value right now from Dorito. It gets Obsidian Scales. It needs more than that, I think, if they're going to win the game, and it's not finding it. They switch to Cyfoxy. Perhaps if he disrespects the damage, they could close it out. Sacrifice and Barkskin. Cyfoxy should recover. Saul is pulling back to the pillar, trying to heal up alongside Shaz here. But this is a lot of damage from Cyfoxy. If he just keeps those bleeds ticking and dampening. Double Breath of the Eons once again from J-Wall. If he gets this Upheaval combo, it could be lethal at any point. He's sitting on Upheaval at the moment. He's not going for it. I cannot believe that he's not going for it. He's killing him with Living Flame. Saul is just falling over right now. Shaz is struggling so much so to heal him and being so greedy. They sit on a bop that whole time, but they managed to keep him alive. Now he's got to cast Tears Deliverance, and they're on top of him. That's a stressful situation. Double blind from Shaz. This is their only chance. Can they connect? And Cyfox says, no way. Ducks into Bear Farm. Here comes that one-shot combo from Jawa, going for that Upheaval and Fire Breath, and that immediately turns it around. Saul is on the back foot once again, has Doom Winds, but isn't able to make a push. He's trying to get back to the pillar. Cyfoxy pulling away. Dorito trying to go back behind the pillar. Cyfoxy's chasing now, getting bleeds onto multiple targets, and really putting the pressure. They've got them in a choke position.
Yeah, this is really good. I mean, this is the first time we're really seeing F tier have to play this defensive in the match. Casca having his defensive positioning where he's across the map, it's going to allow him to drink. And I mean, look at what a mana lead Lost and LIHUE has. Shaz, of course, has some tools left. But I think if Lost and LIHUE do a good job kiting, good job defensively, they have to weather the storm, though. Huge amounts of damage. This is Wen and Serenity. But Jawa manages to get the rescue, and that should be enough for him to survive with the Obsidian Scales, but really greeting it out, not even using the Obsidian Scales, just kind of disrespecting the damage of Dorito. Casca had more than enough to deal with that, and as long as Lost and LIHUE can recover here, I feel like they have a prime opportunity to make a push. Saul once again having to play defensive. Maybe they could go after Dorito. Full Hammer of Justice on Cyfox. He needs to be very careful. That will be the survival instincts, but look at Jawa just spamming out the Living Flames, spamming out the Eruptions, getting a lot of damage done in this match.
All right, Jawa carrying at the moment here, damaging Saul and Dorito, and What are you going to do, Shaz, man? It's 51% damage. Your entire team is dead. Double Breath of the Eons. They go for the Blessing of Protection. They're trying to keep the team just above water at the moment so they don't drown, just shoveling water out of the side with buckets. And they manage to static field them behind the pillar. It's do or die. Can they do it? Can they finish Foxy at 53% dampening? He's surviving the attack so far with that Blessing of Sacrifice, and so long as he survives here, the damage is going to get higher and higher. JWoww's got that combo. Upheaval, Tip the Scales, Fire Breath available in his back pocket at any moment. Eben Might is up. He's going for a Fire Breath, just fully channeled, getting the dots up, trying to crush the team, spamming out some Azure strikes here, getting the snares up, getting the AoE damage as well from that. They stun JWoww behind the pillar, trying to punish him, and it looks like Casca actually had to trinket. Maybe there's a chance here, having forced the Paladin's trinket, but he's still got Divine Protection. Shaz has 0 mana, and JWoww still sitting on Tip the Scales, has Blistering Scales up, but there's Doomwind Serenity. Both teams are as threatening as possible right now. It's actually still anyone's game. If Lost in LIHUE overstay their welcome, I think it could be lights out to this next Serenity.
Ooh, Eben Might. If JWoww can get this off, that's going to be a huge boost of damage. Eben Might trades out, but a double leg sweep lands. Serenity here from Dorito. This might be their last opportunity to try to close out the game. Can they take him down? JWoww, though, getting some counter pressure with the upheavals. This is the touch of karma. JWoww barely able to survive at the same time, though. Sol is rotting down, 60% dampening. These teams can no longer sustain this. Somehow, Shaz has actually gone up in mana. So just letting his team trade out defensive cooldowns, getting aggressive, trading that out for a drink. Tears Deliverance comes out. Dorito, though, needs to hold on a little bit longer. He's going to be playing full-on defense. F tier is on the run, but JWoww, he has that Breath of the Eons in just 3 seconds. If he can push in and get a triple stun, it might be a triple kill here for Lost in LIHUE. He needs to find that setup.
Yeah, they're so close to it at this point. But at any moment, if Sol gets a proc, double Breath of the Eon, Sleepwalk onto Shaz, triple CC by JWoww, upheaval. They get a leg sweep, though, in a counter return. Is JWoww ready for the attack? Static field behind the pillar, out of line of sight of Casca. JWoww needs to get back in line of sight as soon as possible. They knock Sol away. Dorito can't stay connected. He's still dead. He's just trying to heal. Shaz can't get there. Foxy's all over him, cutting him down. Bleeds are up. Massive damage. Fire Breath connects. And Dorito is looking like he's going to crumble. Lost in LIHUE, move to match point.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very back-and-forth matchup, but I feel like on this large map, Lost in LIHUE, they were looking really good. I mean, I have a double check at the end of the game, but I feel like Casca, his mana was still looking good. He had some defensive cooldowns. Their pressure was really high, and it just seems so difficult for Sol and Dorito to actually stay on target. Their setups were consistent. Like, they were actually getting, you know, the double leg sweeps, but there was just always an answer. Every leg sweep, there's a rescue. Casca always has a sacrifice available for it as well. So if they're not involving Casca like we saw in game number 2, I think they're always going to be able to kind of deflect these setups coming in here from F tier.
Yeah, the big map definitely paid off big. This last kind of stack field behind the pillar, I was like, oh my god, are they actually going to do this? But not enough damage. Dorito just couldn't stay on target. He had nothing to trade to stay aggressive. He's just soothing Misting behind the pillar to try and just pull off some sort of miracle in the next couple of seconds. If you're not dead, you have a chance to proc Ascendance, is the way they're playing this moment in the game, but dampening is just so high. The Paladin is not going to be able to come back from this situation. Bleeds are taken away, and it's just an inevitability, so they are not going to be able to pull it off, but they do get map pick, and the small map definitely looked a lot better for them. Lost in LIHUE couldn't survive to this really deep dampening point in the game, so I'm imagining something like Blackrock Hold. Maybe this is going to be a favor to the Monk as well for portal positioning as kind of game number 4 setup.
So don't you think it's interesting to just see the differences between like North America and Europe?
Yeah.
Like seeing so many different classes and specializations right now in North America, especially the new Augmentation Evoker, which in my opinion, I don't know how you feel about it, but it looks good. I mean, I've been looking at the damage meters. Not only is Foxy's damage through the roof, but JWoww has been managing to keep up with Sol and Dorito in these games. So definitely a really potent specialization. I'm curious to see if we're going to be seeing more of this spec outside of this matchup, or what kind of role augmentation is going to have in these finals.
Yeah, you got enhanced healing, enhanced damage, and you make the feral double everybody. Seems good. Seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Seems like some good value right there. That's a value trade. Definitely going to take that one. And especially in this situation, this is like the perfect storm situation. So while this was an amazing patch for F tier, some teams have noticed like, hey, melee cleave augmentation just came out as well, and now F tier, they're probably going to play the same comp, I think, on a small map, but then on the big map are like Are they just going to flip gears and just do something completely different? Like, do they really have anything else? I'm kind of doubting it. They're going to go to Dalaran Sewers. Ooh, knockoffs on the side. Ooh.
Off the side.
I like this one better than Black Hold with the Mighty Ox Kick and the Ring of Peace and the Static Field Totem.
Blade's Edge.
Yeah. I mean, I guess JWoww has Nox too, and Cyfoxy has Nox too.
That's true.
Maybe it's not the best, and as your comp, like if you're knocked out of melee range, it's way more devastating than I think Cyfoxy and JWoww. It would be the only thing they're thinking about for that type of scenario. But I like this here because you can knock them out of line of sight, jump downstairs. They're not changing their comp, obviously. This is just what they've prepared for, what they practice on the ladder. I feel like a lot of teams give this team a lot of respect, even despite this kind of being their first tournament debut, because they just beat so many big names to even get into the Gauntlet in the first place. So can they stay alive? Can they win this, take it to a Game 5, and somehow come up for an answer to the Augmentation Evoker that just appears to have their number?
I'm curious to see how far Lost and LIHUE can take this. Can they actually win this series? Or if F tier is going to be able to battle it back. And we did see on the small map how good it looked for F tier when they're actually able to go after the Paladin and involve him on the setups. You know, get the triple setups is going to be a lot stronger than just always having Casca there to deflect the sacrifice. And on that large map, it's just way more difficult to involve them. And like you mentioned on this map with the Z axis, if you can, flip off JWoww off the edge and then keep him trapped there with like a static field totem out of line of sight of Casca, you might be able to actually get something done. If you can get the triple setups, like we mentioned, the triple leg sweeps, that's where Casca is going to have to burn through a lot of mana, and maybe Shaz actually gets away and able to drink. So anything can happen on this map. But so far, I must say the augmentation is looking really good.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking like the best answer. And to be honest, if F tier even win this, there's another one sitting in the wings. The Super One-Shot Frogs, they're ready to do that. It might even be a scarier augmentation comp for them if they manage to make it through this. This is kind of like the first phase of Augmentation Evoker for F tier. This is a really long gauntlet for them if they're going to pull this off.
Yeah, the Augmentation Evoker waiting to be the last boss is going to be really, really difficult. Chun-Li has been playing that specialization quite a bit, but table that conversation for now and see how it does end up playing out. Dorita's going to be moving forward here. It's potentially match point for Lost and LIHUE. If they beat F tier here, their dreams are done. That dream run is over. Unfortunately for them, they will be eliminated.
Let's see if they can do it. They got JWoww on the bottom side here. They got Astral Shift up. They're getting really aggressive on the JWoww. They knock Cyfoxy off. He jumps away from the leg sweep with that wild charge. They static field him right back down. Says, you're going nowhere, Cyfoxy. And they get them clutched out, but JWoww with that rescue. It's just such a huge shield right at the end of that stun lock. They're just not going to go down. And they need to involve Casca. That's where they really started getting the pressure on Hook Point, is when they were involving him. Whether it was attacking him or gripping him in or gripping away from him, they need to get Casca more involved. He can't just sit in the back casting reps like he is, casting Searing Glares. He's just going to be providing too much value to the team if they don't involve him.
Yep, right now I see Casca just in the back line, like you mentioned, just being so effective on that healer. JWoww getting knocked up top. So actually the opposite of what we thought. He got kick flipped up on top of the edge there in line of sight. Cyfoxy now looking for a Cyclone, manages to find onto Dorito, but I feel like outside of like a miracle one-shot, with how durable all these specializations are and how these teams are playing it, I really do expect this game to go the distance. So it's going to be about getting slightly ahead, avoiding getting one shot, first of all, but getting slightly ahead in the match, managing your mana will ultimately be the victor. Beautifully done here. Double setup going to be coming in. Cyfoxy, Blessing and Protection, and Casca is not afraid to just make trades. Like, he's just trading out the Blessing and Protection, trading out the Blessing, the Sacrifice. Cyfoxy still kind of just taking a lot of damage here in bear form, tanking it out. I think that should be enough for him to survive now that Casca's out of crowd control, but yeah. Casca definitely not afraid to just pull the trigger with those cooldowns.
I mean, if you're 1 minute in, you're going to get that bot back. There's no way that you're not going to get that bot back, so maybe it's just better to play it on the side of caution in these situations. On the side of Casca, they need this game to go long. And no, look at that triple crowd control. I love a setup like that. Repentance on the Windwalker, sleep onto the Paladin. And that gets a lot of pressure onto Saul. And it seems like Lost and LIHUE are honestly just getting better in terms of offense, but now they're on the back foot. JWoww, what's going on? He's just going down. I think was that his cheap death proc through the shield? I'm kind of doubting it. but it looked like he may have been in touch of death range. So I'm wondering if maybe he got touch of death and the cheat death proc there for him on that push. Really close call. Shaz is stunned. Sol on the back foot now, but showing signs of life. They get that double grip static field, but a breath of the Eons from JWA as he flies out of that static field, stunning both DPS and preventing their assault. Renewing Blaze up as he hovers away to safety in the middle of the map and should take 0 damage as a result of that maneuver. Casca isn't paralyzed, trying to keep pressure going, but Sol's falling behind. Doritos falling behind. He's got no astral shift. It's match point. They fought so hard to get to the Gauntlet. They had to beat so many amazing teams in North America. The fact that they were able to beat Luminosity Gaming, you know, the tyrants of North America, to get into this Gauntlet. They do not want to go down to Lost in LIHUE in the second round of the Gauntlet. So much pressure on their side at the moment. Blessing and protection force from Shaz's side. His mana down below half. Doritos' health finally recovered, actually, in a miraculous fashion, as he is back in the fight. And Sol is jumping in, bravely going onto JWA. JWA rescues away off to the side, looking to spread out and avoid stacking for that leg sweep that is available. He's still low. Casca's in CC into a blinding light. Can they do it? Can F tier do it? They're very close to the kill onto JWA. Double leg sweep. Cyfoxy is low. They could swap to him. Big heal comes up from Casca. That was lay on hands. Cyfoxy going to get healed up to full. And I like Casca using these abilities that are not going to be as effective in dampening at this point in the game, or using cooldowns that will come back at that time so he can be as effective as possible for his team.
Yeah, Casca looking good on the Paladin so far, getting those blinding lights out as well. That slows down a lot of the offense of Dorito and Sol. If you can actually get that off on like his setup, yeah, it's going to be an absolute disaster. But you have to really be careful, because if you get interrupted on that, then your team's just dead. So you have to balance that that ability nicely in this match. But it is really, really good damage denial if you can get it off. JWA trading us the defensive cooldowns right now, but the Ascendance Blast from Sol causing a lot of pressure here on the Cyfoxy. Shavs moves forward and manages to get the full Hammer of Justice here onto Casca. JWA with defensive maneuvers, a beautiful setup here, but a counter stun by JWA, manages to get the double breath of the Eons, and now it's going to be F tier on the back foot.
Yeah, and I mean, every second setup he can deny with this. And Sol is so low, he's just outright dead. Huge kills coming from Shaz. He had to use Divine Shield. That's his last major crowd control breaker for quite some time to recover from that assault, and mana is even at this point. It's a dangerous game that they are currently playing. Shaz fakes Cyfoxy's interrupt, looking for some big heals. Shaz trying to carry the team, trying to get them back in the fight. Mighty Ox kick sends JWA back behind the waterfall. Casca's repositioning, looking for Repentance, trying to find it. Gets paralyzed. Shaz is charging in. Where is he going to go, though, with his crowd control? He needs to get there soon. He gets intercepted by Sleepwalk, gets Tremor Totem by Sol. Now into a full Repentance by Casca. Dorito is isolated. No cooldowns for 5 seconds. Sol is low. He's got nothing. Searing Glare onto the whole team, and they could go down at any point. Ring of Peace trying to block Cyfox, and they pull him away. They're trying to get back behind the pillar and recover. Everything is on the line for them. They put so much into that final cup to get this opportunity. They do not want to go out with a whimper. They get a double leg sweep. They're trying to turn it around. JWA rescues Cyfoxy back to their side, and they can't connect any damage. Sol is trading with Cyfoxy at the moment, but not finding any momentum. Trying to connect onto JWA. He meets a stun at the end of that exchange, and Shaz, he's getting aggressive. Shaz is chasing down Casca, but he actually gets the... Oh no, he's going to get Repentance behind the pillar. He trinkets out, and now Casca into a Hammer of Justice. Can he turn it into anything? He's playing Blinding Light, isn't he? He's not going to be able to Repentance. Maybe if he's Repentance, it would actually be a great chain to Hodge into Repentance and train down the Evoker, but right now, not looking good. Having to use that medallion in that trade. Sol is still low. May have to Astral Shade. Has to press it as soon as it comes off cooldown. It's not even going to wait for any amount of time. Shadow Meld stun from Cyfoxy, getting 2 targets. Big value. Looking for a clone. Gets Thunderstormed on it. Off to the side. Mighty Ox kick onto JWA, separating him. Trying to drag him off into the corner, but now a clone onto Shaz. No wall for Sol. Can Dorito carry the team with the Serenity here? It gets blocked by Casca's Blessing of Protection. Cyfoxy is just going to wall and negate all of the damage on this push from Sol and Dorito, and double breath of the Eons. Upheaval, big combo into a double rake stun. Huge pressure onto Sol. He could fall over. He could topple. Blessing of Protection from Shaz in defiance. He refuses to let his team go down. They're fighting against all odds right now, facing elimination, and Shaz refuses to give up despite how grim the outcome looks.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so back and forth, but Dorito has no defensive cooldowns back whatsoever. JWA potentially moving in for the kill, going for the Ebon Might. Do they have the stun? Gets knocked away there. Nicely done there by Dorito, just trying to buy a little bit of space, but they are stuck behind the pillar. Shaz has no mana left. Upheaval being channeled out here by JWA. with the final nail in the coffin. This could be a potential triple kill. We're going to have to see F tier get off the pillar and try to make something happen. Here comes the double stun, but can they just shrug it off? Look at Casca in the back line, trading up the sacrifice. There's the renewing blaze. There's the blessing of protection. There's the obsidian scales. JWA is not going to die, and now Eben Mike gets channeled out. Saul on the run. Can they actually take him down? JWA gets knocked away once again, but slowly and surely these cooldowns are rotating back up here for F tier. Shaz has managed to recover his mana just a little bit. His team does fully recover here, so F tier puts themselves back in the game, and JWA needs to be very careful. There's a massive cooldown overlap by Lost and LIHUE, and all of a sudden their team has nothing left.
Can they do it? Can Shaz's stall tactics be enough? Doomwinds is up. Saul needs to connect. Serenity's available, but a big upheaval in return, hitting Dorito and Saul as he's knocked off the side. Living Flames incoming. Diffuse comes out from Dorito. They're going for the kill. Here's the Serenity. They need to close this out. Dorito needs to crush J-Wall right now. Can they finish him? He's so low. They're so close. Touch of death. Is he going to be able to connect the cheat death procs for J-Wall? He's not going to go down just yet, and he repositions away from the engagement. Dorito rolls over. He's got Zwen. He's throwing everything that he's got to take out J-Wall. He rescues away, roots up the Zwen. Wind shear onto the Ebonmite. They're keeping J-Wall on the back foot. He gets a double breath of the Eons. Ebonmite is up. Cyfoxy is fully buffed and ready to go for the kill. Saul knows that. He's ducking for cover behind the pillar. Tears Deliverance goes up. Dorito Karma's redirecting damage onto J-Wall. It is do or die for their team. Cascazoo, but Saul will fall, and Lost and LIHUE will take it 3-1.
Cyfoxy just turning into an absolute beast with that Ebonmite, just chasing down Saul and dropping him. I don't think many people would have predicted this, to be honest with you. Lost and LIHUE looking absolutely incredible. JWA on the Evoker doing such a good job, and I feel like Casca on the Paladin was a big surprise too. So this team really leveling up, bringing in some different specializations, and these are kind of the final moments of the match. Dorito just goes for it all in. Serenity tries to get it done, but JWA manages to barely hold on. The sacrifice trades in, and ultimately stuns from Cyfoxy. That is enough. JWA ends up getting the double stun into the Ebonmite, so getting a lot of extra offense here, and I want you to watch Cyfoxy and what he does. Saul tries to escape. He realizes he's in trouble, but Cyfoxy just unrelenting in his push is going to be chasing him down, and you'll see the amount of damage he's able to get out. I don't know what it was, a ferocious bite or what, but look at Saul's health. It goes from like 50 to just dead. Boom. So they got a lot of damage out there at the end, and they're going to be eliminating F tier.
Did he touch a death him here? I want to see, because I think when that golden dragon appears, that's the cheat death animation. It happens right here.
Yeah.
Was it touch of death?
Yeah, let's defy fate.
I don't. I'm just wondering if Dorito used touch of death or not and put it on cooldown or something. And not that it mattered. I don't think he got low again after that point from the end of the match. But it's just so like, even if you get through all the active mitigation, you've got to deal with cheat death at the back of all of that. Like, it's just so much to get through. There was no way they flipped Cyfoxy away, but he's a feral druid. He's fast. He's back. he's in there behind the pillar almost immediately, despite getting knocked away. And that was their last push. That was their last chance to be able to win. And you know, when Cyfoxy when he's able to gap the DPS like this, like, their team looks unstoppable. And this is looking like a really threatening team now. And DUKAMIFIED are going to be the next ones in the chopping block, I think.
Yep. You are correct. Lost in LIHUE up against DUKAMIFIED up next, and then Super One-Shot Frogs still waiting for an opponent here. So only 2 more series left in the day. And what a day it's been so far as well. F tier definitely came in towards cup number 4 as the underdog. Made it quite a long way, but this is the end of the line for them. Lost in LIHUE will be moving forward. And I'm reading some of the stuff that some of the information that they gave to us before heading into this weekend. And they said that they have been rescuing homeless dogs and kittens in their off time. And then when we asked them what their team had been working on, they said, hard to say, honestly. After the news of aliens existing. Such a strange world, but I would say Hunter Feral comp with Holy. So that is that's the information we have from this team, and we'll see how they do moving forward here. They're going to be heading against DUKAMIFIED Sid, and I mean, how do you feel like they're going to do against that team?
So DUKAMIFIED are going to be a completely different team. I don't think Augment is nearly as effective, but Lost and LIHUE have other tricks. Like, they've got some feral, sneaky stuff. They played Feral Shadow Priest a lot into the cup stage, and they can also play Feral Hunter. So I'm thinking, you know, maybe a Hunter into the Mage could be a good pick for them.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we've already seen just how many times how crucial that blind pick does come in situations such as these, and that's going to be especially so against a team like DUKAMIFIED. So we're going to see how they do. Up next, we're going to head to a quick break, and we've got that second to last series of the day coming up in just a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here in North America for the North American Gauntlet, finding out very soon who will be moving forward into the grand finals. We've just got 2 series left. There's single elimination as well as DUKAMIFIED versus Lost in LIHUE for the second to last one, Ben.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. We just saw Lost in LIHUE bring in kind of an oddball composition with the Augmentation Evoker, Feral, Holy Paladin, DUKAMIFIED. This is a team that has a lot of flexibility. I mean, we kind of know Calvish for that Subtlety Rogue, but he's been playing Arcane Mage. He could play the Windwalker Monk. They could basically play whatever. They also have Nick, who was once Nick the Rogue, but he also plays everything as well. So this team has, a lot of potential with their roster, with Kearney as well as Tuna. I mean, what they lock in the blind pick is really going to be interesting to see. Kind of wonder. I mean, Subt's mentioned that he thinks into the Augmentation Evoker, some sort of double caster setup might be best. So maybe we see Tuna on the Balance Druid, we see Calvish on the Mage, or Nick on the Warlock, something along those lines. Maybe they just go for the Subtlety Rogue and just find isolating setups and just one-shot someone. I'm really curious to see, but this is a team you definitely cannot underestimate.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I'm looking at, they've kind of been around for a while with this roster. They've been fairly consistent for quite some time. I'd almost argue, though, that this season that we just came out of, Zika, was maybe the best one we've seen from them.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they've had some, success on ladder. We've seen them kind of spread around on different teams as well. But I would say so far it's been a pretty solid season for them. But I think their best placing was second place in Cup number 3, I believe. So they have, been able to kind of go head to head with the best of them. And a lot of it has been at the back of Calvish on that Sub-Rogue. But Sub-Rogue did receive some nerfs. So it's still very, very good. But we'll see if they decide to bring it in or if they decide to go for that kind of double wizard that Supa and Van was talking about. We could also see some Moonkin Rogue potentially. That is a pretty solid comp. It's been working wonders this season for Team Liquid. So a lot of options there, but Lost in LIHUE, they have kind of built up this brick wall composition that we just saw, against F tier. And I wouldn't be surprised if they just locked that in. That comp looked absolutely disgusting to face. Lots of survivability, lots of longevity, and really good damage output. Good burst potential. It just seemed like an all-around solid composition. So I do wonder what DUKAMIFIED actually has in store here for this matchup, because they need to get prepared or they're going to meet the same fate that F tier did.
Yeah, they certainly did. So let's hope that they're up to the challenge. Lost in LIHUE, fresh off of a pretty solid victory against F tier. We'll see here for game number 1 who moves on to the last game of the North American Gauntlet. DUKAMIFIED versus Lost in LIHUE, game number 1.
Here we go. A little bit of a surprise here. We got Nick on the Balance Druid, Calvish on the Outlaw Rogue, I do believe. So we're going to see a little bit of Outlaw Rogue here in the AWC. Lost in LIHUE, going back to that kind of bread and butter composition. Jawa on the Shadow Priest, Cyfoxy on the Feral Druid, Casca on the Paladin. This should be a really interesting one. Outlaw Rogues did receive some buffs. I believe this Tuesday they got a little bit of a damage buff. So we'll see if that damage buff is going to be able to translate to a win for them.
Yeah, we'll see. This is going to be the first Outlaw that we've seen in quite some time. And it is going to be Calvish here, leading the charge so far, going for the sap, but not able to find too much. There's a kidney shot onto Casca. Calvish actually getting feared up here. Now going over onto Cyfoxy. Decent amount of damage. The beam comes out as well. Nick with the Incarnation looking for the damage. And Mind Game's actually being casted out here by Jawa, but he does get kicked. And actually, decent amount of pressure all around here for DUKAMIFIED. This is also our first Holy Priest of the weekend. And Casca actually trinketing out of that blind, using that sacrifice there as well. And they do get a nice Cyclone there to slow down the damage here from Lost in LIHUE. So far, Outlaw Rogue's looking pretty solid. Jawa tanking a kick right there. Calvish just being annoying right now. getting a stun into a Cyclone there onto Nick. Nick actually, they find a Cyclone onto Kearney, but look at Nick. He's taking so much damage as a result here. Nick forced to trade out the Heart of the Wild instantly here in the opener. Cyfoxy getting very, very aggressive right now. Full kidney shot onto Casca. JWA could be in trouble. Do they have any follow-up there on the Casca? Doesn't look like it. And it should be JWA being able to stabilize here. No, they finally do find a Cyclone onto Casca. That could be JWA's dispersion here. If he's not too careful, the Spore Cloak does proc there, I believe, for JWA. And JWA should be fine with the defense of that. And now it's going to be Cyfoxy once again looking to get aggressive.
Yep, JWA right now taking a little bit of pressure. Calvish moves over, gets a kidney shot here onto Casca. Is there going to be any follow-up? Doesn't look like it just yet. Massive damage here onto Cyfoxy. Smoke bomb drops down. Can they take him down? JWA is there with a void shift, but very patiently deciding not to use it. So we'll hold on to that defensive cooldown for another time. That Cyclone from Nick is quite devastating. Calvish really setting up his team with kidney shots onto the healer. So as that Outlaw Rogue, you can kind of go on a solo mission with crowd control, with Gouge and kidney shot. Once again, we see another kidney shot here on the Casca. He preemptively trades out the sacrifice. It should be enough for his team to survive, but these rinse and repeat setups coming in from DUKAMIFIED have been quite threatening so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive spell coming out onto Cyfoxy. Gets recycloned there, though. And JWA not pushing in for a fear. Gets a silence, but he gets gouged there. Gouge does break. JWA should be able to find it. But Kearney with a nice fade right there on the fear. It manages to avoid that crowd control completely. Really well played there by Kearney. Kidney shot now onto Casca. JWA in a lot of trouble. That surely is. He's going to be his dispersion. Look at Cyfoxy as well. Taking a lot of damage right there. Survival instincts will come out for Cyfoxy. Still has the bark skin here. Chooses to hold on to it for now. Catches a flash of light there from JWA. This pressure coming out from the Outlaw Rogue is just immense. Cyfoxy on 10% HP. They fear JWA. And there is not going to be any swap. DUKAMIFIED makes quick work of Lost in LIHUE.
Oh my goodness gracious. DUKAMIFIED looking really good in this one. Bringing in the Outlaw Rogue is a little bit of a surprise. And this is some new technology that some of the rogues are playing in North America. Outlaw Rogues obviously bring a lot of kind of consistent crowd control with the off kidneys and gouges, a good amount of consistent damage. You're also quite durable in a matchup like this. So I like the pick. It worked out here for DUKAMIFIED, and this is why this team is just so threatening. They have so many different options that they can run, and they make them all look really good.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps when you have Nick the Rogue and Calvish the Rogue on your team. You can basically just flex between so many different things, and this composition here, definitely one of the new additions here. Look at Calvish damage as well on the scoreboard. Actually out-damaging everybody here on the Outlaw Rogue. Beautiful fear right there onto JWA. I'm surprised to see that he didn't trinket that, but looks like there was some miscommunication in the defensive department there between JWA and Casca. I think there was a solar beam down there on top of the fear for JWA, so he couldn't really trinket and get the void shift out there in time. That was a really nice holy ward, or a really nice fade by Kearney on the fear of JWA. And then here comes the counter go. They get the kidney, get the cheap shot on the JWA. He uses the dispersion. They instantly swap to Cyfoxy, and he does drop low, but he doesn't want to use his bark skin here because he used his survival instincts. And then here, oh, they kick JWA. That's why he doesn't. Yeah, he was kicked there for just a split second, and there was a solar beam down as well. So I don't think JWA could have activated the void shift there. So probably some defensive miscommunication there between Casca and JWA. Maybe Casca thought JWA was going to trinket swap, and maybe, JWA thought Casca was going to trade because, well, he couldn't do it. So nice setup here by DUKAMIFIED, and a really, really fast game as well coming out of these guys. So these guys, they've been sitting on the bench all day waiting to play, and they come out with guns blazing. No pun intended, of course.
Of course. But yeah, they're looking really, really good with this composition. And this is the kind of surprises that I did want to see. I love that these teams have had so much time to prepare for the Gauntlet, and they can come in and bring out those surprises. And it just makes for such an exciting Gauntlet because, yeah, you never know what you're going to get from these rosters. We'll have to see if Casca, Cyfoxy, and JWA make any kind of adaptation. Like, maybe do they bring in the augmentation of Ogre once again? Maybe they didn't expect the Outlaw Rogue. Like, I really wonder. Maybe they thought they were going to be going into some sort of like double caster setup, and that's why they brought in JWA on the Shadow Priest for the Shadow Priest Feral. But I'm curious to see what these teams do decide to mix it up with. I would say I feel like the Balanced Druid, Outlaw Rogue, Holy Priest, like that is a very well-rounded composition. Like, it's going to be pretty good into Cleaves. It's going to be good into balance setups. It's going to be good into Wizards. So I feel like in general, this is something that DUKAMIFIED can easily lead with no real problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I think DUKAMIFIED, this is something, they're just going to lock that in as well. So It's up to Lost in LIHUE now. What are they going to do? Is it time for the augmentation to come through here for JWA, or is he going to stick on the Shadow Priest? Because I do feel like the Shadow Priest did not get a lot of work done in this matchup. Anytime he tried to push in for the fear, it was tough for him to actually get there. I mean, it's nice you have the Master Spell, you have the utility from the Shadow Priest, but compared to the augmentation, it did look a little bit more tankier, and it just looked overall a little bit stronger for Lost in LIHUE. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that they're going to just swap that out. And DUKAMIFIED, I got to say, I'm very happy to see Kearney back on the Holy Priest here as well. And we haven't really seen too much Holy Priests just yet this weekend. It's been, a lot of Holy Paladins, as we kind of expected. A couple of Resto Druids as well in Europe, but we are starting to see, a decent amount of healing representation here. And the Holy Priest definitely, has a lot of solid tools. And I do believe they also received some buffs in 10.1.5. So Kearney going to be making some work happen on that Holy Priest.
Yeah, really strong, well-rounded healer. Like you mentioned, it's got good offensive utility with the stuns and the fears. Good casted damage. I think Kearney actually contributed quite a bit of damage in that last game overall. So if he's just uncontested and can kind of sit back, and Calvish is the one that's pushing in and getting the crowd control ready for the team, you can really do a lot of pressure on that Holy Priest. Lost in LIHUE, they're going to be mixing it up. So they are going for that Wizard setup, tagging in Yoski, his debut here on that Warlock in this Gauntlet. So coming in with a bit of a shadow play. And this has worked out well for them in the past. I don't know how good it is into Outlaw Moonkin, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, typically against sub-rogues, Demo Lock has been considered somewhat the counter. Very, very tanky. You have a lot of stuns, so anytime, the rogue goes for a stun, you just stun him with your axe toss, and you're going to be able to shut down any funny business that the rogue is trying to get done. So I think that's the kind of the thought process here. Now, how good is this actually going to be? We did see Yoski play this, and Lost in LIHUE play this in general last season, or before the Gauntlet this season actually. So they have experience on it. Yoski looked good on it as well, but how good is it going to be in this particular matchup now with some of the changes that's happened between that last season, or between the regular season and the Gauntlet / the finals. So we're going to have to just see how that will play out. But DUKAMIFIED, they're also going to have to play here on Ashamane's Fall. So a little bit more room here. And I actually wondered who is going to win in terms of mana between the Shaman and the Holy Priest. And in general, Shaman is kind of a interesting pick as well, I would say. I don't think Shaman is really that strong in the meta right now compared to a lot of these other healers. So bringing in Casca on his main is going to, give him that main pick comfort. But I do feel like a Holy Paladin potentially is better.
Yeah, definitely could be the case. I think the nice thing about it is you bring in a little bit more disruption for the Cyclones, right? So you have the Wind Shear, you have the Grounding Totem, which is nice. And also in general, I love Static Field Totem. I feel like it's such a good utility. Yeah. So if DUKAMIFIED find themselves scared in the match and they all kind of retreat and hide behind the pillar, Casca all of a sudden has a way to get them back in line of sight of that Tyrant and really help out aggressively. So I'm curious to see what they can end up doing here, but you are right. Some of the healing can be lacking, but in terms of offensive utility, I'm hoping that Casca is going to be able to really help them out in this match. We'll have to see what ends up happening, though. I think the one nice thing about DUKAMIFIED in this matchup, because traditionally the Demonology Warlock, it's really good into the Subtlety Rogue, right? Subtlety Rogue has this big moment where it does its setup and tries to go for a burst kill, and a lot of the time on that Demonology Warlock, you can kind of do a lot of things. You can go for the axe toss to just slow down the setup entirely. You can go for the anti-crit, things like that. And I feel like those kind of mechanics aren't as effective against the Outlaw Rogue. It was just kind of very consistent in its damage.
Yeah, Outlaw Rogue, I feel like is more like a bruiser out of the Rogue specs. Asa Rogue used to be kind of, you have your big burst, with the Vendetta or with the Death Mark nowadays. And you have decent, consistent damage, but it was all about that healing reduction. Sub-Rogue was all about, setups and one-shots. And against that, of course, Dem Warlock is going to be super effective because all you have to do is just stop the one-shot and you're always going to be able to live. But Outlaw Rogue feels like the kind of bruiser spec of Rogue. You just staying in, getting a lot of work done, and just consistently going for the off-target kidneys and just getting consistent damage. But we'll see what Calvis can get done here. The gates are open, already pushing in for the sap. He finds it onto Yosuke, cheap shot onto JWA, and the first axe toss of the game has been launched there onto Calvis. Nick going for the Cyclone, but actually gets clothesline there by the Fear, and the chain continues here onto Casca, but finally will drop after that kidney shot subsides. Now a Cyclone onto JWA. Nick caught up in the Lightning Lasso, which is another thing that the Shaman will bring here, extra stuns, extra offense as well, Purge, Wind Shear, things like that. It's going to be nice to have. And that Earthen Wall Totem has been used. And there's that Static Field Totem from Casca coming through. Nick could be in a lot of trouble here, taking a lot of damage here, actually. He's getting blasted by the Demonic Tyrant right now. Demonic Tyrant actually not getting crowd control. Yosuke, though, at the same time, getting absolutely destroyed here by the pressure of Nick. And Nick actually dropping super low there, but the Guardian Spirit is exchanged by Kearney. Both teams so far trading blows, and so far nobody actually trading any major defensive cooldowns. That Guardian Spirit will be back here for Kearney in about a minute. So they have a minute on the side of Lost in LIHUE to get something going onto Nick.
Yeah, Nick looking for Cyclones, manages to find one on Casca, but that will fade, and they weren't able to get too much pressure. Nick now moving forward with Calvish, looking to get the damage rolling here onto Yosuke, manages to find the cheap shot, but Kearney and Nick are having to play so defensive. That axe toss from Yosuke really setting up his team. It's going to be Calvish basically tanking out this damage in the middle of the map. No Vanish, but Cloak of Shadows available, and Nick is just so much under pressure so far in this match. Kearney's going to be throwing in the Ray of Hope, trying to get the heals off. Nick should get topped off. Bash and a potential Cyclone here. Looks like can he find it? He needs to get the Cyclone Wind Shear. Nicely done there by Casca, able to defend himself. There's the Static Field Totem, and a good Shaman can be just so annoying in a matchup like this. Casca really showing off here.
Yeah, Casca getting a lot of work done right there. Going for the Spirit Walker's Grace as well with the Ascendance. Getting some nice casted heals here, keeping his team nice and top. There's a kidney shot onto Casca. Nick now pushing in for the Cyclone. Manages to find it. Where is the damage? Yosuke actually going to trade out the unending result immediately here. Just respecting the setup here. It looks clean. Nick now in a lot of trouble here. Has overextended for that Cyclone. Gets caught up in the Lightning Lasso coil combo. Dropping dangerously low here. Currently sitting through a Fear right now. Heart of the Wild will be used here by Nick as he ducks for cover. Calvish now has the kidney shot ready and is looking for the next setup, but the Earthen Wall Totem is there by Casca, preemptively placed. Nicely done there by Casca. Cheap shot coming out here onto Yosuke, but Yosuke able to shut it down for now. On Use Trinket there as well, coming out from Calvish, just trying to get maximum damage here onto Yosuke, but that Earthen Wall Totem is definitely paying its weight in gold, and now Yosuke is going to teleport out of there, doing a good job kiting. Calvish going for the Vanish, trying to reconnect onto his target, trying to get some more pressure in that Bruiser Rogue, getting a lot of work done. There's a kidney shot onto Casca. Looks like they're swapping to JWA. Bash onto JWA. Big damage here onto JWA. Is he going to trade here? Finally does trade the dispersion there. Being a bit greedy, get Cyclone on it as well. If they can find some more crowd control on the Casca, maybe a Gouge or a Blind, that could potentially be lights out here for JWA. They get the Solar Beam onto JWA and Yosuke. Gouge onto Casca. No follow-up out of that Gouge, though. Casca should be able to drop the Spirit Link Totem if he decides to. He's trying to hold on to it. He's trying to be greedy. JWA spamming out the flashlights, and he is going to be able to keep himself alive. I think with that full Cyclone connects onto Casca. Smoke Bomb as well. JWA, though, with a nice Void Shift right before that happens, and manages to get that in the nick of time. Yosuke ducking into the Smoke Bomb there to help out his teammate, and that was a greedy call by Casca not to use the Spirit Link Totem right there, and it's going to cost him the Void Shift instead.
Yeah, Calvish just taking some pressure. Does not have any defensive cooldown, so Calvish could be in trouble. It is just going to be, of course, that cheap death. But Kearney has the life swap, so going to be feeling relatively confident to keep making a push. We got a full blind now onto Casca. Is there any follow-up? Doesn't look like there's going to be. Calvish gets feared on it, and Casca is able to connect some heals. Calvish now once again chasing. Yosuke's just going to gate away and make it really difficult for this rogue to get uptime in the match. This is not what you want if you are Calvish, kind of stuck behind the pillar. He's just going to go for it, going for a kidney shot. This is a massive amount of damage. They get the Spirit Link Totem out of the way immediately. And Calvish, it looks like he's just going to be pulling back. They did their setup. They got what they wanted, which was that Spirit Link Totem, and Epic could play safe by the pillar and allow Kearney just a little bit of breathing room here. DUKAMIFIED has a massive lead in terms of mana. This matchup is looking good.
JWA is not looking good right now. Getting Cyclone on his dispersion at 10%. Trinkets out. Gets Cyclone on his trinket. Gateways back to safety. Casca activates the Ascendance, trying to keep JWA up and running. Earthen Wall Totem gets dropped. Kidney Shot now onto Casca. Can they find any follow-up? Nick gets silenced there onto the follow-up. He's trying to fake cast Casca here. It's a bit of a mind game between the Moonkin and the Shaman. Casca wins that one, manages to land it, but look at Josk meanwhile getting blasted by the full moon. Gets absolutely destroyed by Nick's incarnation. DUKAMIFIED looking unstoppable in this one.
I mean, DUKAMIFIED coming in with a bit of a surprise here. I mean, we knew the Subtlety Rogue was really good with the Balance Druid and the Holy Priest / Evoker. We've seen that many times, but bringing in the Outlaw Rogue is a bit of a surprise. They're making it look extremely good here in this match. They're up 2-0, and now LIHUE is all of a sudden backs against the wall. If they lose this next game, they are going to be eliminated, but these consistent setups, this is the adrenaline rush here from Calvish. You see Jaywa almost going down. They get the offensive Cyclone here as a bash. Jaywa forced to trade out the Dispersion. He immediately Cyclones it. He's forced to trade out his Trinket and gate away. But it's ultimately Yoski that ends up going down here. So Casca gets put into the Kidney Shot. Calvish trying to really set up the team. Kearney's in the Spirit of the Redeemer right now, just bombing out heals, keeping everyone nice and safe. And Nick is just fishing for that crowd control. Does he find it? Casca Trinkets out. I'm so surprised that he died. Casca just ran out of healing. He just didn't have the Spirit Link Totem, and at that point, there's just not enough time for him to ramp, and DUKAMIFIED really just brute forced a win there.
Yeah, that's just absolutely insane. Outlaw Rogue looks back. I mean, look at Nick's damage. Top damage every single game. Just being so disruptive. Able to stay out as well against these wizards. Never really forced back, to, kind of running. Just constantly using Vanish, just staying on target. I don't think I saw Calvish really use his cloak defensively ever. Just using it to kind of stay on target as much as possible. Nick gets wind sheared there. Gets the Cyclone with the PI, and then Casca just trinkets out, but he just doesn't have enough healing there. No Spirit Link Totem. He has the healing tide there, but not able to get it dropped, behind the pillar as you would want to. Means that even if he had dropped it a little bit earlier, it would have just killed it. So Casca definitely caught in a tough position there. Lands the wind shear, but just doesn't have the healing to deal with the burst damage there that came out from Nick. And Calvish just being a menace on this Rogue right now. Outlaw Rogue looks devastating, man. I gotta say, NA has been very, very exciting. We're seeing so many new things being showcased right now, and it's refreshing for sure.
I'm making an Outlaw Rogue. I've already decided, I want to play it. It looks really, really fun. The amount of disruption and damage you have. We'll see, though, what ends up happening. I mean, it is a possibility that Lost in LIHUE, they have another answer, but DUKAMIFIED, they are looking well practiced. They have a lot of different compositions. This seems to be, them putting their best foot forward with this Outlaw Rogue, Moonkin, Holy Priest, and I'm not going to lie. The last two games have been very convincing in their favor. I feel like Lost in LIHUE is in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I wonder, though, why aren't they locking in the Augmentation Evoker? Maybe just auto loses as well to the Outlaw Rogue. I'm not sure, but I feel like that's one of the only plays they got left. I mean, of course, they could bring in maybe Yoski on the Hunter or something like that. Maybe some Hunter-based composition for Lost in LIHUE, but I think it's not looking good. They're running out of time. It's match point. DUKAMIFIED just making quick work of Lost in LIHUE right now, unless they can find an answer that can just beat all of their comps. And kind of like we mentioned at the start of the series, that is a tough thing to do because you got Nick the Rogue, Nick the Mage, Nick the Warlock. He's just Nick the Gamer at this point. And then you got, Kearney can play basically everything. And the same thing goes for Calvish. Of course, you would love to have Calvish on the Rogue, but he has a lot of flexibility as well. We've seen him on Windwalker. We've seen him on many, many different things. So this is a team that is super well-rounded. They also have Tuna, waiting in the can. So definitely a lot of options for these guys as they're looking pretty solid right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these guys have a lot of different options. Lost in LIHUE, we'll see what they can get done. They are going to be bringing in a Beast Mastery Hunter, Augmentation Evoker Paladin. So JWoww going back to that Aug Evoker, Yoski getting off the Warlock and bringing in the Beast Mastery Hunter. This could be a really scary composition, but it could. I feel like this is a comp that could easily backfire too. Like Casca's not going to have any backup in terms of getting out of crowd control, right? Like there's no hybrid support. I guess you do have JWoww there for some off heals and stuff like that, but I feel like this is a game that could spiral out of control really quickly if Lost in LIHUE is not careful.
Definitely, but I do like seeing Yoski on the Hunter, so I'll take it. JWoww on the Evoker as well. And we'll see what they can do here. You know, we saw it with the Feral Druid, kind of just buffing the Feral Druid. Now we're going to see them just buffing the Hunter. And, you know, JWall doing a lot of damage on that Aug Evoker as well. Definitely has a really big punch with that Upheaval Fire Breath combo. So if you can get that off and just keep Yosuke buffed, you know, they're going to be on a timer for sure on the side of Dukamified. Casca he's got good mana, and they're going to have, you know, really consistent damage with those pets. But at the same time, Dukamified, like you mentioned, I feel like if they can swap between maybe the Paladin and the Hunter, they can definitely get some work done. I honestly would like to see them maybe go after Casca a little bit on that Holy Paladin, just to test him a little bit there, you know, see what he is capable of on that Holy spec. But for Dukamified, even if this doesn't go their way, they have a lot of options, like we mentioned. So Lost in LIHUE, they're probably, even if they win this, they're going to have to run this all the way through. So they're really, you know, putting all of their eggs here in the Hunter basket. We'll see how that goes. Didn't work out for Kasu, but it could work out for Yosuke. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'm really, really curious to see what they can actually get done with the specialization. Dukamified right now, they're looking really solid. If they win this matchup, they only have to get through the Super Frogs, which is not going to be easy. But that being said, I think the one thing I've been so far since the patch, I feel like the one thing Outlaw Rogue is actually good at is going after arcane mages. I think that's one of the reasons why Outlaw has kind of evolved in the North American meta, is to try to deal with some of the arcane mages. You have a lot of mobility, you have extra range on your attacks. You can actually keep up to a mage and put pressure on them. So that might be one of the reasons why Dukamified has invested a lot in the specialization, to kind of deal with that arcane mage from Cubsy. But we'll have to wait and see in that next series. For now, it's going to be all about Lost in LIHUE and if they can battle it back. But I feel like this is them trying to figure out something. Like, they don't know what to do in this matchup. This composition coming in, I don't know if it's actually going to work out for them, but I'm curious to see if they can get it done.
Oh yeah, me too. Sorry, I was just thinking, what are you gonna name your Outlaw Rogue? Do you have a rogue already that you're gonna be re-rolling on, or?
You know that I do. Played with my rogue.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I used to play Outlaw Rogue back in Legion. So nowadays, my rogue is called Free Precog, because I just give people precog all day long. But I think I'm gonna maybe invest some Outlaw on him. Yeah. I'm just that guy in solo shuffle, missing every kick, so we'll see. Maybe some free precog Outlaw could be on the table here, inspired by the young Calvish. Yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he can get done on the Outlaw Road. Definitely making it look good and making it look fun, that's for sure. So let's see what they can do. Lost in LIHUE right now. This is their final chance here on Tolvaron Arena. Game 3. They have one more shot. If they lose this, they are eliminated from the Gauntlet. And, their dreams of making it into the finals are going to be absolutely crushed. So we'll see what Dukamified can get done here with this setup, and who's ultimately going to win. I have a question. Do you feel like this is going to be one of those games that goes as as late into dampening as the previous games we saw with augmentation? Because I'm kind of feeling like this is still going to be a short game.
I think it's going to be a short one. I think they're going to just get insane pressure on the side of Dukamified, and then just kind of snowball that pressure into a win. But I don't know. I don't want to count out Lost in LIHUE. They have a lot of experience. They're very, very good on their classes. Yosuke's going to be bringing in the main, so we'll have to see how they decide to navigate it. I do feel like if it does go late game, they're going to have, kind of guaranteed damage from the BM Hunter plus a Holy Paladin. So I feel like that's a pretty solid kind of win condition for them. I don't know about Holy Priest now because I haven't seen too many of them, but I do feel like compared to a Holy Paladin, you're definitely going to faster. So time is definitely, in favor of the Paladin. So we'll have to see how they decide to play this one out, but I really don't think it's going to be a big factor. They found Yosuke, and immediately that's going to be a sacrifice. First global, now kidney shot onto JWall, cheap shot onto Casca, and potentially a gouge to follow that up, or a root beam. I'm not sure Doesn't look like they want to continue the chain just yet. Cyclone actually coming out here onto Casca. Look at JWoww already getting blasted. Deep breath coming out there from Casca. Upheaval, fire breath coming out there by JWoww. Looking to get aggressive here. Cow's trying to eat the freezing trap there. Kearney gonna have to sit through that one, but now goes into that Spirit of Redemption and should be able to pick up his team.
Yeah, right now just bombing out some heals. Calvish moving forward, gets a kidney shot here onto Casca. Can they follow it up with the Cyclone? JWoww going to be on the run, but Calvish is just unrelenting in his pursuit right now. He is unafraid in this matchup. A full Cyclone does land, and if you are not getting counter pressure here onto DUKAMIFIED, I feel like this is just a losing battle here for Lost and LIHUE. Calvish finally getting pressured just a little bit. Needs to be careful.
Whoa.
I was getting, what is going on? Calvish, be careful. Goes down to 1% health, and this is the damage you want to see from Lost and LIHUE. All of a sudden, I'm a lot more convinced of this composition. That was a great push.
Yeah, the Hunter Evoker looks pretty solid right now, but they're going after JWoww once again here. Do they get any crowd control? Full bash, full Cyclone. JWoww might just get blasted here in the opener.
Oh,
he's just
cheat
dead.
death.
Oh my goodness. Cheat death procs for JWoww. Sacrifice connects for Casca. That's his trinket as well. JWoww now caught up in a Cyclone. They're going after Yoski here. Calvish pushing in, trying to get aggressive on the rogue, but he needs to be careful. He almost died just a short second ago. And another Cyclone here onto JWoww. Now full Cyclone onto Yoski. He's Cyclone on low HP. Kidney shot onto JWoww. That's going to be the smoke bomb. And Calvish is going to drop it there on the edge between the healer and the DPS. Full beam coming out here onto Casca as they continue this onslaught. Fire breath, upheaval coming out from JWoww, trying to get counter pressure going. Dream projection as well, trying to keep himself alive. And sleepwalks being casted out here by JWoww, trying to fake out some interrupts. Manages to find it there. Qual as well onto Nick. JWoww playing great defense here, but the pressure is immense. Kidney shot onto Yoski. They're just turning over on and just tap targeting onto everybody right now. Casca casting a Repentance right there. If he gets interrupted, he could just be lights out for somebody here. And now once again, it's going to be the deep breath coming out. It's a double. Kearney going for the symbols of hope here. Cheap shot onto Casca. Full Cyclone. Calvish in trouble, but JWoww in even bigger trouble as he gets blasted by the team of DUKAMIFIED. Easy 3-0 for these guys, and they are going to be advancing here in the Gauntlet, knocking out Lost in LIHUE.
DUKAMIFIED is looking really scary, and that's what I said in the pregame. This is not a team you can underestimate. These guys play at the highest level, and they are bringing the best compositions. So they're looking really good here, this 3-0. A very impressive performance here from DUKAMIFIED, and there was a few close calls on Calvish, or at least one close call. We're going to see it here. This is where I was talking. I was like, Calvish, you know, he's not afraid at all in this matchup. And then all of a sudden, Caster Curse coming in. Look at Calvish's health. Like, I don't know what Yoski decided to do here, but he goes down to like 1% health, barely holding on. He still did have that cheat death, but still a really, really scary moment there. JWoww just kind of unrelenting, getting unrelentlessly trained down in this match as Calvish is continuing to make pushes. And that's one of the problems when you are grouped up on a pillar against an outlaw rogue. He's going to get full value from his kidney shots, his gouges, his off kicks, and he's going to be able to get a lot of control here. So really, really a lot of flexibility from the specialization. And ultimately it is JWoww that goes down. JWoww goes for a big setup here, a hero play, looking for living flames, but it's not enough to take down Calvish. He just trinkets out, get some defensive cooldowns, and then they turn it around really quickly with the power infusion, with the adrenaline rush, and it is just an overwhelming amount of damage. Casca just isn't able to react fast enough.
Yeah, that's I mean, every single time they go for these cheap shot Cyclones, they just forced like a spell book from somebody. I mean, they did it earlier in the game as well when they got the cheat death from JWoww. And the pressure was just, it just never stopped, you know. Aside from that one moment where, you know, right here where Calvish basically kind of, you know, cheated death there for a second. Not literally with the cooldown, but basically right there. I mean, he was just a smidge away from actually proccing that. But aside from that, there really was no pressure. And that, you know, that looked closer than it was. You know, Kearney, he just traded Guardian there, and then that's a sheet death mechanic. And then Calvish also has his own sheet death mechanic. So they had cooldowns to trade. I think they also had a Ray of Hope there available. So they definitely had a lot of answers on the side of the DUKAMIFIED. But aside from that moment, I mean, it's just pure domination. Yoski just dropping to 50%, getting Cyclone. JWoww trying to counter pressure, instant cheap shot into full Cyclone. Nick is there, just blasting off here. Orbital Strike coming through. Incarn active, getting all the damage that they need. Kearney as well. Look at Kearney's damage. What's going on over there? 1.1 mil there from the healer as well. He's looking like the AUG Evoker in this matchup. And just a clean victory here, I would say, for DUKAMIFIED. This team is looking terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see what they can do. Like, can they make it all the way? Obviously, they're going to have that final boss with the Super One-Shot Frogs. So Super One-Shot Frogs, they've been playing a lot of different compositions. I don't want to really spoil anything for the blind pick, but they are, of course, going to be that final boss for Dukamified. See if they can make it into the grand final. So this is that minimum $15,000 match we're talking about. These teams definitely don't want to be losing this one.
Yeah, definitely do not. They're so close. Just one more series between these two teams before they can really prove themselves. But what a victory by Dukamified. 3-0 lost in LIHUE. That's the end of the road for them. But I think it was only Sid that didn't predict Super One-Shot Frogs to be the team that comes out of North America, right?
I think that's true.
Yeah,
Think so?
sounds about right.
Yeah,
Looks to
look
be
at
true.
that. All of us.
Facts.
Super One-Shot Frogs. I mean, F tier, they had a pretty good day anyways. Sorry, Vin, I think I cut you off.
No, I was going to say you were right. That's exactly right. I mean, you changed your prediction, actually, so we all heard it, right?
Wait, did I?
I mean, you said Super Tees was convincing you. You asked
Oh,
production.
wait. Oh, you're right. Oh, you mean, yeah, you're right. I did. He was being very convincing with F tier
Oh, they swapped
earlier in the day.
it.
So I did change it to F tier, but I want to change it back to Super One-Shot
Okay,
Frogs.
that's not fair.
No, that's all right. Thank you. You guys never saw anything. All right, well, Super One-Shot Frogs. We will see if they can prove us all right. But Dukamified, incredible day from them. Great performance in that last game. We'll see if they can keep that going. It is the last game, the last series of the day after this break, and then we're going to find out who moves on from North America's Gauntlet into the grand finals to face off against Liquid, Golden Guardians, and Luminosity Gaming. We'll be right back. We've got that last series up next. Welcome back, everyone. We're heading straight into the game. Super One-Shot Frogs facing off against DUKAMIFIED, who will be moving on to the Grand Finals for North America.
Look at that. A new augmentation evoker composition has entered the fight. Cubsy on Arcane Mage. This is a high avoidance version of the augmentation evoker, but Outlaw Rogue is actually a spec that just has so much mobility and extra range that I don't actually think Calvish is going to have too hard of a time in this matchup staying on target.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is a cow Arcane Mage right now. Cubsy is rocking the Tauren as well. You love to see that. Cubsy already holding down the spell steal button as if it is his best keybind right now. And Cubsy trying to go for the Arcane Surge. Already a lot of damage coming out here. He's playing Temporal Shield as well, Cubsy. And all the times back there, Temporal Shield should give him a big heal. There it is. And Cubsy will be able to survive through some excellent plays. But Flop actually did not have faith there, and he did use his Lay on Hand. So Cubsy not going to be in the greatest of spirits after that one. And now looking to get some counter pressure. There's the Arcane Missiles. He's got big hit of damage available with that Arcane Surge rolling. Calvish just going to go back to the pillar here for a second. Flop looking for the Repentance, looking for the setups here. And Calvish going to get back onto target here. Arcane did get a couple of buffs. You can see it right there. Cubsy almost takes down Calvish right there. Beautiful counter pressure, forcing out the Cloak of Shadows. But Calvish now looking to get counter pressure onto Chun, Sid.
Yeah, but he's leaving Cubsy open. He can't do that for much longer. They stun Cubsy. They connect to him. They force him to break out of that crowd control with a blink, it looks like, as he gets rescued back behind the pillar, but missiles are flying through. Anytime Cubsy is free casting here, he's looking like such a threat. He's getting some distance with that freedom, sprinting around with that Arcane Barrage spam, trying to get as much distance as possible. Blast Wave into Blessing of Freedom. He's got the Temporal up. He's going to be soaking this damage, healing it back in a few seconds. Drops a Ring of Frost defensively. Flop caught into a gouge, but they cannot connect to Cubsy. This is one fast cow right now, and I don't know if this is going to work out for Calvish or not. The next time he makes a push, he's got no cloak. He's already down to half. Arcane Surge is coming up in about 20 seconds at this point. If that's comboed with an Upheaval Fire Breath, I think it's pretty much lights out if those three spells hit at the same time, and if any of them crit. And they're almost available here. Upheaval available, and we can see the instant cast available for Chun-Li as well as he gets a triple Breath of the Eons. Here comes that instant Fire Breath. Massive damage. Huge heals, though, from Kearney. I've negated that initial hit of damage so far, but Arcane Surge is now available. That could connect at any moment. Arcanosphere being channeled, gets Solar Beamed on Arcane, and I think that's going to be important in this matchup, is making sure Arcanosphere and Arcane Surge don't connect at the most opportune times for Cubsy as he temporals here. They're trying to purge it off, and it doesn't look like it may have gotten purged off at this point, but it's irrelevant. There's no damage to back it up regardless. Calvish stuck into a Repentance, stunned on his Dispel, and oh no, huge damage from Cubsy. He's all over, goes for the DR'd War Stomp to try and finish him, but Kearney jumps into that Angel form and manages to keep him alive throughout this attack. Cubsy not able to find the Ring of Frost at the end of that Spirit of Redeemer, as you can put crowd control beneath a priest's feet when they're in an Angel form, and they'll immediately be CC'd, whether it's a Freezing Trap or a Ring of Frost. So the Ring of Frost is a little bit faster. He actually could have got some CC there, but asleep on a Kearney. Pressure onto him as well. He's still struggling to heal, trying to get back into the fight. His mana's still in a great position. Calvish has Cloak again, so their team is going to look to get aggressive.
Yeah, and Cubs is just being super annoying here, running around with freedom. So far, it's looking very, very good for him, but anytime Calvish can connect, they will be able to take him down. There's full Cyclone connect. Cubsy actually trying to get aggressive here right now. Chun Li's going to be the target of choice. He gets a Blessing of Protection. Sacrifice there onto Cubsy as well, so a good push here from DUKAMIFIED with Calvish. No Cloak of Shadows. Kearney still has answers, of course, with that Guardian Spirit. Calvish now once again gets hodged on the Dispel and gets gripped back to safety. Arcano Spear being loaded up, and Arcano Spear was actually buffed in the most recent patch in 10.1.5. So that's going to be doing a little bit of extra damage, but a swap onto Flop right now, forcing out the
MD!
fastest spell. They might be able to take him down. He's down to 10% HP. Gets the shield there from the Save by the Light. Flop basically just working miracles to survive that one, but now swapping over onto Cubsy here as well, dropping quite low there, but Flop is able to keep him alive and keep himself alive. Tears Deliverance as well here behind the pillar, gonna boost his heals, and Calvish now could be caught up in no man's land. They're gonna need to do this for quite a while longer if they want to be able to stay alive. A full hodge once again onto Calvish. Big hits of damage coming out from Cubsy here, going for the War Stomp. They're trying to take down Nick, they're trying to take down Calvish. Nice Cyclone there onto Cubsy, try to make sure that he is slowed down there. Time skip coming out from Chun Li. That's going to be very, very effective here to do some of those cooldowns, and full kidney shot into a Cyclone onto Flop as they look to try to take down Chun here, but Chun doesn't look like he's taking too much damage in that exchange just yet. Full beam coming out there onto Flop. He's going to use his Dwarf Racial to break out of that one, and slowly but surely the DUKAMIFIED are forcing the cooldowns here.
Oh, big stunlock onto Calvish here. Ray of Hope comes up from Kearney and that Spirit of Redeemer. Is it a positive Ray of Hope, though? It looks like it is. Calvish gets healed up and then immediately knocked back down, has to vanish away from the fight, dodges that landslide route and gets back behind the pillar. Kearney's pushing in as well. A stun onto Flop. Big setup. Psychic Scream onto Chun Li. He can't help out. Flop bops, but he's going to get stunned by the Chastise, purged on his bop into a Cyclone at low health. That high wind's going up onto him as well to reduce his healing. They're chasing him down. Can they finish him? Divine Protection. He retreats across the field and manages to drag them out into the open, and Kearney, he can't cross the field here. Cubsy's back on top of Flop just to make sure. Calvish looked like he snuck into stealth possibly there for a moment. Kearney looked like he may have drank, but Calvish is so low. A huge hit of damage from Cubsy. Anytime they leave him open. Now look at Nick. He's just down to 10%, and Cubsy is free casting right now. Just missiles flying in off to the side as he's just speeding around the map right now. Cheap shots on the Flop. He needs some help. Chun Li's getting low as well. Has to trade Obsidian Scales. He gets Cyclone low. They're switching back to Flop again. Can they take him down? He's caught in a stun. So low. Solar Beam, and they're connecting. 10%. Almost going down. Lay of Hands onto himself, but it doesn't even get him topped. Cubsy is rotted down as well. He is really struggling. If they stay on top of him and he can't cast Tears Deliverance, I think it's over for his team. Cubsy has to Ice Block. They just need to stay on top of him. Do not let Flop cast Tears Deliverance at all costs. He's going for Aura Master Tears Deliverance. He gets it off, and now his healing is going to be amplified. He should be able to get his team back to full. He's forced to trinket out of the kidney shot, trying to duck away, stunning to Calvish. Calvish trinkets out, gunning down for the kill onto Flop right now, rotting down Chun Li at the same time. Massive pressure, Incarnation, big value. Whoa. And Flop will be going down. DUKAMIFIED weather the storm, and Cubsy's cow level will not be enough to outdo them.
Yeah, the cow level, they are able to clear it on the side of DUKAMIFIED there, but that was a lot of close calls. An insane amount of damage here from the super one-shot frogs. I really like this composition here that they locked in. It looked very, very fun. Cubsy on the Torrent mage just running around, causing havoc, basically getting buffed here by Chun, and just doing a lot of work there. But in the end, it is the Outlaw Rogue. This is, one of the reasons why it is popular in North America. It's good into Arcane Mage. Calvish is able to get decent amount of uptime, and if Cubsy runs too much, they're just going to go after his healer. And this, cheap shot into the beam setups, super devastating. Flop working miracles here on the Holy Paladin. This is the double fear coming out from Kearney. This is when they force out the Ice Block of Cubsy right there. Cubsy almost going down in that situation. Flop gets the Arm Mastery, Tears Deliverance. Actually, it looked like it was a precog Tears Deliverance, but either way, manages to get it off, and then the kidney shot, smoke bomb. He trinkets out instantaneously, trying to continue to stay alive, but they lock the Cyclone of Nick, and that means that Nick can just free cast with his other school and get a lot of work done. And then the Star Surge around the corner snipes him, and DUKAMIFIED takes game number one. And the super one-shot frogs, is one of the contenders. They've been a legendary team for such a long time here in North America, the final boss of the Gauntlet, but DUKAMIFIED draw first blood.
Arcane versus Outlaw Rogue. I don't know if I was expecting season 2 to have these types of classes going head to head, especially like Tauren, Arcane Mage, in the last round of the Gauntlet, and it would be remarkable for the Super One-Shot Frogs to not be the team that gets through. I mean, DUKAMIFIED are looking so good. This composition is startlingly good for their side, and the Holy Priest, like that's coming out of left field. I was expecting Paladins to be the main healer, seeing a lot of success, but Kearney is looking so strong on this Holy Priest. Look at his mana in this position. Like, even if this game keeps going, like, he can just go and go and go much further beyond this point. So this team is looking threatening. I'm wondering if other teams might be adopting to their compositions after seeing this, depending on the result.
Absolutely. You could bet the teams that are qualified for the finals, there's a lot of rogues already. You know, we saw Trill play a lot of rogue in the regular season. You know, Peekaboo, Waz, there's plenty of teams with rogues on both regions. And if they haven't been practicing Outlaw, that could definitely be something that they want to experiment with, because Outlaw is looking absolutely phenomenal right now in the hands of Calvish. This guy is getting it done here. Just you know, taking down one team after the other, but we can't count out the Super One-Shot Frogs. They have a lot of different you know, compositions. This is a team that we're most likely going to see Windwalker Arcane Mage at some point. We're most likely going to see what else have they run? They've run Devastation Evoker as well with Arcane Mage. They also have Mage Lock, which is like one of their patented pocket picks. I don't know how good that would be into Outlaw specifically, but you know, they have a lot of different options. There's a lot of layers on this team, and they do have, you know, Wealthy Man on the bench. And it's just so funny to me as well that, you know, Cubsy, he's been winning tournaments as a healer. He's been around for such a long time, considered as you know, one of the absolute best druid healers, or just healers in general, of the game. And now he's playing here in the finals of the Gauntlet as an Arcane Mage, and their main mage player, Wealthy Man, he just doesn't like playing Arcane, so he's just on the bench. If they need him on Frost or Fire, he'll be tagged in, but until then, he'll just be chilling there and just let Cubsy handle things there on the mage, on the Arcane Mage. So it's very interesting, this team. There's just an interesting dynamic amongst them.
Yeah, I mean, Cubsy stepping off the healer role for Flop, I mean, that must have been, like, you got to put a lot of trust to step out of that role as Cubsy and give somebody else the responsibility of that. And they've sort of had to rebuild their roster. I mean, they used to have Snuts and Chanimal, so coming after that removal and departure and having to rebuild your team, like, those guys are legends, man. I mean, Chanimal's winning every tournament in EU now. Like, to try and fill those shoes and figure out what your role is going to be after your team is basically sundered in half has been quite a journey for the Super One-Shot Frogs. So they don't want their journey to end here. If they lose this series, they'll be out. They can't get into the top 4. They can't get into the big money. They can't get into the most important tournament of 2023 here in Season 2 for North America. And yeah, they've put so much on the line at this point. It would be absolutely devastating for them to not get into it. Cubsy's trying to pull Calvish out of stealth. He doesn't find him. He gets sapped, and Calvish is immediately, like, maybe going after Flop. He gets a sap instead. He's going to be targeting Cubsy down initially, keeping control of the mage, at least I think until the first Arcane Surge. Kidney shot on Flop out of the sap. Here comes the Breath of the Eons from Chun-Li. Kearney dodges it. He goes for a Sleepwalk. It gets faded. Now Chun-Li's clone. Massive damage. Incoming. He just immediately Divine Shielded. Cubsy is low as well. Greater Invis. Are they going to kill him through Greater Invis? What is this damage coming out from Nick and Calvish? They're just absolutely bulldozing them. I mean, Divine Shield in the first kidney of the game is not a comfortable position for the Super One-Shot Frogs, especially when you look at their comp, right? You run an Augmentation Evoker comp, you're basically playing like a tank comp where you're just trying to be as durable as possible, and they're making them look flimsy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Right now, not the best position to be in for the Super One-Shot Frogs. This is also the Arcane Surge of Cubsy, not getting too much cooldowns forced with that one. They are able to get the Spirit of Redemption. They are able to get the Guardian Spirit. Chun-Li now caught up in a Cyclone. They're looking to launch the next attack's full kidney shot here onto Flop. That is going to be an instant Divine Protection for Flop. Ebon Might coming out here by Chun, and looks like Flop is going to be able to stay alive with just that Divine Protection. So if they can just survive enough kidney shots, you know, he still has his Trinket, still has Blessing of Protections to work with. So if he can rotate through his defense, that could be a way for Flop to kind of buy his way back into the game. They also still have the time skip I do believe, onto Chun-Li. So still have some options here on the side of the super one-shot frogs, but right now Cubsy is going to be the target here, and just a lot of damage coming out here onto Cubsy, dropping to about half HP there. Nick now dropping to 50% as well, and Nick's just going to catch a big heal from Kearney, and it's going to be chase the Cubsy once again. Just once again, we are back in the cow level here. Calvish trying to farm some loot. Nick dropping dangerously low, though. That is going to be the ray of hope coming out for Kearney. Kearney now spamming out the damage. Here's a big swap onto Chun-Li. Smoke bomb connects. Big mind games coming out. Chun-Li catches a massive heal there by Flop, but they could swap to Flop now. Flop's been playing very far away, and Calvish actually looking like he wants to go for it, but you're going to be going after Cubsy for just a little bit now. Here comes the swap. Big stun coming out from Kearney. They don't have any follow-up, though. Nice sleepwalks coming out from Chun-Li onto Calvish. Just trying to buy Flop a little bit of time. No Divine Shield available for Flop. Trying to fake cast some kicks. He's dropping to dangerously low. 10% HP. He might just go down here. He's so low, and he will get blasted by Nick and Dukamified. And super one-shot frogs, they're the ones getting one-shot. They need to swap out of this comp immediately. What do you think?
Yeah, this is not going to work. I mean, if you're running an odd comp and you're dying before 5 minutes, yeah, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. They're just getting ran down right now by Dukamified. It just seems like they have full control of it. They're not threatened by Cubsy. Kearney's keeping his team really healthy. He's avoiding a ton of crowd control. He's getting a lot of awesome fades and deaths and immunes with the Spirit of Redeemer. Like he's avoiding so much CC and keeping his team healthy to stay as aggressive as they are. And they run anybody down. Like they almost killed Chun-Li here in a smoke bomb. They go after Cubsy. They get him to 10% and almost kill him. And then they go after Flop. And I think at this point it's pretty obvious this is not going to work for the side of the super one-shot frogs. And what's going to be their next option? Chun-Li actually used the Weird Stone there. I think it's the first time I've seen that in PvP. It teleports you to the ally that you gave it to, but it actually just teleported into a double fear. So maybe maybe it wasn't the best. And then he rescues him, but he actually just dies to rescue, dream projection, and everything, just getting ran down. So yeah, there's no way. Chun-Li, get off Og. Either get on Windwalker, get off Og. There's no way this is going to work, man. The damage isn't there. They're not living long enough. This is not the time for Og. They've got a couple of routes. They either bring Windwalker in, or they can go back to their other composition, was kind of like Lock Ellie, Demonology Lock, Elemental Shaman, I think, are going to be their options.
Forget about the Og. Get off the Arcane Mage, man. Like the Arcane Mage into the Outlaw, man. It's just not working out right now. I mean, as much as I love seeing this big Tauren Arcane Mage running around, just causing, chaos into the match, get it out of here. It's time to see some good old-fashioned super one-shot frog patented 12-run arena mage lock. I'll take it on Asha mains as well. I want to see some mage lock, or actually, do I want to see Wealthy Man on the LA Shaman? I feel like Wealthy Man on the LA Shaman is going to get absolutely blasted as well. I want to see some good old-fashioned Wizard Cleave Mage Warlock from Super One-Shot Frogs. Bring in Cubsy on the demo. Bring in Wealthy Man on Frost Mage. And maybe Flop on the Resto Druid. Actually, I don't know. Resto Druid. Just bring me the Mage and the Lock, and we'll talk about the healer.
Figure out the rest later, even though it's the last match. And I mean, if Dukamify can 3-0 the Super One-Shot Frogs, that's really impressive for their team moving into the grand finals. Definitely a threatening team that the remaining three are going to have to really consider and respect. And I mean, what is Liquid going to do if Dukamify make it through this? Because they'll be their first opponent. Are they going to mirror them? Can Sub beat Outlaw? Is Sidu going to have to play Holy Priest? Is Holy Priest now the new meta that everybody has to adapt to out of nowhere? That nobody was prepared for, whereas Kearney's like a main priest. Like, this could be a huge edge for them in the finals overall. And Super One-Shot Frogs, their backs against the wall, man. Like, they don't get into the top four. That's definitely not where they're holding themselves, I think, in terms of results.
I mean, think about it. Super One-Shot Frogs were comfortably in third, and what happened? F tier, man. F tier just came in, ruined the whole bracket, made that tie happen between Luminosity and Super One-Shot Frogs, and they barely lost that tie. I think it even came down to a 2v2 on the last game. And then all of a sudden, Luminosity are just like, oh, well, thank God we're not there fighting this. This looks terrifying. Meanwhile, the Super One-Shot Frogs are just sweating bullets here in the Gauntlet. Dukamified just coming up with this pick out of nowhere, and all of a sudden, 15,000, potentially more, up to $70,000 on the line on this one game right now. And the Super One-Shot Frogs, they are definitely doing the right thing here, taking their sweet time figuring out what they are going to play, because they will need to play it the entire series. They will need to reverse sweep and they are going to be putting their faith in the Windwalker Arcane Mage. Flop on the Resto Druid. They are not messing around here. You know what? I'll take it. Anything. At least we got rid of the Og Evoker. Chun-Li on the Windwalker is always a treat to see, and of course flop on the Resto Druid as well. So it should be a good one.
I mean, it's mains, right? This is like, all right, okay, the Og tricks didn't work, so we're gonna have to play our mains, I guess, and see if that will work. And I think that this is still a pretty threatening composition. Windwalker and Arcane are a lot better in this patch, and the Windwalker can help out the Mage with grapple weapon, with leg sweeps and threatening damage against the Rogue if he's kind of training him down. So I don't think it's the worst thing overall, but I do think it's difficult to CC a Priest. I feel like Priest in particular against like Rogue Mage or Windwalker Mage is probably like one of the best healers. It just has so many ways to avoid CC. If you get Greater Fated on a DB, there goes the setup. If you get Death on a Sheep, there goes the setup. If you like, there's just so many ways for Priest to avoid CC that Super One-Shot Frogs will probably have to win with dampening, I'm imagining, and kind of like kiting around the map, keep the Rogue away, and try and win on dampening. But with Kearney's mana the way it was looking, I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some concerns in this matchup, but the way Cubsy specifically plays Arcane Mage, he's never going to go Shimmer. I've never seen him play a single game of Shimmer Mage, and I think, honestly, if he did play Shimmer, this would be, you know, they would have to win fast. Like, they would have to rotate through the trinkets, through the defensive cooldowns, and then they would have to, you know, get enough sheeps to win the game. And that's just not a very efficient way to play the game these days, because there's so much disruptions, there's so many things that can go wrong, there's so many micro CCs that can stop you when you're doing this this play. So I do like what Cubsy does. He just plays the regular blink and just kites around the map. And the Windwalker, like you said, helps a lot with that. You know, you got things like Ring of Peace, you got Grapple Weapon, and another really, really underrated tool is Tiger's Lust. Tiger's Lust will remove your slow, give you a movement buff, and it stacks with the Arcane Barrage movement buff as well. So when you get that combo, you can basically, it's like a blink in terms of getting distance from a melee before you know, the re-slow or the next slow gets reapplied. So it helps Cubsy a lot in terms of survival, and then they can always kite the Rogue behind a pillar, and then Chun-Li can just port over there and try to leg sweep Calvish, for example, and one-shot him. Their setups are going to largely be flop finding Cyclones out of Paralyze. So that's how they're going to have to find, you know, their offensive pressure, but most likely it is going to be a damp one, unless Dukamified just completely brutalizes them again. We are going to see the final game potentially starting right now. It's match point, Super One-Shot Frogs or Dukamified, $15,000 on the line, qualification on the line. Who is going to take it, Sid?
I mean, at this point, Dukamified are looking so good that I don't really want to bet against them. This comp is absolutely ravaging the competition here. Cubsy gets Solar Beam on cast. Nick gets caught into a leg sweep, though, as Chun-Li is trying to turn it around with this Serenity. They grip Nick to safety. Cubsy's blinking back with Flop. Flop repositioning away from Calvish. He's in bear form, trying to pre-bear a stun or get ready for some sort of attack there as he goes into stealth for a moment. And Nick is taking huge damage, but Cubsy is equally taking huge damage as it's back and forth. Greater Invis from Cubsy. Flop has to use Nature's Swiftness. Kidney Shot now onto Chun-Li. They're switching their attention to him, and where is his health going? It's just disappearing. He has to trinket and Karm, and now Nick is low, and this is a very explosive game number 3. It's going to be high intensity, and it feels like at any point, if somebody makes a mistake, it could be over.
Yeah, definitely could be over at any point here. Flop right now, dropping to about 50% HP as well. And look at Calvish, goes for the gouge. It breaks, unfortunately, to that Moonfire dot, but Calvish has a kidney shot ready, and there it is, full kidney shot onto Flop. Flop could be in a lot of trouble here. Doesn't use his bark skin. Nice read there by Flop, realizing he's not in too much trouble. He does trinket because he didn't use that bark skin. He's going to be able to actually trinket out there and not find himself in a KO position, but now Cubsy is getting KO'd here. Temporal Shield is active. Cubsy manages to land a War Stomp Sheep into a double Dragon's Breath. There's the leg sweep onto Nick, but he's in pre-bear form. Nick taking 0 damage there, still has the renewal, still has cooldowns to trade. Kearney is out of crowd control as well, should be able to pick him back up there. Nick is taking decent amount of pressure though, as that touch of the Magi is rolling onto Nick. Finally, they are going to connect the Ray of Hope, and Nick should be able to stay alive with that. Catches a big heal there. Nice Ring of Peace there, pushing Nick away from the fight, and now Chun-Li on that Windwalker could be in a lot of danger here. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Calvish. He's trying to close out the match. They have a restun. They don't even need it, and they do manage to close it out. Super One-Shot Frogs will be eliminated. Dukamified are going to be the 4th team to make it into the finals, and they make it look easy.
Oh my god, they just said move over. for the Super One-Shot Frogs. That's it for them, man. Like they're into the top 4, they're into the big money, and honestly, they're looking like they've got a big shot at taking it, man. Like some of the games we saw today were incredibly long, and these guys are just icing out one of the teams that will dampen your soul. They will take you to the deepest, darkest depths of dampening, and they're just cutting them down game after game. Even the most damp possible option with Augment Arcane, they end them in 2 minutes. Here in the final game, Chun-Li on his main, Cubsy on Arcane, some of the most slippery classes in the game, just slaughtering them before 3 minutes. Like, DUKAMIFIED is a serious threat.
Yeah, DUKAMIFIED are not messing around. Honestly, if you were the team that won the season and this is your prize, like you get seeded into DUKAMIFIED, with the way they're looking right now, I'm not sure that's a good seeding even. I mean, look at that swap there at the end as well. Look at that blanket solar beam. Usually you don't want a solar beam in Rest Druid, but just that extra second it buys you. Nick and Calvish are working together like a well-oiled machine at this point. There's that War Stomp Sheep coming out onto Kearney, double Dragon's Breath coming through. And this is their push. I mean, look at Nick. He just reads it completely. They don't have to use anything, and they immediately just top Nick off with that Ray of Hope, and then he can just get aggressive once again. And it's going to be Calvish with the Smoke Bomb this time around. And Outlaw Rogue just looks super scary, honestly, at this point. Beating down the AUG, beating down the Arcane Mages, finding the pressure just in general, swapping around, between the Wizards, and then also the burst damage here, Kidney Shot, Adrenaline Rush, and then look at Flop here. He uses Blanket Beam. He has answer. He has Nature Swiftness, but he can't use it for just half a second because of that Solar Beam, and all of a sudden, they are able to grab a quick win here against a team that, they will travel as deep into dampening as it takes. We've seen these guys. We saw. Do you remember last season? Or during the regular season, we saw a 1-versus-1 between Cubsy and a healer in one of their matches. It was like 90% dampening. Like these guys can go the distance when it comes to dragging some of these matches out, but DUKAMIFIED doesn't even give them the chance with this complete domination.
Can't wait for everyone to I'm making an Outlaw Rogue. I think I saw Vinruki tweet about making an Outlaw Rogue. The pirates are coming, dude. The ship is being boarded.
Cue Pirates of the Caribbean theme. The pirates all aboard.
I can't remember the song for that movie, but let's see Jack Sparrow.
I haven't even seen it.
Rip DMCA.
Oh, sorry. All right. Anyways, yeah, but 3-0 DUKAMIFIED. You guys pretty much covered all of it already. That super unfortunate Super One-Shot Frogs basically almost making it, earlier on in the qualifying cups, and they just couldn't make it out of the gauntlet. So DUKAMIFIED is our 4th and final team here for North America, and just based on what we've seen, Sid, I think they're going to be a really strong contender against the other 4 teams that we have in NA. I mean, we can take a look at what we are going to be seeing for North America. They're going to face off against Team Liquid, and then it's Golden Guardians versus Luminosity Gaming for the second match. But what a group of teams it's going to be for NA.
I mean, Calvish and Nick, I feel like these are guys that have been trying to get into like a top performing team for a while now. So it's nice to see that like their continued effort is really paying off. They're getting into the finals here. I remember Nick playing with Corlick, I think. They used to be the Boomkin Rogue team way back when. Except I think Nick was the Rogue then at that time. and now he's the Moonkin. So roles have shifted a little bit, but their persistence has definitely paid off for them. And persistence is the name of the game in this region, because the Golden Guardians, they've not been having a lot of great performances until Season 2. Then they're popping off on some of the initial cups. And then out of nowhere, Liquid, they weren't having a great string of tournaments either. Then they were just winning towards the end of the cup series, and Luminosity Gaming had been temporarily dethroned. And this is now Luminosity Gaming's chance to get it back from the Golden Guardians and from Liquid. So a lot of these teams have improved so dramatically throughout Season 2.
Yeah, I think I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, all 4 of these teams have really deserved this spot. They've all had an incredible journey to get here, and that is the same over in Europe. We selected a team from the Gauntlet earlier today. If you did miss those European games, it was NICEBEAM that made it into the Gauntlet, and of course it's kind of a bit of a different story over there. We've got Echo just absolutely dominating that region, and they're going to be up against Admirals Esports and the Agency.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see here what they can do, in this bracket. They weren't feeling too confident making it into it, but they got it done. They beat, some of the top teams in MYWAY and now NICEBEAM. They're going to go up against, the king of Europe, Echo. They have been, we talked a little bit about Europe, but the story of Europe really has been Echo has just been, a tier above everybody else. And then it's been Admiral Esports on kind of their own tier as well under Echo. And then it's been everybody else, the agents. They have been the team historically that has been, the rival of Echo. So the agents, they've had some time now to kind of gather their composure, find a composition, find, what they need. Can they actually bring the heat in this tournament here? Because this is where it counts. If you had somewhat of a sloppy season based on your own kind of metrics, like the agents did, it doesn't matter now. Now you just beat everybody in the finals and you can still become champion. Same thing for Admiral Esports. Can they close the gap between them and Echo? And for Echo, can they just continue reigning terror on Europe? They got 460 points. You get 120 per cup, and so that means they have won every single cup. So Echo, they need to lose soon at some point, right? So this is their chance.
Yeah, it is their chance. It's, all three of these teams have a chance to topple Echo out of that spot up at the top of the hill that they've been holding on to for so long. I mean, we kind of had a similar story over in North America for quite some time. We had Admirals Esports up there just winning game after game, Kauai winning game after game after game, and they eventually did fall. And, obviously they are still an incredible team. They're still up there with the best of them, but, I kind of do wonder if we're going to see that happen to Echo. Time can only tell. That is going to be the first region we're playing in for tomorrow. Echo versus NICEBEAM. Here's also, before we move on, I guess the points for North America. Liquid in first. That differential is quite a bit wider between Echo and North America. Liquid Golden Guardians 420 versus 380. So a little bit of not quite a gap that you see between first and second. And then Luminosity Gaming, formerly Kauai, the team that I was mentioning, where they kind of had that really long streak of wins. But yeah, like I was saying, we are going to be moving into EU for the first half of the day tomorrow. Echo versus NICEBEAM is the first game of the day, and then you can see we're going to go all the way to the upper finals for EU, and then we're hopping over into North America Super Ts for the upper semis.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. I feel like the newcomers coming in, like NICEBEAM forming together as a new roster to try and challenge some of the pre-existing Titans. DUKAMIFIED coming in as a new roster for this season to challenge the Titans of Liquid, Golden Guardians, and Luminosity. It's interesting how both regions mirror each other so closely. The main difference is just Echo's difference in Europe is staggering. They're the monster to beat. Everybody's got to be coming up with how are we going to beat Echo for this finals this weekend.
Yeah, really. Zico, and you were saying, the story in EU has really just been Echo, and I thought you were just going to say Echo, period, because I feel like that's really kind of been EU's story. But we'll see. We'll see if they can be toppled, and that will be tomorrow, as well as Championship Sunday, when we find out first place for both of these regions. So that is it for us. Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in. And well done to all of the teams that were knocked out, unfortunately, for today's Gauntlet. Hopefully we do see them return for another season, because it has been such a pleasure seeing them grow and develop over the cups. But we're going to be moving on to the grand finals for tomorrow's games. Same time, same place. Check us out over on Twitter at WoW Esports. We are also broadcasting this on YouTube. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST.